All right, how are we now? Sounding good? Oh, let me monitor.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, it was I think it was connected to my webcam and my webcam was mic is off. All right. Shout outs to Moonstruck first coming over there on Twitch. What up, Moonstruck? Kermit first coming over there on YouTube. How you doing? What's up, everybody? What up, Dino? Void and Nanners immediately left Satan's live the second you shut up. Damn, that's something. That's a real friendship right there. Not to me, to Satan. That's crazy. Perfect timing. Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you, Carbon, for vastly improving my insomnia experience. There you go. There you go. Love to see it. Love to see it. Thank God you're alive. It's been like what, a day and a half, 2 days. 2 days, yeah. Too damn long. Let's go. All right, so I'm getting shit set up, and then we'll get started on TikTok too. I don't even care that we can't sleep because if I can't sleep, nobody can. That's why. Carmen, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Where's the taco emoji? Oh, there you go. YouTube is still lacking with its fucking emojis. Thank you so much, Carmen. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't get as much emojis as Twitch does. I don't think well maybe they do. I still haven't looked into it. Like because you guys have like the better TTV, all those stuff. Y'all have those emojis. I don't think they're integrated well with YouTube. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started. We're still on Pride Month, so we're gonna do some drag debates today. Some Trump debates, trans debate, all that stuff. Okay. How do you feel about the Supreme Court decisions that came out today? I can't keep up. Adopting a cat is crazy. No. Wait, what's my battery?
Battery fully charged.
She wasn't talking about the headphones, by the way. Channel points for a cat. There's not enough channel points in the world. Subs maybe. Channel points now. Should get a cat. They're low maintenance. I'd be streaming a lot less because I'd have a lot more allergy attacks. So, do you really want it? Fully charged bros in the corner. Stop. Get a hairless. Well, then there's the aesthetic issue. You know, I would never want to be around the cat. So like, okay, you'd be out bad. You'll fend for yourself. I'm kidding. Hairless cats are so cute. Yeah, I mean, to each their own, I guess. Cats are gorgeous. Not categorically. You ever seen a hairless chimpanzee? That's what they kind of remind me of. Just less muscle. Oh, wait, are we still talking about, like, felines? Oh. Yeah, Trump. Alright, let's get started. Like this shit. It's like a special trick to this, okay? So this is the adapter, right? It has USB, USB-C, USB, HDMI, USB-C, right? USB, that's for my second microphone. HDMI, that's so you guys can hear, and then this to charge, right? But the problem is, when I plug this into my phone like this, and then I plug it in, you guys won't be able to hear my TikTok stream. But if I plug it in like this, and then plug in the HDMI, then you guys will be able to hear it. I think the reason why is because when I plug it in like this, my phone recognizes my microphone also as headphones. So after, like, it has to update with a new device being added. This. Yeah, you are supposed to be taking notes. Because every single one of y'all have been registered for Carbon Streamer University, right? You didn't know, you signed it. I made you sign it while you were all asleep. And so now you guys are all officially going to be streamers. And yeah, so if you haven't been taking notes, go ahead and take notes, okay? Sounds like coercion. I mean, your mom take notes. Facts. Okay. Let me get some more water. Actually, we'll put this water in the freezer. I'll be right back. Listen to some Star Wars lo-fi. All right, let's go and get started. Let's debate some fucking idiots today. Yes. Yeah, no. Maybe so. All right. No. Okay. We'll end the stream now. Okay. All right. Well, see you guys on the next stream. Bye. All right. Let's get started. Unsubscribe. Right? This is all my streams. You think there's any Twitch streamers that do that? They just log on for maybe like 5 minutes, be like, "What up," and then leave, and they're like extremely popular, just because that's all they do. Read a few comments and then they dip. That would be me. I'm like, "What's up, y'all?" Hey guys, just want to check in, make sure you guys are doing okay. Thank you for the 500 subs in 5 minutes. Bye bye. Have a good one. All right. All right. Let's see if TikTok sends this live out. Fuck it, we're going live. Bring on the sheep, exactly. Let's turn down Star Wars just a tad bit. All right. Let's get it started, folks. Let's get it started. Mic test, 1 2 1 2. Let's go, let's go. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, you're good, hell yeah. Let's go. Oh my god, Bayou King with the 5. Let's go, Bayou King with the 5 drop. Let's go. Can I get a W, Bayou? Thank you so much, Bayou. Satan, right? W Bayou over on, can I say the purple app on in my bio. What's up, everybody? Ooh, these numbers aren't looking good. Did it stick us at 14? That's crazy. How much is it showing for you guys? 15, 16? W Bayou, hell yeah, let's go. 16? Okay, well, let's see if it gets to 50 in like a minute. This is a little slow. Back from Twitch, hell yeah. Everyone's leaving. Is that what's happening? Boy, thank you so much for the hand heart. Auntie, thank you so much for the community. What is that? A community. I've never seen that one before, have I? Community Fest. Thank you so much, Auntie. I appreciate you. Void with the popular. AZ Mike with the gummy bear. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. We may end up having to restart, but we'll see. Last live we had to restart twice, so let's see. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Phoebe, thank you so much for the I'm new here. You're definitely not new here. Communist utopia. Carbohydrate. What up? What up? What up? Nico, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you. We might have to do a restart. Let's try one restart and just see if we can get this boosted out. It should be already at like 150 right now. What'd you call me? What up? What up? What up? How y'all doing? Capricorn guy. Let's see if this guy's too scared to debate or not.
There's
Aloha,
nothing.
how old are you?
37. There's nothing to debate.
37. All right, so let's get
You know that.
started here. So, what do you think drag is?
It's perversion.
So you think drag is perversion. So if a woman were to go out on stage with a dress and a big wig, you would say she's perverted. Why would you say that?
It's not a woman. It's a man dressing up as a woman.
Well,
So that's why it's called drag.
drag is men dressing up as women dressing up as women dressing up as men, right? So would you say that a woman in a
Women
suit,
dressing up as men and men dressing up as women.
right? So why is a
Not
woman in a
women dressing as. You said women
yeah,
dressing as women.
yeah, they also do drag as well. Do you think a woman in a suit is perverted?
What? A woman in a suit is what?
Do you think a woman in a suit is perverted?
In a man's suit.
Yeah, is that perverted?
If you're not wearing your,
I just need a
you're
yes
not
or no out of
wearing
that
your
one.
gender's clothes. But it's nothing to debate. A man shouldn't dress up as a woman and go read to children.
Okay,
What's the
so
purpose of that?
I'm
To
gonna
teach
ask the
them to
question
dress
again.
up?
So you didn't answer the question, so I'm gonna repeat the
I
question.
answered the question,
You didn't.
but there's nothing
So
to
you think a
debate. This is
woman?
perverse.
Okay, cool. So you think a woman in a suit is perverted?
In a men's suit.
Yes, that's
Yes, I
perverted,
said
correct?
that.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Yes, because it's men's clothing.
What is men's clothing? What is
It's
that?
drag.
I don't understand what that means.
I really believe you don't.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think like
You're like you're
there's
playing
many
a
different
game.
understand
It's not a game.
I don't
It's not a game.
I
To us. We're
understand
not playing with y'all.
okay, I got you.
It's
Now,
perverse.
okay,
You
if you
know
can't
that.
listen, if you
You
can't
know
defend your
it.
view, if you can't defend your view, then you
I
shouldn't.
defended it already.
Okay, well, let's see
Why
if you
would a
can
man
defend it.
want to dress up as a woman and read to children?
Okay,
What
cool.
is the
So,
point of it?
yeah,
Answer that
I'm
question.
asking you a question right now. I don't need you to run
What's
away
the
from my
point? I
question.
answered several of your
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Or you
So
can answer one of
you're
mine.
asking why a man would entertain children?
And this is entertaining children.
Yeah, you see the children smiling?
Why can't he just dress as himself and read them a book?
Okay, so you're mad at like.
That's entertainment. Why?
Okay, so
What
you
is?
think? Okay, wait. I'm answering the question. Don't ask a question and to just keep like rambling off. Okay, so your question could be applied to, for example, Santa Claus too, correct?
There's nothing
Why
to
why wouldn't
defend.
he? Why wouldn't the guy
Everyone
just dress up
agrees
as
with me
himself?
except
Why?
people who are not
Nope,
right.
nope. 57% of
Perverse.
people are fine with 57%.
Perverse
You are the
minds.
minority. You are in the minority.
No,
So,
you're the minority.
okay,
No one.
do you think somebody
Most people do
dressing up,
not agree with
do you think
this
that somebody dressing up as Santa Claus should dress up as himself or as Santa Claus when they're
as himself. I do not believe people
okay.
should dress up as any
Oh,
characters.
damn, that sucks. So no Spider-Man, no Captain America movies, none of that because hey, Steve Rogers, you're not actually Captain America. You're Chris Evans, right?
Nope.
So
Do you know where
damn, you are not
superheroes? Do
fun
you
at
know
all.
where superheroes come from?
Yeah, so Captain America, so Chris Evans should not have dressed up as Captain America. Is that your position?
Nope. It's demonic, just like drag.
It's
You
demonic to
know where?
wait.
That's why I asked you. Do
I'm
you know where
curious. Like, let me
superheroes
see
come
how far
from?
we can go. So, in a play,
No, I
people
just
shouldn't
want to
dress
see.
up.
Do you know where
People
superheroes come
shouldn't
from?
like dress up as like Jesus in a play.
No.
No, so people can't dress up as anything.
Nope.
Oh
Nah,
my God.
if you guys got something to do with it, you guys should not
Yeah,
dress up as anything
yeah.
because
You're just like a
you're turning to
well,
perverse. It's
well,
zero
I
to
mean,
one.
you still. I would say Christianity's perverse, but we'll get into that. So when it comes to like, well, first of all, I think that your worldview is like
You didn't, but
very
you didn't even
unfun,
answer. Why is
right?
he dressing up to entertain children?
I did answer
How
that.
is that entertaining?
Yeah, because they're
No, you just
smiling and they're
said
happy.
entertaining children. But
Yeah.
why is he
So
dressing up
yeah, so the
as a
same
woman?
reason, yeah, so the same reason anybody else will dress up for children because children like sparkly things and they like to laugh at people and like have fun. That's it.
This is not like Barney or somebody. This is a man
Yeah.
dressing as a woman,
Yeah, why is that wrong?
talking
You
weird,
still haven't given
acting
an argument for why it's
weird.
wrong. You're just saying you don't like it. I don't that doesn't
It's
convince me. But yeah,
perverse.
when
I
you say
started
perverse,
with that.
when you say
That's the
perverse,
point. Everyone
when you say
agrees
perverse,
except people
yeah,
who
when you
are
say perverse,
perverse.
when you say perverse, that doesn't tell me anything other
This
than
is
you think
not a
it's wrong.
play. Children
Hello, I need you
shouldn't
to
see
stop
this.
crashing out. All right,
I'm
so
not
this
crashing out.
okay. It's a regular debate. Stop, like, just defend your
It's
view.
not a debate.
Saying
There's
it's
nothing
perverse.
to
Okay,
debate.
if I
This is
said, "Hey,
perverse.
Christianity is
Point
perverse,"
blank.
if I said Christianity is perverse, what would you say?
Why? Because it says this is perverse.
No, I said yeah, because you believe that snakes
Because
can talk.
Christianity believes this is perversion. So you want to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
Christianity is
No, I would say
perversion?
Christianity's perverse because your God supports rape and genocide. What would be your
Doesn't
response?
support that.
Deuteronomy
He wipes
21:12, he
out. He
allows
wipes
for
out people like this,
Deuteronomy
witches.
21:12, he
Yes, he
advocates for
wipes
rape
out
of women.
witches.
Leviticus
Yes.
25:44, he advocates for slavery. And 1 Samuel
Okay.
15:3, he explicitly
Slavery
says
is
unalive children.
for debts,
Nope.
war,
Nope. I'm
or
not talking about for
poverty.
Israelites.
Three
I'm talking
reasons
about
for slavery in the
nope.
Bible:
Nope.
debts,
Not in Leviticus
war, or
25:44.
poverty.
Not in Leviticus 25:44.
Yes,
You are lying.
yes.
So that's
Listen,
another
there's only
reason
three
why
reasons.
reason why
You're
Christianity
trying
is
to
perverse
ignore it. Now
because
let's
you're
go
trying
back
to
to
now
the
justify
Bible.
slavery.
Let's kind
So
of go back to the
okay,
Bible.
go
Three
pull up
reasons
pull
for
up
slavery in the
Do you have your
Bible:
Bible with you?
debts,
Do you have your Bible with you? Do you
debts.
have your Bible
Listen,
with you?
I have a Bible hub on my
Okay, so
phone.
pull
It's
up
nothing to
First
look up. I
Samuel.
already
Pull
know
up
the
First
verses you're
Samuel.
bringing up.
Pull up
It's
First
only
Samuel
under.
15:3.
Okay, listen.
Hurry up.
Debt,
I'm not saying
slavery,
don't
or
say
poverty.
anything.
The only
Just
reasons
pull
in the
up First
Bible
Samuel
slavery
15:3.
existed.
Pull up First Samuel 15:3.
I pull up the commentary. I make videos of that already.
I'm gonna
Debt,
keep asking you to pull
slavery,
up First
and
Samuel
poverty.
15:3 until you pull it up.
I cannot pull up. I'm on my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up and I'm
I
gonna read
can't
it
pull up
and I
Bible
want you,
Hub while I'm on the
I
phone with you.
understand. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna tell you. I want you to tell me whether you support it or condemn it. Okay?
It's for
Sounds good.
debt, poverty, or war.
I'm sorry. Do we
I
agree with
do
that?
agree.
Okay,
Pagans,
cool.
pagans
All
who,
right, so
who
I'm
do
gonna go
this,
ahead
they
and
should
read
be
this.
taken
So I'm
over
gonna go ahead and read
and
this. I'm
ripped
gonna go ahead and read
and
this.
made into
I'm gonna go ahead and
slaves.
read this.
And if they
Okay,
don't
I'm gonna
convert,
go ahead
they
and
should
read
be
this.
taken
I'm
out.
gonna go
That's
ahead
what
and
I
read
agree
this.
with. Yes,
Listen, I'm gonna go ahead.
100%. I
Okay, I'm
agree
gonna
with
go ahead and
that.
read. I'm gonna read this, and I need you to tell me whether you support or condemn it. 1 Samuel 15. Samuel said to Saul, "I am the one the
Okay.
Lord sent to anoint you king over his people of Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they
First
did."
Samuel,
I don't know
what?
why, bro. I asked you to pull it up, and now you want to pull it up as I'm mid
No,
reading.
because I'm gonna make sure we have the right thing, and
First
I'm gonna make a video
Samuel
about you how you're lying.
15. First Samuel 15.
First Samuel 15, and what are you
Yeah.
gonna read into?
All the way through verse 4, verse 3, actually.
So 15. I just want to have it for my screenshot for my video
Hit
when
me
we're
up.
done to prove that
Let's
it's
do it.
about, like I said, debt, slavery, or war.
Well,
Watch.
I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about genocide. You were talking about slavery. I just pulled
Yeah,
up. Yeah.
if
So anyway,
if we go into
we'll
a
get
country
into
that
we'll
were
get into
raping children and we went and we abolished them and we made them into slaves and if they didn't convert,
yeah. We'll get into
we
the
ripped
slavery
them. I
aspect.
agree with that
We'll
100%.
we'll get into the slavery aspect. Okay. So do you have First Samuel 15 up?
No, I just wanted the screenshot for the comments. So when I
Okay.
make the video,
So, 1 Samuel 15, I'm going to read it. It says, "This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, the cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the donkeys." Now, you're going to defend unaliving the men, probably the woman. Now, do you support or condemn?
all of the pagans
I'm
should
gonna. I don't know
go.
why you're over talking me.
All of
I
them
don't know why you're
pagans.
over talk. I don't
Yes,
know why you're over talking me. So I'm gonna ask this specific question, and I want you to answer it with
I
a yes or no
agree already.
question. Wait, do you support the killing of children? Yes or no?
Pagan children, yes.
Okay, so that's a yes. So you do support the killing
There
of
you
children.
go.
So you are perverse. You
Pagan
are the
children,
perverted.
yes.
Yeah. So
They're
yeah, I can
they're
say that about any.
they're
I support killing
they're
black children. You support killing
they're
white children. You
initiating them
support
at 3
killing
years old.
Palestinian children. It doesn't matter which kind of child.
Pagan
You do
children are
support.
initiated at 3
Yeah,
years old
you do
in a
support
sex
you do
ritual.
support
They have
unaliving certain
demons.
children. Yes, I got you. Okay. Cool.
Do you
Now,
see how
so
else
now
they
that we've
bring to the baby
established
into
in
this
front
world?
of
They do
almost 200,
rituals and hold
now
their
that we've
sperm.
established in front of nearly 200 people that you do support killing children and their infants,
Pagan
right?
children.
You do
They're
support
not
you do
innocent.
support unaliving them. You support unaliving
Pagans,
innocent children.
yes.
Yeah.
All
So
pagans.
now
They're
that
not innocent.
we've established that Christianity is
Al
perverse. Now
Secrali
I don't
has.
know why you're
Hold
over
on,
talking.
hold on.
I
Let
don't know why you're over talking me. All right. So now that we've
You're
established
you're
that
going on a
Christian,
ramble now. You're rambling.
now that we've established that Christianity is perverse, we're gonna go back to drag, and I want you to tell
Establish.
me why drag is wrong. Go ahead.
Oh, let's establish why they did this. Those people were pagans. Aleister Crowley has certain rituals in Smex. During Smex, they hold their sperm and they do incantations, and then they release the sperm
I'm
into
sorry, the
women
children did
to
that?
bring
The
demonic
infant,
children into the world.
the
Aleister
newborn,
Crowley,
the newborn infants
the
did
top
that?
Freemason and occultist,
The newborn infants did that?
the parents of the newborn
Oh,
infants.
okay, so it's the
That's how they
parents, not the
conceive their
infants.
children. They conceive them through demonic ways. They don't have. They're not regular children.
Oh, they're not regular children. They're just children that you're
Yes,
just
pagan
defending.
children should go.
Yeah, you're just defending the genocide of children. So this is what Christianity
No,
does.
no,
This is what. Listen, if the devil is real, then he just absolutely.
reason.
If the devil is real, then he absolutely just took over you, right? Jesus, like, I don't understand, like, why this wouldn't be expected under like a Christian worldview where the demons come around, they write a Bible like this, they support genocide and rape and things like that, and then they get Christians to get on board with it, right? That doesn't sound very loving, right? You're doing everything
guess
that
it
Adolf
doesn't.
Hitler. You're literally doing everything that Adolf Hitler said. He said, yeah, these aren't just regular children; these are Jewish children. They're
Yeah,
demonic.
and what did they do?
Yeah,
What
they're
did those
demonic.
people
Yeah,
do?
like you can justify anything.
What did they do?
You can just call a child
What are they
demonic.
doing right
Yeah,
now?
like a woman who gets an abortion, all she has to do is just call her child demonic, and boom, you'll just be right there justifying it, won't you?
What are those same people
Yeah, I
doing
thought
right
so.
now? No, that's not. I
Yeah,
thought
so
so.
now
What
we're
are
gonna
those
get
same
back.
people?
Now we're gonna get back to
You
the
brought up
argument. Now we're gonna
Hitler.
get back to
What
the
are those
argument.
same people
Now
doing
we're gonna
right
get
now?
back to the argument. So when it comes to drag, you still haven't given an argument for why it's wrong. Go ahead.
What are we talking about now? Okay, now
Drag.
drag. You're gonna act like these people do not rape children. You're gonna
What?
play around like hold on.
No,
Like
this isn't a church. No, it's not a church.
Manta.com
No, it's not
doesn't
a
have
church.
drag people in
No,
it.
it's not a
Hold on,
church.
hold on.
It's not a church.
No, I'm sorry, not Manta.
Yeah,
Nambla.
this. I'm sorry. This is not a church. So no,
Nambla.
it
Hold
doesn't
on, hold
happen.
on. How many drag people do you have in Nambla? Do you want me to show you? You know what
No,
Nambla
this
is?
isn't a church, my guy.
NAMBLA is a North American Boy Lovers Association. It's a MAPS group
Oh, sounds like
who also have many
a
members.
lot of pastors over there, huh? Pastors and priests. They probably
They
run
have
it over
many
there. Yeah, I
members.
bet you they do. Love it.
They have
You
articles
know
from the
about that,
90s
don't
saying
you?
that they're
Is that
LGBTQ.
are you getting
Yes, I
recovery over
researched
there?
it,
Are you getting
guys.
recovery
It's
over
not
from
just
there?
a joke.
Are you
We've
getting recovery
researched
from over there?
their groups.
Because this is you. Like you're looking at a picture of somebody reading
I need
Green Eggs.
the
And I don't know why
LGBT
you're over.
group,
I don't know why
bro.
you're over talking me. Right? So you
Because
are
I
looking.
wasn't
I don't
done
know why you're.
speaking.
I don't know why you're over talking me.
I wasn't
You're
done-
looking at a picture, right? You're looking at a
wasn't-
picture of somebody reading Green Eggs and Ham to children, and your first thought in your head, in your demonic head, is sex. That is fucking perverse, my guy. You are a fucking weirdo, and I need you to get out of here. Okay. Anyway, Dimmer Meerkat, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the kick. Thank you. I appreciate that. Too easy. All right, who next? Posted his clip. Fuck yeah, let's go. That was quick.
My God. Did he really say that Crowley lived in biblical times? Crowley was a Christian. Are you so for real?
Yeah,
Crowley was a Christian. What the
yeah.
actual fuck?
That clip of him is posted now, by the way.
Damn, that was quick. Let's go.
Yeah, I had to.
All right, let's get some debates in here. If you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on a guest request. We would definitely, absolutely love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're at 5,000. Let's go ahead and get on up to 25,000. If you're opposition and you are in the comment sections yapping, you are going to get an invite. Hit that accept button on that invite. Otherwise, you're scared or you'll be muted at the comment section. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's get on up to 25,000. I need everybody watching. That'll get this live sent out. The more people who see it, the more debates we have, all that good stuff. Who next? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the heart means. Appreciate that.
Oh, that made my soul so angry. First of all, the Canaanites and the other Semitic groups that were in the land of Canaan that were wiped out weren't doing these things. There are no historical records to back that these people were doing anything to children. They've been taught this, and it's just pure anti-Semitism for them to hate and to justify the genocide that happened in the land of Canaan. 1000%. It's so gross.
There you go. All right, Dos Ex Machina, I'm gonna invite you. Hit that accept button if you're not scared. Who's next? No talking from the comments. Get on in a guest request. Come on. Carbon, I have $7 to block Nanners.
Wow.
Thank you so much for hitting the live goal. I appreciate you. Who was that? Who the fuck was that? Kristen, thank you so much.
Who said that about me?
Cats and cocktails.
Ashton, you're literally my best friend. Why are you always working against me?
Trying to find some people to invite. Who's this Sammy person? I can't see them in the comments.
Anyways, hi guys. Hi,
Oh, they don't have
Carbon.
live access. Olive, thank you for the heart puffs. What up? How you doing?
Thanks, Gregory. I appreciate you. I mean, so true. So true. Guy named Tiny, because I'm not going to call you that. That feels icky.
Oh, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna reset
Thank
the
you,
goal.
proletariat.
What was the name? What's the other name for them?
Proletariat.
They have another name. Do you remember it?
I can't
forgot
read
it.
it, actually.
I see, I see.
I can't read it.
Actually, Void is blind.
Thank
in
you,
both eyes.
Bayou, so much. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Hey, I'm already at 1K. Let's go. All right, if you are opposition, if you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on and make guest request. We'd absolutely, positively, non-pejoratively love to talk to you. Guest request is below, or you can send that request to join button. Hit that. Let's go.
Oh no. Of course, Sammy is pro conversion therapy.
I know it's random, but it's annoying that nobody talks in game chats or lobbies anymore. I think that's because like the person who's like doing the gaming is like looking at the game and not the chat, and so nobody feels compelled to chat anymore. Just watch. Is that it? I've noticed that like I'll be like deep in the game, I forget there's even a chat because I'm like so focused. I'm like, oh shit, what's up? And I miss like 10 different chats.
I've considered doing like Twitch or TikTok streams of me gaming, but all it would be is me screaming the entire time. You know, the whole time just freaking out because I suck at playing these games.
Gregory, thank you for the community fest. I appreciate you. All right, come on, guys. Let's go. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 25,000. How fastly can we get there is the question. Or do we gotta
Really
go to...
pisses me off. When you send the live to multiple people, it only counts as one share, even though you've clicked multiple names.
Yeah, bases off the click, not the amount.
That's so stupid.
Hit that share button. Appreciate you. Thank you, Kayla, for the shares. Mindy, thank you for the popular. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go, let's go. We got 166 people in here. Let's go. There's a lot of people live right now, so it's a little slow, but it's gonna pick up, I promise you. Is Mitch McConnell still alive yet? Yet?
Yeah, it's crazy. He looks like a turtle.
Jesus Christ. I watched the new Squid Game. No, I haven't watched the first one. Thank you for 10K. Appreciate you. Keep tapping. We're almost to 25. We'll give it a few minutes because I suspect it's not sending a sound before you page on this round. So we might have to restart, but we'll give it a couple minutes.
Always love doing a second round.
Crazy work. Mitch McConnell will pass. He's intent on passing anything but the fuck away. Only GT is live. I thought Santana was live too.
I think he was a minute ago, like right before you came on. He was.
All right, if you are opposition, go ahead and hop on in there, get your questions. So we would love to talk to you. L Senate, yeah. I don't follow Santana. He chews too loudly while he's
That's crazy.
down. Okay. Okay, so we got 150 people watching right now. It is not sending us up to the For You page. Usually we have to restart the live once or twice to get it rolling for the night. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a restart. That should get us at least a few more debates. And if it doesn't work again, we'll probably do another restart and that'll work. But 150 of y'all, I want y'all back. We'll have to do this again. I know. I want y'all back in here in 20 seconds. We're gonna end the live and then restart in 20 seconds. Once y'all back in here, tapping up that screen, sharing and all that good stuff. Okay. Restarting now. Mentioned you in a post. What does this say?
Put to death the men, the women, the children, and the infants, the cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the donkeys. Now, you're going to defend unaliving the men, probably the woman. Now, do you support or
All of the
condemn?
pagans
I
should
don't know why you're over talking.
All of them.
I don't know why
Pagans,
you're
yes.
I don't know why you're over talking me. So I'm going to ask this specific question, and I want you to answer.
I agree,
yes or no
already.
question. Wait. Do you support the killing of children? Yes or no?
Pagan children, yes.
Okay, so that's a yes. So you do support the
There you
killing
go.
of children. So you are
Pagan children.
Pagan children. All right, let's go. Let's go live. Tap, tap, tap that screen. What is up, everybody? Let's go. Welcome, 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 welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? What's up? What's up? Welcome. Look, rose really quickly. Now we're already at 30. Tired? Yeah. Ain't we all? Jesse, thank you for the popular. What's up, Cougar? I lied, I'm back. Diana, thank you so much for the heart me. Void with the heart me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Chat, where'd y'all go? Yeah, I don't know. Like, there we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Wrong in what sense? That they shouldn't do it. Phoebe, thank you for the shares. Meta, thank you for the popular vote. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Keep hitting those shares. We got 4. Let's get that up to 100. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get on up to 25,000. Tap, tap, tap that screen. That sends that like. Let's go. Hey, let's go. I haven't seen that one. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Welcome, everybody. Twitch, where y'all at? Fuck Donald Trump. What up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. 69 viewers. Nice. Love it. Oh, thank you for that. I don't know what that is. What is that? Butterfly? It's just a wall of cat. Yeah, it's only cats and cocktails comedy. Love it, love it. Hello, how old are you?
21.
All right. Do you have an argument?
I mean, I don't really have a problem with like drag in general. Like, hey, you want to dress like if you want to dress like a girl, go ahead. But what I do have a problem with is how like the LGBTQ community tries to like push that shit on the children. I don't fuck with that.
Okay, so why is it wrong for a child to see somebody in a dress?
I never said that was. I never said that was wrong. I don't like how the LGBTQ community tries to push being gay. And well, I'm sorry, my fault. Being the what's the TikTok lingo I can use for it? Being
LGBTQ?
yeah, I
Wait,
don't like how they try to push being LGBTQ on the children. Like if you want
okay,
to
so
dress,
when you're saying like, are we talking about drag or are we talking about LGBTQ issues? I don't know.
no, I'm saying I don't have a problem with drag. Okay, if you're like, I don't have a problem with the LGBT community in general. But what I don't like is how they try to push being lesbian or gay or trans and try to. I don't like how they try to educate kids on that. I don't like that.
Oh,
That's
okay,
just
you
me.
don't like children knowing that LGBTQ people exist.
I mean, not. Yes, yeah, I don't like. Wait till they're older to like understand that.
Well, they know that,
Like
I mean, they know that straight and cis people exist, so why can't they know that gay and trans people exist?
no, because then that's where the slippery slope comes in because children are very impressionable and then they start to think, what if I'm trans or what if I'm gay? It's like
So
why
if they
kids
see a
shouldn't be
straight,
thinking that.
if their parents are straight, you think they're gonna ask, well, what if I'm straight?
I mean, yeah, I would hope so. Yeah,
Okay, would there be anything wrong with that?
no,
Okay, so why would there be anything wrong with them asking whether they're gay if there's nothing wrong with them asking whether they're straight?
because no kid should be because no kid should be wondering if they're gay or not at
But
5.
like,
It's
what's the
not right.
difference? What's the
Yeah.
difference between you said it's okay if a kid is wondering whether they're straight, but it's not okay if they're wondering whether they're gay. What's the difference?
I what you said? What's the difference?
Okay, so you said that if a
What?
kid sees like LGBTQ or whatever, they're gonna start questioning whether they're gay. But if they see non-LGBTQ people, are they gonna be questioning whether they're straight? And you said that's fine. So it
No,
seems
I'm
like there's a special pleading going on here.
no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, for instance, say for instance, your kid goes to school, right? Okay, he goes to school. Next thing you know, they have a drag
That
queen
doesn't
come to school. Okay, they come to
that
school
doesn't happen.
and they try. Okay, I'm not talking to you, mother. Stop talking to me, please. I'm not talking to you.
Absolutely not going to have that behavior. Grow up.
Respectfully,
I'm
you're
just
talking.
correcting your misinformation.
I'm not talking to you though. If Carbon had a problem, he's the host. You're not the host. Stop talking to me, please. I'm asking nicely. Thank you. Back to what I
And
was
you're
saying.
talking to everybody.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking.
you're on a
Feel
panel,
like now
so
everybody's talking.
accept that there's going to be
I,
people
I'm not
talking.
talking to you guys though. Please stop talking to me. Thank you. That's what I was saying. I forgot what I was talking to. God damn it! Like I was saying, I don't care. Okay, like what I don't appreciate is how if if a drag queen, I don't appreciate how a drag queen can come to school, right, and try to educate kids on
That
being
doesn't
gay.
happen though, bro.
It does, bro.
No,
Bro,
Okay,
it
No, it doesn't.
doesn't.
so
Drag queens go
talking
to
to you,
public
woman.
so
libraries.
first of
Is her
all,
name Carbon?
first of all, drag they don't go to schools, they go to libraries, right? Second, I like do you think there should be like trans teachers?
No.
Why not? Why
Well, I
can't
mean,
a
well,
teacher be
no, no,
trans?
no, no, no. Let me take that back. Let me take that back. There can be, but just don't try to like force it on like the kids.
What
Don't
do you
try to
mean
like teach them
force
how to
it?
be. Like don't like. Okay, what I'm saying is, I don't like how when kids are educated on the LGBTQ are educated on being gay or
Okay,
trans, they start to think
okay,
like,
so you would be fine with your so you would give your kid like the birds and the bees, right?
yes,
And if they're straight, you would give them that, right? Say, hey, this is safe. You should probably wait until you're older, but if you do it, like these are the safe ways to do it, right? You would probably tell them that, right?
yes.
Okay, if they were gay, you would give them the same thing, like wait until you're older, but if you do it, you know, wait,
I
like
mean,
here's the safe way to do it.
if they are gay, I can't really force them to like be straight, but like I'd be
You would still
disappointed,
give them
but
the
I
birds
still,
and the bees, right?
yeah. I'd still love my kid. I wouldn't fucking
Right.
change
So
it.
like it doesn't
Yeah.
seem like it's wrong to like in a the birds and the bees conversation, but why would it be like and that's a sexual conversation that you would have maybe like puberty, maybe after puberty. But on non-sexual conversations, like the fact that gay people exist, trans people exist, I don't see why it's wrong for them to know about that. Would they see their mother and father every day, which is a straight relationship?
I'm not okay. I'm not saying that's wrong. What I'm saying is no kid should be questioning whether or not they're gay. That's
Okay.
Why?
weird.
Okay, wait. Like I just want to understand. Do you think that if a child has, let's say, same-sex parents, they're going to be questioning whether they're gay?
You said what?
Do you think if a child has like two moms, two dads, do you think that they're going to be questioning themselves whether they're gay?
No, I don't
So,
think
well,
so.
what causes a child to question whether they're gay then?
When I'm saying, okay, what I'm trying to say is when people when okay, as you can see right now in this classroom, right? In this classroom
It's not a
that you
classroom, it's a library.
okay, so either way, you get what I'm saying.
No,
In that room. Okay, dude. Once again, I'm not fucking talking to you, bro. Stop talking to me.
It's a panel. You're
dude,
talking to
get the
everybody.
fuck over.
Stop. Just stop. I'm asking you so nicely. I'm being
Carbon,
so
I don't give a
nice.
shit.
Okay,
I
so
can talk.
I'm
I
sorry.
can talk crazy if you want me to.
Well,
Corbin,
okay, I'm
please.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Carbon.
sorry. Hold on. Wait. So, if you complain about other people on the panel talking again, then I'm gonna make sure that you are only talking to them now, right? Just don't complain about that again.
I
Okay?
don't.
This is a panel
Just tell
conversation.
them
Why
what
do you
to
think they're up? You think they're up here just to like collect coins? Is that why you thought they were up here?
The fact of the matter is, though, is that
We're here to
they don't
also
have a
engage in the
concept.
conversation. Grow up and deal with it.
God, oh my god! Oh my
If you
god! Please
can't
shut the
handle
fuck up.
having other
Please,
people talk to you and
please.
engage with
It's
you,
not having
don't
other
go on
people
a
talk to me.
panel.
It's
Don't
the fact.
join
No,
a panel.
listen. You're not listening to me. It's the fact that he's the one with the panel up. He's the one with the pop. He is the
Yeah,
host.
and he
If
just
I
said we
wanted,
can butt
if
in.
I,
Did you not listen?
bro, I don't.
Guess what?
I'm telling
You joined this
and I'm
panel,
telling you, I don't
and
want to
we
talk to
are
you.
here.
I don't want to talk to you.
Deal with it.
Well,
You
Carbon,
are.
he's complaining about the panel
Yeah.
again.
So
Does that mean it's
now,
mine
so
and Luigi's turn?
I gave you. Oh, he ran anyway. Thank you, Grandmaster, for the 25. He just paid.
W
So
Grandmaster.
emotional when a woman like wants to debate him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wild.
Also, I wanted to point out that he said he couldn't force his kid to be straight, but he's very concerned about forcing children to be gay? Question mark? I was very confused.
Liam, I see you in the guest requests. You got that 250 yet?
Wait.
You're still on a year-long ban. I mean, it's up to Grandmaster if he wants to lower the price or wants to let you up for 5 minutes, or it's up to him. But I'm just curious if you got that 250 yet. Yeah, this guy's spamming, so blocked. Yeah, Grandmaster says pay up or F off.
W. Then
Learn.
pay it, Liam.
Yeah, there you go. When I see 250 hit my Cash App or Venmo, I got you, bro. You be up here.
The year-long ban will be erased.
Yep. Thank you for the heart, me, STLA. Thank you. Or is that St. Louis? Or is that St. Los Angeles? Sorry. St. Los Angeles, Virginia. Thank you so much for the heart, me. I appreciate you. All right. If you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. What's up, Kay? Love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Come on, everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's go. Tap that screen. Let's go.
Homie pissed me the fuck off when he called you Corbin.
Corbin sent me into orbit. Like, what
Corbin?
do you mean?
It's
Corbin?
all. Are we all in this together now? We all in this together.
No, you got to get your head in the game.
Well, that's a Zac Efron song.
Does he not feature in it?
I thought he.
Fuck
No, he's
him.
like the.
He doesn't.
He's,
You
yeah,
don't
he's the
dance.
singer of that song. Corbin
I
Blue
could've sworn
was
featured
in
in it.
We're all in, yeah. I don't know.
No. Corbin Blue is the other guy. That's
Light skinned guy, yeah.
He sings that gotta get your head in the game. Don't ask me why I know this.
Push it.
Negative
Push
on my
it
meat
to the
popsicle.
limit.
Welcome everybody. Welcome in. Looks like people are joining in. Welcome. If you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. We'll be here all night. Go ahead and tap that screen. We're at 15.9K. First goal is 25K likes. Keep tapping that screen until we get 25K. Keep hitting that share button. Let's go. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Oh, what's up, Liam? How you doing? Bye. Anyway, next. What's up? How old are you?
It's the chewing the food person.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
A little advice, if you're trying to do like the ASMR chewing, you have to do slower chews. Make sure there's not like mushy mouth sounds. Make sure they're nice and crisp crunches.
Yeah, you're just gonna irritate folks.
Like you sound like a hog chewing coal.
Oh,
Oh,
2 out of 2 color crash outs. Yeah, I gotta upload that crash out that they got. That fucking what was he, like 18 years old? The Muslim guy who came in, and y'all asked him like how old was Aisha? He's
When
like,
I asked
oh
him how old
my
Aisha was, and he
God.
called me a cunt.
And he kept, yeah, and then he kept going like, stop fucking muting.
He's muting me. Please, I beg of you. You have to credit me too. Like you have to. Because if I didn't ask that question, that would have
That
never
shit was
happened.
funny.
That's my new favorite question to ask people who are Muslim.
Oh, remember that shit? Yeah, I think it was like a week ago.
It
Don't
was
say
like
it.
5 nights ago. What, about a week ago?
Week ago. All right, let's get it in, folks. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If you think drag is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'll probably do the school topic too. I think I should do that one too.
The Christian one
The school one. No, well, sorry,
or
that
the
was ambiguous.
LGBTQ in
Yeah,
school?
teaching LGBT. Yeah.
Liam, the fact that you refer to an 80-year-old man as daddy, I think you have some things to unpack there. It is Pride Month, like be who you are for your
Yeah, it's
pride.
time to come
So,
out.
like,
You
I
got
think you
what,
need to.
3 days?
You can only come out during Pride Month.
Yeah, that's the only time you're allowed to. Yeah, exactly. Happy last weekend of Pride. All right, let's get it in, folks. If you disagree, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you think drag is wrong, everybody else keep tapping that screen. You guys are doing really good with the taps. First light goal is 25K. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Also, what's up, Twitch and YouTube? Shout out to y'all. Let's go. Drag these nuts. Yeah. Thank you, Zaprino. What was that? I was on some guest requests all night last night. And it's like some people like, I keep asking that question, the first Samuel 15:3 question. Just be like, yeah, looks like you just support G side. And none of them know how to handle it. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the 1,000. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate you, Mr. Oakby. Should I just like leave out the bits part? Just be like, oh, thank you for the 1,000, so people on TikTok think somebody just gave me $1,000.
Yes.
What an interesting game. I thought that was the name of the guy on the little Pokemon game that you first meet when you're trying to figure out who your first Pokemon will be. Pikachu, Charmander, or whatever. Turtle, Squirtle, whatever. But yeah. Shit. Phoebe, thank you for the shares. Grandmaster RNG, thank you so much for the 100 bits. If you buy a goat for $10 and name him Muhammad and sell it for $15, then you make a profit. Oh my God.
That's so fucked up.
Jesus Christ. Hello, new guests. Can you give me your age? Hello, Atrix.
Hello.
Bruh, you are not old enough to be on this live, man. I can already tell you that much.
Not a fetus. Go back to the BioAce bin. Why does that make you laugh every time? I say it every single time.
Like, exactly. What does R? Yeah, what does RNG stand for, Mr. Grandmaster? Really nice gonads. Random number generator. I sound younger than I am. Nah, bro. I ain't fooling me. You ain't fooling me. Okay, buddy.
Also, instead of asking their birth year because they figured out the math on it, just ask them their grad year.
Hello, hello. How old are you?
Reason I like it because they put back into
Hello.
the issue the 10th Amendment, which was forgotten, which is health, safety, and welfare, which is an implied police power that voices.
Who's next? They aren't very good at math. Yeah. Let's get Bentley. Maybe Bentley wants to debate. Who next? I graduated before most of my coworkers were born. Damn. Jesus. Ask them their social. Let's see.
Ask them ask them who was president in 2008.
Yeah. In 2008, yeah. If the answer's not Bush. Some of us are surprisingly old, yeah. Conservatives are against creativity, fun, and diversity. Yep. That is actually true. Conservatives hate like movies because it shows different people. It shows different types of people, and they don't want people being sensitized to different types of people. They want people to only be shown one person. Oh my God, that explains everything. Because what makes somebody a lot less conservative, they grow up around different types of people, seeing different types of people, right? So if you're like in a city, you're less likely to be a conservative because like your neighbors, you know, Muslim, your other neighbors like gay or trans or whatever, right? If you're in fuck town, Alabama, everybody's like a white guy. Like their name's either like Billy Bob or like Peggy or some shit like that, right? And then that's like all your neighbors, right? So now they like hate movies because movies like allow like different types of people to like go right into your living room, right on your TV screen. You know. So, should we restart with the school topic? I think we should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good.
Yes.
All right. Okay, guys, we're gonna do another restart. Looks like it's not sending it out for this topic, so we're gonna do the other topic that it sends out usually more. Explain how Peggy's a nickname for Mark. I don't know. I have no clue. Or Richard, and restarting as soon as I join. Yeah, exactly. Andy, thank you for the heart. Me, I appreciate you. All right, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. We're gonna restart with the school topic. So I'll see you guys then. I want you guys back in here tapping that screen. That should get it popped off. Let's go. Damn. How many restarts a brother gotta do? Where's my school topic? Where'd it go? Ayo, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Not the Peggy Slender. All right, Phoebe first, I think, or was that Void? No, that was Void, I think. No, nope, it looks like it was Phoebe. Welcome back, welcome back. What's up, Dino? Trump had his name illegally installed. You know, every time I see that comment at the first of my stream, the stream does well. There's like an inductive case being made here. I was first. Oh yeah. Juanel, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Juanel. Hit me up. Hit me up, Ryan. I sent you an invite. Juanel, thank you for the prime resub. Thank you. Ryan, you are live. How old are you? Looks like you're not here. All right, who's next? Let me know. Any debates? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. If you want to debate, go and hop on in that guest request. Sally, thank you for the heart me. Did I say Sally? No, I didn't say Sally. It's because I said guest request Allie. What's up, Leah? What's up, Mindy, Chippy McChipperson? Jesse. Bog. How are you tonight? I'm doing fantabulous. Boy, thank you so much for the popular. I appreciate you. Void, holy shit, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 2-2, all aboard, let's go. I need some more shares. We got 8 shares. Let's get that up to 100. Let's go. Let's see if we got any debates here. Nope, not yet. Almost. Mother.
Carbon.
All right. Welcome everybody. If you think LGBTQ topics should not be taught in school, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd absolutely love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else keep tapping. Let's go. It's not important. Very important. Carbon doing the Trump sniff. No, I'm not. Okay. No, I'm not. Because it's the parent's job, not a teacher. What? It's the parents. You want every kid to be homeschooled? That's cool. That's weird.
Parents aren't qualified to teach said things. They're not educated in being able to do this.
Yeah, I don't want like somebody who thinks snakes can talk. I'm going around teaching children like about gay people. I'm sorry. You're not that qualified. Sorry. All right.
Yeah, it's cool to educate our children. Parents did not, unless they're a teacher. Then I don't trust them.
BB, thank you for the community. Let me be. Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Hey, it'll help with traffic. Yeah. It's parents' job to teach LGBTQ. No one said homeschool. Yeah, I mean, like, what's the difference?
Again,
Like, what's the difference between teaching that and like biology or history? Like, is it the parents' job to teach history? Or should the school probably do that too? Yeah. Wait, you don't trust Laura? You don't trust schools to teach history and biology and mathematics? Damn. You don't trust wait, or you don't trust like parents to teach that? Why don't you trust parents to teach history? Why don't you trust that? Let me know.
Why do we have like public school to begin with if we're not going to trust them to teach them the things that they're teaching them? It's their job.
Yep.
What? This is not a weird.
No comments. Snakes can talk. Look, my ex was bad, but he could still speak at least. Oh my god, Dino.
That's very real.
It's a sin. Your religion is fake. What about you, Madness? I'm starting to send these invites. See if anybody wants to debate. Hello, how old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 23.
Roger that. Why do you think LGBTQ should not be taught in school?
Well, so I'm 23. I'm from Texas. I'm gay, but my pronouns are he, him. But I like to go by the pronouns Mister. My booty hole's getting destroyed. But basically, what I like to think about when it comes to LGBTQ is a big fat nigger dick.
Yeah, all these trolls tonight, bro.
Ha 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 ha. You're so funny.
Ah. All right, next.
Get better trolling.
Mandas, thank you guys for the gifts. Appreciate you. Grandmaster with the 100 bits, thank you so much. All right, who next? If you think LGBTQ should not to be taught in school, let's go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Come on. Don't be scared. All right, Sean, you are live. How old are you? Oh, but he's gone. Okay. Java is better than Python. God is real. No, it's not. Your God is not real. He sent his only son. Damn, he murders his children too. That's crazy. Like, what the fuck is your God? Like, straight up has a 33-year-old son and just straight like murks him, bro. Like, what? Why would you say, like, why would you package such a horrific act in that kind of like loving way? I don't understand. Imagine like a woman like what's that woman's name that like unalived her child?
Casey Anthony?
Yeah, like imagine she just went up on stage like in the courtroom and said, "Yeah, I sacrificed my son for the love of all of you here in this courtroom today." Like imagine she said that. Like what would you think of her?
Probably the same thing I already do, to be honest. They wouldn't change much.
So loving. Yeah, you're so loving for unaliving your child for some random person that nobody asks you to unalive your child for. Like what? Just fucking weird, bro. Stop being weird. I'd start a religion around her and become a billionaire. What is up with you and Tom Holland, bro?
It's a personal issue.
How is it a personal? Okay, this guy.
I've seen him get like
If it's
absolutely
personal, then
vociferous.
why do you have it as your profile picture if it's so personal?
Because I met Tom Holland and he knows who I am.
That's
Were you on the role for Spider-Man and he took the role or something?
No, I was actually an extra in the upcoming Marvel movie, and I met him and he did me wrong.
Okay. How old
But
are
I
you?
didn't come up here to talk about Tom. I came to here to talk about the problem.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
What's your argument?
So it can be taught, but not all of it, because not everyone needs to know what's going on with everything about it. It's
Are
not
you
important.
a part of the community by chance?
Not anymore, no.
No.
All right, what do you mean not every part of it?
So we don't need to be teaching how to Latino your way out of things. We don't need to be teaching people that
What does that mean?
you can just be trans for free and just get away with it. Like,
I don't know what you mean by free.
What?
Like monetary wise? Like what do you mean by free?
So I had an argument with another individual about being trans as a underage person. The kid can do that, but they need to pay for it. You need to teach them how to be trans financially. You can't
But
be
what does it
doing
mean to be
that.
trans? Being trans is a cognitive state of affairs. How do you like pay for a cognitive state of affairs? I don't understand.
So buying all them clothes, switching out your wardrobe, that's
Well,
essentially wasting
that's not being
money.
trans.
It's included in the package at
No,
this point.
it's just because trans people tend to do that. That doesn't mean that is what being trans is.
Is it like a tier
Being
package? Is
trans
that what
is
you're
like
talking about?
literally free. It's literally there's nothing you pay nothing to be trans, right? It's literally
Thank you,
just
Lovey.
like you paid nothing to be gay or like straight. It's just a mental state of affairs.
Yeah, so when you're lesbian or gay or straight, you don't gotta pay for anything. But when you trans, you
Yeah,
gotta
like
buy new clothes. You
it's
gotta
okay.
switch them out.
It's like saying when you're gay, you gotta like you have to. There's a price that comes to pay because you and your boyfriend, you gotta go out and you gotta pay for his drinks and stuff like that. You think that's what you think that makes sense that you have to pay for being gay?
You don't have to now.
No, you don't have to. It's just gay people tend to do that, just like straight people tend to do that. They tend to buy their significant other drinks or food or take them out on dates, right? But that's not what being gay is. You understand
No,
the
I'm not
distinction?
talking. I'm not talking about treating your spouse. I mean, like,
No, there's financial there like going out sometimes it's financially like you pay for things, right? And that just usually comes with a relationship, right? And if that really like so just because trans people tend to um like a trans woman might tend to buy dresses and skirts and things like that. That's not what being trans is. Being trans itself doesn't cost anything.
okay, so another thing, usually with trans, you gotta suppress your body into fitting it how you want it to. So what
You
it
don't
means
have to.
putting hormones on, injections, and all
You don't
that.
have to do any of those things.
Even
They
Botox
they
at
want
this
to
point.
for most of them.
You don't gotta do any of that
Those
shit. You
aren't
literally
those
are.
aren't being trans. They just trans people tend to do that.
So why in another life someone was arguing with me saying
I don't know
that
who this other person is. I don't
it's
speak for them. You're talking to me, buddy.
so the argument is usually that
I'm telling you the
comes with
argument.
it
I
comes
don't care
with
what
health.
anybody else's other arguments are. Try, please engage with my argument.
Okay, so being trans, when people are asking for support about those things, they're asking for medication for that.
No, not always.
And they have to pay for it. But if they
They're
do,
also
they're
asking
paying
for
for it.
respect, which is free, right?
I'm not talking about the respect, yes, the respect, but I'm talking about the medication part,
Okay.
right?
And
And when we're teaching kids to be trans, who's paying for the medical?
depends.
It's on the parents' obligation, right?
Tends to be.
How is that fair?
Because they're your children and you pay for their medical costs. Are you fucking kidding me? If my
How-
kid needs glasses, I have to pay for them. He needs braces, I have to pay for them.
Well,
Because that's literally my job as a parent.
Well, glasses is a disability.
Cosmetic a lot of the times. And not necessary. They can live without glasses.
Teeth
It's not
too.
100%.
Braces is cosmetic.
Glasses is not cosmetic. You need that to see
It's
into
not always 100%. You can live without it.
Yeah.
You
It
don't
makes
need
it
to survive.
easier.
You don't need glasses to survive. You don't need braces to survive.
It makes things easier. You can drive with glasses. You can
So
look at things
does
with glasses.
giving your child HRT and gender
Yeah.
affirming care. This helps benefit them in the long run. It
Yeah.
might not be necessary, but in the long run, it's going to better and benefit their life. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna do whatever I can in my power to benefit my
Right,
child
exactly.
and make sure that they stay here and
Things
present.
like HRT and gender affirming care actually, I would say, are more important than things like glasses and stuff like that because these things typically prevent trans youth from committing self deletion.
Okay, so when y'all say that, it's like y'all promote it at that chance. As in, if you don't get it, then they gonna do that. Like that's not. We shouldn't be
It's a
promoting
risk.
that.
And I'm sorry, even if it might be a phase my child goes through and they aren't actually trans, I would rather my child go through that phase than go through that phase alone and sad and feeling like their mother doesn't hate or doesn't love them and hates them and isn't there to support them. Because on the end of the day process, I would rather my kid know I support them through this phase and they are loved and supported and taken care of, and that I'm going to have their back and I'm going to take care of them. Because that's what you do for your children. If you can't handle that bare minimum, don't have children. Period.
I disagree because kids would think a lot of insignificant things that kids would think about would be the end of the world. Like,
Do you have children? Do you have children?
I was a child.
Do you have children, though? It's a
I was
whole
a
different
child.
ballgame. That
Do
doesn't
you,
mean
you have children?
That means
Not
no.
with me.
Okay. Are you a parent?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't understand what it takes to be a parent. And I'm sorry, this is just something that as parents, we get. You just do what you got to do for your kids. And I don't care if my kid goes through a phase. I would rather my kid go through a phase, be wrong, and still be here and know that they have parents that love and want to take care of them.
With me, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So some kids of some insignificant things that are in the world, like not having the newest shoes, not having the newest iPhone.
That's completely different and not even relevant. So let's stay on topic.
There's
like,
kids who unalive
Things
over
will
stuff like
not
that.
benefit their life in the long run.
There are kids who unalive over stuff like that.
And
They
you say
use that
there
as a
were
weapon.
kids that unalive themselves over not having an iPhone? Is that what you just said? Please be so expeditiously for real. You are not fucking serious.
What's the studies and statistics on that? I would like to see.
Because kids will literally...
No, that's not happening. And if it is, that's a parenting problem. If your child is acting so spoiled to that extent, you have a problem with your parenting skills. That is not the child's fault. That is the parent's fault. Now I understand why Tom Holland bullies you.
And then, for
Tom
example...
Holland.
And then, for example, when someone...
Yeah, we can't hear you. You keep getting muted, friend. So you might as well stop and take a breath and move on from that weak-ass argument. Because it's not terrible, it's not relevant, and there's nothing to back up the friend.
I just find it funny that someone thinks they can parent other people's children better than they can.
Wild work, man.
What I witnessed parents...
Hold on, you're not an expert in the subject in any way, shape, or form. You're not a psychologist. You're not a doctor. You're not even a fucking parent. And yet you somehow
Battery
have
90%.
the ultimate answer on this particular issue.
I witnessed
Thank you,
Black Sparrow. I appreciate
I think parenting and being an actual fucking parent aren't the same thing. You do not know what you would do with the child if you do not have one.
Yeah, and your parents probably sucked.
No, they didn't. I witnessed parenting for 22 years. I know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
I did too. Yeah,
Look
but
at
guess
what
what?
Hold on. Look at what they made.
Oh,
fucking terrible.
Watching
Like,
your parent is not the same as being a parent. Being a child is not the same thing as having a child. At all.
They literally made it so obsessed with Tom Holland that they put a fucking picture in their bio. Like, that's pathetic.
Yeah. Like
they raised a fucking loser.
Viewing parenting as a child versus...
has a degree.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
And apparently that degree means nothing because you're a fucking moron.
No, it's not.
Viewing parenting as a child versus viewing parenting as a parent are two vastly different things, right? Because as a kid, I thought getting grounded was bullshit, right? Now as a parent, I understand it. They are two sides. They're complete opposites of the spectrum.
I also had to raise my siblings, so I know about parenting.
No, you don't.
Still not the same.
It's not the
still
same.
not the same. I helped raise my 4 younger siblings. It's not the same. At all. They're not your children. It's not the same.
But I had to
And that's
choose
sad
them.
that your parents parentified you like that. That's real gross. Another L on your parents.
You just said that your parents were great, and then on the offhand, you was like, "Yeah, my parents made me raise my siblings."
Yeah, those kids are probably fucked up too.
No, they're not. My sister, she's not. My sister's
the way you speak to regular, like average, everyday people, I'm pretty sure those kids are fucked.
No, they're not. They look up to me, actually.
I doubt.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's not a problem.
Until they go
It's a
watch
very big
Spider-Man.
Okay, so back to the prompt. The issue is that when it comes to these things, kids would think, "Oh, it's the end of the world if I don't have something." You can live without transcosity. You don't need that. You don't need to have hormones up inside you. You don't need to have
transcosity.
You don't need to have.
Make it work up.
There are literal studies proving that gender affirming care and HRT save lives, that it improves their living and their overall mental health. What do you mean? They literally do need these things to live. I think it's like 1 in 2 or 1 in 5.
Sorry, what the fuck is transcosity?
Trans youth. I don't know.
It's not a word. He just made it up.
Yeah, like it's like 1 in 2 or 1 in 5 trans youth try to commit self-deletion like every 5 minutes, right? This healthcare saves their life They need this to live by definition.
If we were to go off that statistic, do you think it's fair that the parent has to pay for it?
Yes. Do you think it's fair for parents to have to pay for fucking like knee surgery or some
Parents
shit?
are obligated to protect their children, correct, Trent?
Yes.
Okay, and if in order to protect your child you have to pay for it, then you're obligated to pay for it, right?
It's our job.
Yes, but I've
If you don't
seen
want to
people
pay for
live
the
without
things for
paying
your
for it.
kids, don't have children. You're gonna pay out the ass. I don't know about you. All my life I heard having children is expensive as fuck. I didn't quite truly understand what that meant until I became a parent. Okay? You have no idea what your kid's gonna end up having, like illness-wise, or how they're gonna live their life, who they're gonna be. You have no grasp on it. I had no idea my kid was gonna be asthmatic and that I'd have several medications my child had to have every month. And oh my gosh, the price on those things, 2 inhalers and 2 different allergy meds, it's insane. I spend like I don't even get into it. You have no grasp. But this is what you do when you become a parent. You understand that you're going to be paying for your children. If you don't want the responsibility, this is why we have healthcare like abortion.
So I understand, like, if your child can't control being sick or being asthmatic and all that, or losing a limb, that's different than being transgonic. That's not the same thing.
Transgonic is not a
Girl,
word.
what the fuck are you saying?
Hold on. You
Is
have
this
a
about
fucking degree
gender
that you just
fluid
said
or
you're
something?
making up words.
Because the fluid is viscous? Is that what he means?
He thinks he's being really cool using a word that doesn't exist.
Like, again, your argument is fucking mute. Mute in all sense of the word. You're not a doctor. You haven't looked at the studies. You're not a psychologist. You don't know what goes on through a kid's brain. You aren't an expert in any of these fields, and all the experts disagree with you. So why the fuck would your argument matter?
Because I have a professional opinion.
What's your profession?
Yeah. What's your credentials?
Are you a psychologist, or you just work at the fucking IHOP?
Not the IHOP.
So I've done research papers in this during my time.
No, shut the fuck up. What's your job?
I'm a computer scientist.
A career scientist.
Computer scientist.
Computer science. Your opinion doesn't fucking matter.
So you're a software engineer. I don't.
No, it doesn't.
What?
Just because you're a professional.
I make AI videos in my mother's basement. What the fuck?
That's very much that.
Wild work, man. Wild
Why
work.
the fuck would anyone take your opinion seriously? You work
Because
on
I have a
computers.
degree.
Ooh, you have
A
a
degree in
does
computer
Dr.
science has nothing to do with
Phil,
psychology. That's like saying, I really don't think we should be building the building that way. I have a degree in anthropology, but I don't think we should be building it like this. You understand how
So
fucking
who would you
stupid that
rather,
is?
who would you rather listen to, a homeless person or someone with a degree?
The people who
On
actually,
your
the people who actually study for their lives, study trans children, and social effects on them being trans, how people interact with trans people, how hormones help them, how the puberty blockers, things like that. That's who I would trust. People who've actually studied it. In your degree field, did you study trans children, or is that what you published?
No.
So who do you think we should listen to? People who have studied trans children, or you who have not studied trans children? When discussing trans children.
Them.
I didn't answer the
I went to
question.
school,
Who do you
I
think we
went to
should
school
listen
with
to?
them. I witnessed them.
I didn't answer the question. Who do you think we should listen to?
Me.
You should. So we should listen to you over the people who know more than you. Gotcha.
Because this one thing to study something than to actually experience it. I have first-hand experience with.
Sorry, hold on.
Anyway, Verilion, thank you for the
Oh,
$25. I appreciate you.
wild.
Do you
wild.
honestly think that a person who publishes studies on trans children hasn't interacted with trans children?
Literally their job.
Stupid fuck.
I feel like he has a lot of trauma to unpack, starting with Tom Holland.
I feel like he should take a long jump off a short pier.
Oh,
Anyway,
Yeah, you were paid to kick Trent. Quit fucking whining in the comments.
all right, new guest, how old are you?
Yo, it's good. I'm 20.
All right, what's your argument?
Um, I think it just depends on what's being taught. I
Uh,
don't think necessarily.
yeah,
Oh,
all
well,
children. We want all children to be gay. That's what.
yeah, that's bad. I don't fuck with that.
No, so we're
The
like,
fact you couldn't. Okay.
so
IQ is not good with this one.
yeah, so yeah, like teaching like LGBTQ history, in our history classes. That's cool. How you feel about that one?
Yeah, but like how we teach Egypt though, that's like,
What do you mean Egypt?
you know, that shit quick. Like how they only teach Egypt for like a little bit, like they barely touch on it. I think if it's taught like that, sure.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to cram a lot of stuff in like a world history and U.S. history class. I'd say as long as it's mentioned, tested on, it's fine.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, all right. What about family dynamics?
What you mean?
These are different type. It wouldn't be like a curriculum, but hey, there's different types of families. Moms and dads, moms and moms, dads and dads, stuff like that.
Family
Nah.
essentially, they take home a paper and they sit down with the parents and they fill out a family tree. And then they can learn, and it has an icebreaker for the teacher, for the other students, so everyone can genuinely just get to know each other.
Yeah.
Nah.
And it like
Wait,
actually
why?
helps a lot within the classroom. for
Why not?
learning.
Because I feel like it should be the nuclear family being taught.
Yeah,
But
so
not
like if
everyone
you
comes from the
have
nuclear family.
two moms, for example, and one of the teacher like that's a nuclear family and she has a child.
Nah. I think
Yeah, that is a nuclear
That's a
family.
nuclear family. Two parents, one child, right? Huh?
Yeah, I just mean male and
Wait,
woman.
why does it
nuclear
need to,
family-
why does it necessarily need to be male and female? What's the argument for that?
I think those are relationships we should push onto society.
Yeah, you're just saying that. Can you give the argument?
Those are the most beneficial relationships
Yeah,
for
do you have like
society.
studies for that?
It leads to the most
No, it
No, you
doesn't.
made
So
an
I'm just
empirical claim.
yeah,
Please
that's
provide a
if you're
solution.
saying that provides the most like utility, then that's just false because
It
like
does.
if you look at that's just false because if you look at any study, most studies on that are showing that same-sex couples raising children or opposite-sex couples raising children have the same results. Sometimes even better, right? Because like especially if like a
That's cat.
oh, did you want to look at one of the studies?
Yeah, bro, that's bullshit.
Did you want
They
me
can
to
find a
did you want me to pull
counter
up one of the studies?
Yeah.
Okay, because this is the scientific consensus, by the way.
Yeah. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, there have been a couple studies that actually prove that same-sex couples have better outcomes pertaining to their children.
All right, here's one. Oh shit. No, reject all non-essential cookies. Thank you so much. All right, this study is called School Outcomes of Children Raised by. So there's many different metrics. School outcomes, their emotional, like the bonding, crime rates, education, all that. This one specifically is school outcomes. This is school outcomes of children raised by same-sex parents. Evidence from administrative panel data. Although widely used in policy debates, the literature on children's outcome when raised by same-sex parents mostly relies on small selective samples or samples based on cross-sectional survey data. This has led to a lack of statistical power and the inability to distinguish children born to same-sex parents from children of separated parents. This is the abstract. We address these issues by using unique administrative longitudinal data from the Netherlands, which was the first country to legalize same-sex marriage. This data included 2,971 children with same-sex parents, and over 1 million children with different sex parents followed from birth. The results indicate that children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary education. Our
Keep
findings are
that
robust
source.
to use of cousin fixed effects and coarsened exact matching to improve covariant balance and reduce model dependence. So, what are your
So,
problems with this study?
so what specifically are they saying? Like, what was the better outcome?
School outcomes, like how they perform in school. I can give you all the little metrics that they're using to do based off of that.
I don't see how the parents are correlated to that.
It's
What?
due to their
So
raising.
you
What are you
said,
talking about?
did you not say that if they're raised by opposite sex, that leads to better outcomes? Did you not say that?
I think it's better for them.
Yeah, is it better in school?
Nah, I think school is equally as important.
Okay, so what other metrics do you think that children perform better and when they're raised by opposite sex couples?
They're
Like
just
name one.
happier.
They're happier. Okay, so we can look up happiness. That's fine.
Bro, also, can you turn your fucking TV down? It's hella loud.
I got you. Hold on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do that for now.
This article reviewed the literature between 2015 and 2022 on mental health disparities between children with gender and sexual minority parents and children with different sex parents. Most studies indicate that children with gender and sexual minority parents do not experience more mental health problems than children with different sex parents. This study is called Mental Health of Children with Gender and Sexual Minority Parents, a review of future directions. Did you have another study that you wanted to cite to me? Because it made it seem, I think, I'm just speculating here, but I assume you haven't actually looked at a single study or looked at any of the consensus in the field, and you're just like making shit up.
They care about the consensus.
Okay.
So you just don't care about facts.
So what justification do you have? What justification? Okay, cool. Give me an unbiased source that shows that your position is true. What's your source that you were reading from?
Life.
Okay, so you don't have a source. Okay, gotcha.
Literally your facts over feelings.
Yeah. What's your problem with the methodology of this study?
It was just a really small sample size, and they're probably just the sample
Carvin,
size. is
Carvin,
probably
what's the
just
sample size?
That one was 2,100.
2,100.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm almost 99% positive you didn't understand half of the words Carvin
He
said
didn't.
in that fucking study.
He doesn't. He probably don't even know what methodology means.
No, I do.
Spell nuclear.
Oh, and here's another one. There are no
That's
significant
what I thought,
disadvantages for children with same-sex parents compared to different-sex parents. This study is about behavioral outcomes of children with same-sex parents. Do you want another one?
Sure.
Okay, how many do you need before you get convinced, by the way?
It probably, like I said, this is like biased sources.
We're just every source is biased. Cool. Child well-being and same-sex parent families review and research prepared for American Sociological Association amicus brief. This is a peer-reviewed study. Another one. We conclude that there is a clear consensus in the social science literature indicating that American children living within same-sex parent households fare just as well as those children residing in different sex parent households over a wide array of well-being measures, including academic performance, cognitive development, social development, psychological health, and early sexual activity and substance abuse. The problem here is I'm trying to like every study says that you're wrong. Now, if you're saying I'm trying to figure out what it is about the fact that there is a male and a female in the household that would lead to a better outcome. What is it about that?
It's just it's just right. It's closer to humanity's nature, right? Like it's just how.
When you mean nature, what do you mean?
Hold on. What would the male and female do differently than, for example, the male and male or the female female? What would they do differently regarding raising the child?
It's just a more healthier household, right?
How?
It's a man and a woman.
How is it healthier?
And it's how
that's just begging the question. I'm trying to figure out what are they doing that makes it healthier.
They're the actual parents.
Okay, wait. So you think adoptive, opposite sex parents are worse off?
Mm,
Because there's studies that'll show you that's wrong too.
not simply by virtue of them being adoptive, but yeah.
Yeah. So like, what is it? What is it about them being male and female then?
About a male and female
Yeah.
relationship.
What like if you have a male and a female in a house raising, let's say, a child. Well, I mean, it's only yeah, they are raising a child, right? Wouldn't be raising any. Okay. What is the fact that they're one male and one female? What is that doing to the child? I don't understand. How is it helping the
You just
child?
need that dynamic to like just properly raise a
How?
parent.
Like you keep saying it. I'm trying to figure out what is it about that dynamic that leads to the betterment of the child?
Because women and men, they're able to just
Are you
give
gonna
different
repeat the claim
perspectives.
again?
I'm explaining.
Okay,
I
what's the
think
different perspectives that they're giving?
Like you have like a man in the house, right?
Uh-huh.
That's able to teach more leadership.
Okay, so two
It's
men in the
able to
house would be
teach
more leadership, like extra leadership. So wouldn't you
not
expect
as
two men in
Leadership
the
gay.
house to be
squared.
better
As
than
gay though.
That's
one
too
man in
much
the house?
leadership. That's too much leadership.
Wait, I have a
Leadership
solution.
squared.
That's
I
a
have a
feminino
solution,
man.
Danny. Listen.
Yeah.
I have a throuple. 2 men, so we have double the leadership, and 1 woman, so that they still get that nurturing.
Yeah.
Thruples all the way around. Carbon. Want to join my throuple?
That's crazy.
Nah, but
Or
if you gay, you lose your leadership points. Like
What?
that's not how that works, buddy.
I don't
What
understand
what
what that
about
means.
what
you
about
just
being gay
lose your
means you're
male
not
figure
able to be
points.
how?
Wait, so a male becomes a female if he's gay?
Do
I
I
don't
really gotta
understand.
explain that?
So you
Did
said
you
it's
graduate
because
high school?
so
You
you
did
said
not.
it's because they're male. Like, what is it? The fact that they have like an S or Y gene that's expressed. I don't understand what that's doing for like the child, how that helps the child in any way. Like it just seems to me that all you need to do is like love the child, make sure that they're taken care of, give them positive experiences, teach them lessons, and then they tend to turn out fine, right? So none of that all that's gender neutral. Like you can teach a child, like give them good experiences, you can provide for them, right? You can love them and nurture them. Those are all gender neutral things. So I don't understand what their sex has to do with anything.
Nah, I don't think a same-sex household can do that.
Yeah, you're just saying that. I know
Why?
you don't think that, but you won't give
You have
justification.
no
By the way,
justification.
just to be clear, you're not alone in this. Nobody can give this justification, right? 0 people have ever been able to justify why same-sex parents cannot raise a child adequately, right? So if you do it tonight, you're the first person ever in history to do it. So do you have an argument or no?
Yeah, the justification is just same-sex couples. They just can't give the
Yeah,
dynamic.
That's
you're
not
just
the
saying
justification.
you're
You're
saying
repeating the
this
claim.
again. You know what circular reasoning is? Listen, you wouldn't accept this if I said that towards you. If I said, "Hey, same-sex couples fare off better than opposite-sex couples," and you ask me why, I'm like, "Well, opposite-sex couples just don't fare as well as same-sex couples." Right? That's just restate. Yeah, that's just circular. That's just restating the
Man, that
claim.
ain't
That's
reality.
all you're doing right now. So can you give
Talking to
another
a
argument?
fucking toddler.
Hi, I have a really quick comment to make.
Hi, Ashley. How old are you?
I'm 30.
All right, what you got?
I guess just one thing. I agree with most of, what you've been saying, but one thing for me is that, in my opinion, a girl, for example, being raised by 2 men, when it comes to like menstruation, for example, and a girl's learning how to use tampons or things like that, personally, I believe that is where having a woman in the house is, a really important thing. And same goes for boys as they're turning into men and
Hold on.
wanting a father figure to talk to about their sexuality and all of that stuff, having 2 moms.
So we can solve that really quick because gay men aren't just going to have no friends, right? They're typically going to have sisters or aunts or other women in their life. You don't necessarily have to have a mother to have a mother figure and vice versa, have a father to have a father figure. So in that scenario, if one, I have seen nothing wrong with the dads teaching their daughters how to use tampons. If you're scared to do that, don't have kids. And if you're scared, like around that, like fathers handling things with their daughters, they probably shouldn't be around children.
It's not really so much a fear. I think it's more of a comfortability thing. If it were me,
if it's an uncomfortable thing, they shouldn't be around kids.
Can I finish saying what I'm saying?
No,
if it were me and I had two fathers, I would not.
I was still talking, but yeah. So handling that shouldn't be an issue. If you can't have that level of comfortability with your children, you shouldn't be around kids. Now, if that's still the case, though, that's when you have other women figure in your life. At the very least, you can also take them to the pediatrician or the doctor, and they can help. Real simple.
Saying though, that is for me one of the negatives, and you're asking him his opinion on it, and I'm telling you that I do think that is. I don't think a kid should have to go to their dad's girlfriend or their dad's whoever to get that. I think that's where a parent is supposed to be able to give that. And it's not about single dads. Can I finish what I'm saying? Let me finish my sentence, please.
No, because this also applies to single dads as well.
Okay,
right?
Can I just finish my one sentence? Is that I understand that. I agree. If a dad's not comfortable doing that, he should not have kids. You're absolutely right. But it's more so, in my feeling, is with the kid. The kid should be able to be the one comfortable, and you don't know that a kid is comfortable. If I had two dads, I can tell you I would not be comfortable having a male tell me how to insert a tampon.
Hold on, you don't know that they're uncomfortable either. You're making the assumption based on your own feelings.
Yeah.
And I can put myself in the feeling of a child who could be uncomfortable.
Presumably, you would raise your child. One second, Annie. Wait, really, 1 second. Presumably, you would raise your child in an environment where they're 100% comfortable with you. And I feel like if there's ever a moment that your child is uncomfortable with you, especially pertaining to like education, maybe you went wrong as a parent.
Actually, I think it's pretty normal for, if there's an opposite sex, for some people not to want to have genital discussions and have, tampons being inserted in front of a male when you're a female.
There's a problem with that logic. Because you're using under the assumption of yourself. Like, you're not putting yourself in the other person's shoes, aka a child with two parents of the same sex. If they were raised with them their entire lives, you would think that comfortability would be there the entire time.
You're making that assumption.
Danny,
Danny,
I'm allowed to put myself in the position that if I had two dads, I don't want someone with the opposite genitals telling me what to do with my genitals.
You don't. Again, you're not understanding it.
That face is very dramatic.
Yeah, because it's really gross thinking. Like,
what else is gross is pushing gender ideology
with a dad helping their daughter with things. Like, that's so weird. It's the same mindset of, oh, you let your husband bathe your daughter?
Right.
What do you think is so gross?
How do you think
inserting a tampon and giving a bath?
Wait.
It's not.
Do you think that the father would sit there and like watch their daughter insert it? I don't even think mothers do that.
No.
You do.
Absolutely
And listen, like
not.
I just think so first of all, this isn't an argument. It's just first of all, it's my understanding that once they go through, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, once they go through their menstrual cycle and they learn the initial things of how to do, maybe it might take a week or two to learn, or a month or two to learn, but after that they pretty much take care of it themselves, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And if it's
why
really
wouldn't
that fucking difficult,
if that starts
watch a YouTube
happening,
video,
why
bro.
wouldn't you watch the YouTube video, or take them to a medical professional and have them do it, or your PE teacher, I don't understand, this is not a hurdle for two male parents.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
Because
I
personally,
learned.
my aunt taught me how to use tampons because my mom was a shit person. So my aunt taught me how to do this. She didn't sit there and watch me insert it. She explained it to me because.
How old were you when you got your period?
I was 16. I was a very late bloomer, and I needed.
So a lot of kids are getting it now at 10, 11, 12, and I can tell you as a 10-year-old. I can tell you as a 10-year-old, the kid might need a little support in that area, not have the person out of the room.
We also can give them books. It's not that.
Yeah, I also don't think necessarily.
Wait, everybody's talking at once, please. ADHD.
Hey, I have
Say
one
real
very quick point.
Really quick, maybe let the people with vaginas take this a little bit. No disrespect, but you know, we've been through this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so I don't know because I started my period when I was like 9, 10, right? And I don't know about you, but most parents won't let 9 or 10-year-olds use tampons initially, right? So they'll just be using pads, and typically during the teen years is whenever you'll start to use tampons, right? And for me, I watched a YouTube video. It didn't show anything explicit. Nobody was watching me. It was very simple, like, you know, find your vaginal opening. Don't push the tampon straight up. Just kind of tilt it like towards the back a little bit and then insert it. It's not rocket science.
I have a survey
It's
here.
It's
really
really
not.
fucking
I
easy.
have a quick question.
Just real quick,
Hold
let
on,
me
hold
just
on.
read the statistics from this survey. It's pretty common for dads to buy menstrual products for their daughters. 60% buy pads, 30% tampons, 22% all the other stuff. When asked where they would go to get more information and learn about the menstrual cycle, most of the surveyed dads in each of the countries said that they would ask another female family member or a medical professional. 64% in the U.S. Would ask another female family member, compared to 34% would ask a medical professional. I assume probably because it costs money. Uh, 34% and 31% ask their female friends, read educational books, 27%, and then 26% watch educational YouTube videos or scroll through educational social media accounts, 17%. And then yeah, I mean that looks like a solution right there. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, and there's instructions on inside the box. It comes with a pamphlet.
Yeah, like so
Like,
a 10-year-old can necessarily go through all of that and figure that out. I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes
that's why you
they
sit
need a
down
little
with them
help.
and you read with them.
Yeah, that's
This
why
is
you
your
give
job
them.
as a parent.
But that's my point. You
Quick
asked
question.
Danny, you
be
asked
like
Danny if there
Okay.
was any
It's
Okay.
their
cons.
genitals.
Everybody is
You don't
talking
have
at
to watch
once.
them.
Let's go one
You
at a
asked
time. I can't
Danny
hear.
if
There's
there were
like
any cons
Ashley,
as far
Ashley,
as
Ashley. Hold
having.
on, laying down the law. I'm dropping the hammer. Okay, listen. I like my ADHD is fucking wigging out tonight. Everybody, please talk one at a time. Somebody's talking. Don't ramble on. Don't cut them off. Right, and then when you're done, stop. Mute your mic. Next person, please. It's like stressing me the fuck out. All right, go ahead.
I have a very quick question, and I agree with the prompt. But Ashley, in your argument, does that not mean that single parents shouldn't be allowed to be single parents?
No, I'm not at all saying that single parents can't be single parents, and I think
But what if
parents
you're
separate.
a single father?
So what are you saying as far as the mother? The original, just so you know, the original question to Danny was really kind of asking Danny, is there any, cons as far as not having a classic male and female marriage? And so my point of that is you're asking if there's anything out there that he could think of. And this is one thing I brought up that I personally think of that, you're asking him, he doesn't have anything to think of in the moment. And this is something that came to mind.
Okay,
And I
so
told
should
that
we
really
say to
quick.
single fathers that they shouldn't have daughters in that case?
Yeah, and this can I solved it really quick with like an auntie or a doctor, because typically when a girl starts a period, you should be taking them to the OBGYN. Like should be like immediate. That first period, it should be at the OB.
I personally don't know anyone that with their first period had their OB teach them how to insert tampons.
Why not?
But you might
It
need
takes
that
time
if you
to
have,
get an
if you have a
appointment.
single father parent. You might need that. Is that okay?
I'm not saying it's not okay. I just think it's not ideal. I think that ideal is having
For you.
a mother to teach that to their daughter. You asked an opinion and I'm giving it to you.
My mother teaching me was not a thing. Like I'm so glad my aunt taught me versus my mom, because my mom was not a good person and I did not have that comfortability. Moms aren't always good people. Moms aren't always the great thing. Some kids benefit better from having two parents that are maybe dads, maybe moms. Just because this has been your experience, it does not make it that it's going to be all people's experiences. You personally find that uncomfortable. Other people might not. And your issue with it can be solved very easily. And I don't understand your issue with those solvings.
I'm not saying that those other options are not an option. I think in an ideal world, you were asking Danny if there were any cons that he could think of. And that was one of the things that I brought up. Obviously, there are other options, but I think ideally to have a in a perfect world, if you have a mom that you're semi close relationship with and you feel comfortable and safe around, is I personally think that it's more appropriate to have a mother to help her daughter, a mother who has a vagina, and it's that shared experience of you both have the same genitals and that comfortability that a woman or a girl might feel with her mom, who's also a woman, versus my dad with a penis sitting there going over this. And yes, it's not the same as giving your daughter a bath. Inserting where you might need help showing them and helping them in this, because not all kids, kids are getting their periods now at 10 years old.
Yeah, Void got hers at 9.
Yeah, it's
By
very...
the way, Grandmaster, thank you for the kick of Danny. Thank you so much, Grandmaster.
People have been getting their periods at 8, 9 years old for 30, 40 years. This is not new information. I was a late bloomer. I should have been on hormone replacement therapy.
8 years old actually has not been a super common time, though, to get it for that many years. It might have been happening, but it wasn't the common.
It's been at least like 17 years at least, if I'm doing the math right.
My grandma, who was 73, got hers at 8.
I'm not saying it's impossible again. I'm just saying it's not the most common thing.
The common thing then, that most of the girls got their periods at 8.
Can you find proof of that? Show me something, because I don't believe that.
I would love that, but this is just something that I've been told.
Okay, no worries. So you've been told it. So it's fact because you've been told it. I've been told things, but they're not always fact.
Yeah, I would love.
That's fine. Send me the studies where for years it's very common to get your period.
and again, like I said prior, majority of females who are starting their periods, especially at these early ages, are not using tampons as their first menstrual product. Okay, they are typically using panty liners or pads because your first few periods are not really that heavy.
That's not necessarily true.
I said typically, right? Typically they're not super heavy, and also it's just uncomfortable at that young of an age to have a tampon inserted, because while you are reaching that stage of puberty, not everything is kind of caught up with that yet, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of parents still have this like purity culture thing. Yeah, like I was taught that, Witchy, that I couldn't use tampons because it would take my virginity. And
this
around
is why my
12
aunt taught me to use tampons. I was
around
16, 17 years old, had never used one.
And
my
around-
aunt was like, girl, you're on the swim team. You need to learn how to use tampons.
Yeah,
It's
and
time.
around 12 or 13 is whenever I first used a tampon. I was at vacation on the beach with some family, and you know what taught me? A YouTube video and the fucking pictures that came in the box. And I had no problem with it, right? I didn't need assistance. It's very self-explanatory. And you keep saying, like, have a parent help you insert it. I don't know if you have any daughters, and my daughters personally are not at the age of menstruation yet, right? But I don't think I would ever sit there and actually assist in the literal insertion of a tampon with my daughters. Like, I don't think I could ever get to that level. I think that's the point where, like, maybe a doctor needs to help, because I don't know. I just would feel very weird doing that. Like,
I would
actual
personally
insertion.
hope that my daughter, if she's 10 years old and she chooses that she wants to use a tampon, that she would be comfortable enough with me to sit in their room.
In the room, yes.
Wait,
but-
I'm sorry.
but
Do you
sit in
think
the
that
room-
like gay? I'm sorry. Do you think gay men should not adopt like girls for this reason?
No, not at all. Again, the question originally was, are there really any cons that Danny could think of?
No, that wasn't the question.
Back at that question. And
There's-
this was one thing I mentioned.
It's not even a con, Ashley. It's just there are other ways to go about it.
Yes, but I think it's not the top option was all I was saying.
So
Right,
really
but-
quick, I want to clear up something up that the other Annie in the room has made very clear. So there is a difference in white people versus people of color with menstruation. Those of us who are POC or indigenous tend to start earlier. So that's probably why my grandma, for white women, the average age in the 1960s was 11 and a half to 12. But for girls that are indigenous or POC, it's much younger. So that's why it's different for me. So for sure, for someone who is white, absolutely, I could understand 12 and a half.
being the norm, but it's different for those of us with,
And
that are-
even you said like being in the room, right? A dad could be in the room, right? And like me personally, I think I would just have my back turned because I do think that's more of an intimate moment for a girl to have with her body, right? Even as a mom who has daughters, I would want that to be as comfortable for her as possible. But I'm the only parent around. Like I'm going to do as much as I can with being as hands off as possible, if that makes any sense, because that is still their body, and I wouldn't want to do anything that could possibly make them uncomfortable in that moment. But I will give them every resource to teach them how to do this. It's not a hard concept. It's not like it can get lodged or lost or anything. If they insert it wrong and it's uncomfortable, you can take it out and try it again. Like it's inserting a tampon is literally so easy. Even as somebody who never knew how to do it, I just kind of watched the YouTube video, looked at the pictures, and did it.
Also, like as parents, we come across challenges all the time of things that we might not be necessarily like comfortable with, whatever. But like this is our job as parents. You have to find a solution and what works best. So in the case of two dads raising a kiddo, specifically a daughter, they would find something that worked for them and what's best for them. And that's all that matters, as long as it's done correctly. Who gives a shit? If it's their OB helping them, awesome. If it's an auntie, awesome. If it's the dads, awesome. The point is that the child is being educated on how to take care of their body through that menstruation.
And again, my point was never saying that two men or two women should not get married for this reason. All I was saying is when you ask the other guy who's left now, if there were any cons that they could or that he could think of as far as, a girl being raised by two dads or whatever, this was one thing that came to mind. You've repeated the same thing about the OB or an aunt 100 times. I am totally aware that that's an option. I'm not downplaying that. I just think it's more ideal in some circumstances to have a mother and a daughter do that versus a dad where the girl might not be comfortable.
If she's uncomfortable, cool, then they can go to an OB or a doctor.
Okay, this was just about personally my thoughts on what would be more ideal to have a mom and a dad where the mom can step in.
Again, okay, so you are making this a con because it's not ideal to you. Okay, this is not everybody. You can't take your own personal anecdotal thing and throw it onto every other girl.
I can. I can give my opinion.
I would have rather my dad teach me these things because that's the kind of relationship I had with my dad because we were closer, And it's just insane to me that you think that because you have this personal experience that it's a con. It's not a con. It's just a challenge that parents have to navigate. That's it.
To you, it's not a con, but you don't know that about any other kid out there who might be being raised by two men.
Just part of being a parent. Like if you're adopting a girl, this is something you're going to do, and so it's not a con. They made that choice to adopt a daughter. It is just part of being a parent. Not a con.
Okay. All right. You can totally have that opinion. I don't agree with that, but that's fine.
So what is your solution? Okay, never mind.
It's just repeating itself. Steph, thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
Yes. Men are allowed to help daughters with these things. If you're scared that dads are doing these things with their daughters, they probably shouldn't be parents. Okay, I'm done.
That shit was so weird.
Steve, sorry.
I don't
can
get
we
it.
move on to her? She's just arguing for the sake of arguing at this point over nothing. Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. Thank you for the 25. I appreciate you. Cosmo, how old are you?
49.
All right, what's your argument?
I was just looking at your screen. It says, why should LG not be taught in school?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so your position is it should be, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So are you guys high school graduates or no?
Yes.
Do you have like an argument?
5.
In the United States?
Yes. Can you get to your fucking point?
Yeah, just give the argument.
Yeah, so,
like whether we went to high school is not going to be relevant. So what's your argument?
Well, you didn't hear my argument, so how would you know if it's relevant?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what is your argument?
You're off topic already.
Can you give the argument?
I'm giving it to you right now.
Thank you.
You keep interjecting. So if you are a high school graduate in the United States, then you would know that you probably would have had a health class somewhere along the line. If you had a health class somewhere
I did. My
along the
mom
line.
wouldn't let me go to it. I had to skip it because my mom was religious.
All right, so you're one fraction of the percentage of the population that didn't get
Okay, just get the argument. Go ahead.
health, right? Yeah, the point is this: when you go through health class in junior high school, they teach you about that.
No, they don't.
Maybe in bad schools or underfunded schools.
Wait, really quick. Carver, were you taught about LGBTQ sex ed in health class? All right.
Yeah.
Richie, were you taught about LGBTQ sex ed in health class?
I didn't have sex ed class.
That's why I said our education is not going to be relevant to your argument. So, what is the argument that children should not learn LGBTQ? Can you give that argument?
What I'm telling you is that they are taught that.
Okay. I didn't ask whether they are or are not, depending on the state, depending on the locality. This is a normative statement, right? Should they?
So it's not an issue. It's a moot.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Your point
looks
is
like
moot
you
if it's taught.
Wait, so
If
is it
sex
the
education
view?
exists,
So is it your
point is
view?
moot.
So is it your view that it's fine for them to be taught LGBTQ? Yes or no?
Part of sex education is homosexuality.
What happened?
No, it's not.
Part of
It's a
sex
part of
education.
sex education is homosexuality.
Yeah, it depends on where you are. So I'm not asking you about the states of what things are in certain states. I'm asking you, do you think it should be? It's just a very simple question. If you don't have an answer to the question, then I don't know why you're up there.
I'm saying to you that it's not there.
You said it should be there? Wait, you said it should be there?
Part of the curriculum. If you have sex education as part of your
Do you
curriculum,
think I'm
it's in
asking
there.
you? Do you think I'm asking you if it's taught in school? Do you think that's the question that I'm asking you, Cosmo?
No, I think you're confused.
No, that's not the question I'm asking you. I'm
No.
asking you, should it be taught in school, Cosmo? So I'm gonna. I only want one word answer from you. Do you think it should be taught in school? Yes or no? Unmute and answer the question. I'm not spending time on somebody who thinks it should be taught in school. The topic's for people who should not be. All right. There you
Send
go.
you an invite.
All right. We're going to get on to the next one because I'm assuming he thinks it should be taught in school. All right. Brian, how old are you?
35.
All right. Okay. What's your argument?
Sorry, I just heard what you said. I mean, I actually do support it and I wanted to ask the person a question, but I understand if you're.
Thanks, Brian. Have a good day.
Yeah, have a good one.
You're
Take
so
it easy.
real for that, Satan.
So, from my understanding, my high school did
Dog lover,
teach
drink water. Hell yeah.
LGBTQ. It was very minuscule, but they did. But I also, that was 20 years ago, and it was very minimal of.
Bro, I ain't even got to search mine up. I know mine didn't.
Listen, I was raised in, I think the record got broken, but Jersey was the highest rated education system in the country for about 4 years straight. I was raised during that time. I went to high school during that time. We did not fucking learn it.
Yeah, it was like bare minimum, bare bones of like, it wasn't really like, it was more, I'm trying to find the words to describe it without being inappropriate. They didn't really go into like detail on it because there were a couple queer kids in our school, obviously. And it was more so like, here's like some extra information for you. It wasn't actually like a topic within the class like normally.
But you didn't learn it.
Sure didn't. I wasn't allowed.
I was forced to opt out. Yep. My parents would have also opted out. However, I would have attended the class anyway.
So I learned about it.
Thank you, Black.
in
Okay,
the
wait, hold on. Let me
curriculum.
read the rest of your name. That's crazy. Thank you, Black Sparrow.
Nice.
I learned about it because these two girls got in trouble for doing that in the bathroom. And the whole school found out about it. That's how I learned about it.
Oh, that's crazy.
I learned about it because the
Someone needs
choir
to send me
teacher.
666 right now.
Huh?
Oh,
But someone needs to send me 666. Oh, someone fucked it up. Never mind.
wait, one more, and it'll be perfect. Yeah, no, I found out about queer people at I think it was a sophomore when the new choir teacher brought his husband
to some thing at the school.
Why is it really quick? Why is it always the choir or the band teacher?
I don't know. My mom,
because mine was the band teacher.
There's a
My
certain
mom
kind of person that wants to teach you to beat on things. Okay, Matthew, how old are you?
No.
Oh, he's a little kid. Well, don't tell your mommy, okay?
You're not getting anything for Christmas.
Demi!
Hi, everyone.
What up, Demi?
How are you?
Hi, Demi.
Not much. I just heard us all talking about how we learned about it.
Yeah, apparently, right?
I learned about it from somebody I shouldn't have by talking with them on AIM Instant Messenger.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I don't want to continue that conversation.
Yahoo Messenger is better, by the way.
Yeah, Demi, when I was 19, I was just a little young buck and didn't know much about the world. I knew that I had feelings for girls, but like all my life, I had been shamed for it. And when I found out what it was as a teenager and like understood and started putting like the 2 and 2 together of like, oh, that's what this is. That's why I feel like this. And I still was feeling heavy shame.
Yeah.
A gorgeous 32-year-old sister of my boyfriend. Yeah.
All right, so Alex, how old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, what's your argument, Alex?
Something that can't be taught is like something that you can be correct or incorrect about.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Okay.
math.
Yeah,
history.
yeah, sure. What's your argument?
How can you can't teach LGBTQ?
Can you be correct or incorrect on whether LGBTQ were persecuted in history?
Yes, you can.
What solves that problem? Can you be
Well, that's
correct
not-
about whether
that's
LGBTQ exists or not?
teaching LGBT. Yes, you can.
Can you be correct or incorrect about whether there's like certain types of families, mommies and mommies, daddies and daddies? Or could you be wrong about that?
Okay, what I'm trying to say is the phrasing of what's on the
Seems
screen.
like you
is
agree,
very
Alex.
important.
Go ahead, Alex.
I agree that like there is historical significance and relevance to LGBT people. Yes, I agree to
Okay.
that.
So should that be taught? Do you agree with that being taught or no?
Amongst other like historical injustices, sure. Why
Okay.
not?
Sounds good. I mean, I don't know. It looks like we agree here. Like it should be taught in school, as long
Yeah,
as it's age
thanks,
appropriate.
bud.
Okay, I got you. Okay, bye.
All right, take it easy.
No, seriously, how do they all read the background and immediately think it actually says, why should we not teach how to be a gay man or a lesbian? Like, I swear that's how they read the background.
They want to know.
1000%.
I think they want to find out if they can.
Sorry to break it to y'all, but only one group of people are trying to push a certain sexuality on children, and it's not the queer people.
Yep. Who next? If you disagree, we almost got 400 people in here. Everybody keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much for hitting that 25,000. Next like goal is going to be 50,000. More likes, more For You page, more debates. Thank you so much. If you think LGBTQ topics should not be taught in school, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. You can hit that request at the below or request and join up top. Okay? All right, hit that up. Let's go.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hit that request button. A lot of people commenting, but nobody actually requesting. So I'm gonna start sending some invites here to some of these people hiding out in the chat. Okay, let me know.
But no, to what you said, yeah, always thought there was something wrong with me because I really didn't care who I liked. If they were pretty, I liked them. Or handsome.
See, I've always been attracted to like masculinity, whether it be like a masculine woman, a masculine NB, or a masculine man. Like, I just don't give a shit. Like, if you're pretty, you're pretty.
There
Can
you
y'all hear me?
Right?
Yeah, dude, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, what's your argument, dude?
So my question is, so why should we talk in school?
Well,
I'm just curious.
Do you have like? So, are you opposing it? I was asking for your argument.
I mean, yeah, I just think it really confuses people.
Okay. Well, that's why you
Just
teach
from my
it.
personal beliefs.
Sure, that's
Sorry.
why you teach it. I mean, math confuses people, but you still teach it because you want them to learn it. But nonetheless, like the reason why is just like so. First of all, it's been suppressed and censored in our schools and things like that, right? Like you teach African American history, right? We've been teaching that since the
Right.
late '60s, right? We teach the oppression of African American people, their story, and how they were oppressed and how certain movements to alleviate that oppression. And I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't do that for like gay people as well, like in a history class.
Well, my only argument is it the same as math or is it the same as history? Because you can
It's
argue.
the same in the sense that you didn't know it before, now you know it like after being learned, like after being taught it. It's not the same in the sense of its content, though. Of course, like no classes.
Yeah,
by
I guess
definition.
I can see that. I guess I can see that.
Okay,
Well, I appreciate y'all letting me on.
no doubt. You have a good one. Okay.
You too.
Oh, don't worry, I got you.
Like, don't worry about it. I got it.
I was gonna say Satan over here's got that button real quick.
Every time someone new enters, I just hover over it.
I about made a joke, but never mind.
Nothing about it's quick.
So you want to know how you know you're getting old? So I took me and my husband took my niece and nephew to the park, and we were playing tag. And my version of playing tag is staying really far away and walking. I still managed to fall and split my lip. I hate my injuries from the military so bad.
Oh, I definitely hate mine.
I took one step slightly too quickly, and my right leg said, "Nope, I don't exist anymore."
Carbon, you lost like 4 inches from that 50 cal, right?
Yeah, imagine that.
Still means you have at least 9.
Yeah, so now you only got 8 left.
That's a condition at that point. Satan knows where the button is. All right, if you do disagree, if you think LGBTQ should not be taught in school, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you. I see like 3 people tapping. We have 400 people watching. What's going on here? What's my wildest experience in the military? Almost getting my head blown off.
Yeah, 50 cal exploding.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That shit, I still haven't recovered. Okay. All right. Who wants to debate? Dude, I don't want to think about that. That shit triggers the fuck out of me. All right. Let me get my. If you want to debate, go ahead and hop into the guest requests. Thank you so much.
Carbon's Vietnam flashback is just training.
Yeah, it's just training. I didn't even go anywhere. Let's go.
Unfortunately, I kind of know exactly what you're talking about, Carmen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Although I will say, oh, my husband wants you to know that he was randomly going through like Twitter and found your Twitter account.
Yeah.
You just randomly popped up.
Y'all can't
Yeah, I
see
go
my
viral
Twitter
sometimes.
account.
I've seen your Twitter account.
Me?
I don't use Twitter,
Yes, I've seen your Twitter account.
Let's not talk about my Twitter.
Wait, I want to talk about your Twitter.
That's
If
a
you-
different conversation.
Yeah, that's very much a Discord / Snapchat conversation.
Oh, whoa. Now, actually, that leads me up to my most interesting experience in the military was cold weather training, where by the mid of the night, I had two guys and 3 girls all in my sleeping bag.
Damn, that sounds like a fun
Oh, for
time.
warmth. Mindset, how old are you?
It's gonna be warm, all right.
In my 30s.
All right. What's your argument today?
Yeah, so I think the perspective is probably very specific to the United States, correct?
We're all in the United States, at least I think. Void, she's in West Virginia,
Well,
so I mean, I don't really consider that American.
Carbon, fuck you.
What I'm saying is this argument specific to the United States?
Yeah, generally.
Okay, yeah, because basically it becomes a massive problem if we start to globalize the concept, so then we'd only be seeking a subjective perspective based on one country, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're in a country that's oppressive
So, like, for example,
towards
there's
LGBTQ
over
people, then I think over time, after like alleviating that oppression and overcoming that oppression, yeah, they should probably in those countries start teaching it as well.
Gotcha. So then basically the idea should be saying, okay, 50 plus countries that see it as a criminalizing act should basically kind of change their perspective.
Yeah, that would be a good
on
thing
that.
for them
So-
to do. Yeah.
So then USA is right, or the movement within the USA is right, and everyone else is wrong.
Yep. And I got arguments for that. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah. Do you think being gay is wrong or LGBTQ? You think those are wrong?
I mean, I think one thing that's sensitive, I don't want to use the word straight out wrong, but like, when a child in any country is morally, through their values, ideals, beliefs, learning in the house, a specific practice, a specific way of seeing things, and then they go to school and there's contradiction there, I think it kind of becomes a natural battle, right? Whether it be in the US or let's take Malaysia, for example, where it's criminally punished, right? So then there's this contradiction, and then it becomes, well, is it the state? Is it the school? Who's right? Who's wrong? Are mom and dad lying to me? Is the school lying to me? How do we argue the points on that for the
So religion,
for the
I mean,
seeking out objectivity?
yeah, so I mean, there's no good arguments for why it's wrong, unless you can present one. I would like to hear it. The religious argument fails. The reproduction argument fails. Personal autonomy, all of those arguments fail. All of those people will use the exact same arguments, and they'll use those and push them on their kids. But those are just irrational thinking, obviously. So, and then their kids go to school, and maybe they would learn the exact opposite way. That's a good thing, right? If your parents are teaching you that 2 + 2 is 5, and then you go to school and your school teaches you 2 + 2 is 4, obviously the school's doing the right thing. You should like correct that behavior, of course.
Yeah, I think one of the things is like, so I don't know what letter this would break into, but specifically, like, you've probably heard about this movement where people are having kids in school where they're claiming to be like animals. Have we heard about this as well?
No, this is
I heard there was a parent that said that they lied, and then like a politician picked up on it and spread it. I mean, that's just what conservatives do. But go ahead.
Sure. I guess so for me, I don't have such a massive problem against, the homosexuality thing. Obviously, we can't debate every single lens, but like, where's the line in the sand with the identity? That's kind of my main problem with it, right? So we have to be, so for example, right, like we can take very objective things, and for the most part, there are some very objective moral things that pretty much just about every human in the world will agree upon, right? Like, so for example, don't do significant violent harm to an infant child. Like,
Well, a lot of Christians might disagree with you.
Where?
They literally will look at the Bible and say God was justified in causing that harm against children. But I mean,
well, keep in mind, I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about like specific acts. If we look at laws passed throughout different countries, like, I mean, I don't know if there's even a country that would say like, hey, harming a baby is absolutely okay in this circumstance when they're 9 months years old. Like, I don't know that we even have one case of that, right? So for the most part, the majority of countries would say, hey, harming a 9-month-old baby is not cool, correct?
Typically,
Like, if
yeah,
we
but
look
some
at the
people just
actual
disagree
laws,
on what actually harms a child, you know, so.
well, let's just take the extreme. Murdering a 9-month-old baby is a criminal act. I think the majority of countries
by
around the
definition.
world would say no go on that, right?
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's over 50 plus countries that criminalize the LGBT thing in multiple ways, right? So then it kind of becomes, well, do we say once again, is Malaysia wrong on that, right? Or is the Islamic perspective of Malaysia wrong on that? And then how do we go about?
Yeah, because this is disanalogous. One of these is causing harm. Being part of the LGBTQIA doesn't cause harm on anyone.
Well, I guess when it gets into the morals of what they see as traditional values of family, it does create a little bit of complexity, wouldn't you agree?
Like what complexity? What values are being violated?
Well, let's take a very small example. Let's say there's a boy in Malaysia. Mom and dad are religiously through values saying, hey, marriage against, when you get older, marriage amongst a man and a woman is very natural and common. And I hope one day you have a beautiful family with, let's say it's a boy, and you say, I hope you have a beautiful family with your wife. They grow up in that family with that ontology, with that religious value system that's hundreds and hundreds of years old. And then they go to school and teacher Johnny's telling them a whole different story.
So already they contradicted themselves there.
Amending that.
So in what you said,
Again,
already there's like a contradiction, right? Saying that it's natural and then saying that it's been invented by human beings, that's just a contradiction, right? Saying that marriage is
Also,
is natural between a man and a woman.
They literally sidestep the fact that one of these is causing inherent harm on another individual because they brought up unalivement versus being or learning a part of the LGBTQIA, which does not cause the unalivement of another individual. You're literally not making a segue.
Well, you brought the word up natural, right? So,
you did. You brought that up.
Natural for man and woman to, So
it's also natural for man and man
to be able to procreate.
Yeah, two men.
Well, you said marriage.
Just as natural for them not to be able to procreate.
But remember,
it's just as natural for.
Remember what I said here, like. Remember what I said here, like when parents teach their children these things, right? They just commit fallacies and they're unreasonable, right? So saying that it's natural, therefore you ought to do it, is literally one of the most famous logical fallacies in existence. It's called the appeal to nature fallacy, which kind of stemmed from the naturalistic fallacy, which is saying that something is good by virtue of the fact that it's natural, right? But you won't be able to justify that. Those Malaysian parents won't be able to justify that. No parent will be able to justify that argument that it's good because it's natural. It's just unreasonable. It's a non sequitur.
So procreation is not good.
That doesn't follow from what I said. I said it's not good by virtue of the fact that it's natural. So I'm going to give you the argument again, right? I want you to listen, okay? It doesn't follow that something, just because something's natural, it's good, right? But nonetheless, procreation can still be good. That doesn't follow that it's good because it's natural, right? You understand that those are two different things?
Yes, I agree. They're not equal.
Yeah, so
they're not equal.
Yeah, so like you'd have to give the kid some argument for why they ought procreate, and you'd have to give them some argument for why they ought be with, like, marry somebody that they are going to procreate with, and why they shouldn't just like donate sperm or like go to an IVF if they're like lesbian or something like that, right? You'd have to give some argument for that.
And I think those are, I think those are all effects of the natural cause, right? So let's start at the beginning. Can we agree that having a human person naturally values or should have values of dignity and self-worth and compassion and all these things? Can we agree that like a human life is worthy and dignified of those things?
Yeah, if you're a human, you should have those things.
I agree. Perfect. So then basically we can say that the fact that a creation, a human, comes into being, we can say that's dignified, valuable, beautiful, worthy of compassion, so on and so forth. So
That doesn't
on
follow that you
so
ought
the 9 month.
procreate though. So there's a different
No, I'm
thing.
not saying that.
There's a difference between a human being
I'm
existing
not
and being
saying ought to
compassionate.
procreate.
Oh, okay. So if that's not the
Correct.
argument, what's the
And
argument?
I'm just saying that the life itself should be seen as valuable.
Okay.
And that it should be seen as dignified.
Okay. What's the inference?
So I agree with you that procreation doesn't equal goodness in itself, but the existence of the child or the human being has more of a goodness inference than the other way around. Like the infant is not like, oh, evil and unvaluable and not worthy of compassion.
Okay, and how does this relate to gay people?
So in other words, it veers in the direction of goodness and not the other way around.
Okay, how does
So it
this relate
doesn't
to gay
equal
people?
goodness, but how does it relate to it? Well,
Yeah.
we're talking about the act of procreation.
Yeah, so
what
gay people
sparks
procreate,
up
right?
naturally?
Well, we
Naturally
already agreed that
procreate?
naturally doesn't mean good, right? So I don't know why you just brought that up.
I'm not.
Is it the
I'm
case
not,
that
I'm
gay
not,
people
I'm not inferring
procreate?
that. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, don't
It's
they have
just
to
it's a
have
simple
some
yes
sort
or
of
no.
a massive surgery? Well, it's not a simple yes or no.
Yes, it is.
because
Okay,
there's some
gay people. Do
alteration.
you agree that gay people either procreate or not? Do you agree that that statement is
Two
true?
men.
I didn't
Two
ask if
men
gay
in
people
their
procreate with
original.
each other. I asked you if gay people procreate.
Explain what you mean by that.
Okay,
Because
can
maybe
a
we're
can a
saying
gay
something
man
different.
go to a sperm bank and donate sperm? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay, can a lesbian go to an IVF clinic and get IVF, get pregnant via IVF?
Yes, but
Okay.
that's not what
So the
I'm
answer
talking
is
about.
yes. So gay people can
Procreation.
procreate, and gay people do procreate, right? Okay. What you got?
Yeah, but here's the thing, Carbon. You're taking. Remember my original example of a family in Malaysia that's Islamic. So when we're talking about procreation, I think you know what we're talking about.
I don't know
We're
what
taking it out
what
of context.
I don't know what's the argument.
Well,
So
well,
if
well,
okay,
it,
I'm sorry. Like a
is
Muslim family.
how
I'm
does
sorry, a
Islam,
Muslim
how does
family.
Islam see, what are the values, ideals, and beliefs of an Islamic family in Malaysia that procreates? What is the
Yeah. So
definition around that,
yeah. So their
that
false.
idea?
Yeah. So their false belief is that they ought
What,
procreate with somebody of the opposite sex.
why is it equal false? We
We
haven't
just
even gotten
explained
there.
that.
I'm just saying let's define terms within the context
Yeah, we
first,
just
and then we'll
explained
talk
how it's a
about
false
how it's
belief.
irrational.
We said like it is
Right?
a pure
We
naturalistic
did.
fallacy, or they might say that it's because God commanded it, but that's not going to follow that they ought do it, right? That doesn't follow, right? So like you're going to have to give some sort of
So
argument
then,
that
hold
follows, where
hold
each of the premises are
on, you're
true and
making
the
a,
argument's valid. I don't know why you're over talking me. Where each of the premises are true and the argument's valid, that follows with the conclusion, therefore you ought procreate with somebody of the opposite sex in a marriage, right? You're going to have to give some sort of argument like that. Nobody's been able to give that argument, by the way.
I love the fact that every
I
one
get,
of
I
these
get,
individuals literally invalidates my existence because I don't have the ability to procreate.
I haven't even said that. We haven't even gotten there. I think the problem, Carbon, and you know this to be true, is their values, ideals, and beliefs are going to have to be disproved. The
I just did. We
traditional
just did.
concept of a family, the idea. Not really.
Okay. Did you
Let's
want me to give the
start
argument
back.
again?
So
God, please
specific
no.
to an specific to
Yeah,
an
Please no,
it's a
Islamic
non
value,
sequitur to
ideals,
say that
and
by
belief
virtue of the
system.
fact, it's a non sequitur to say that by virtue of the fact that you believe God commanded you to do X, that you ought do X. That doesn't follow. Is that not
As long as
what they
it's
believe?
equal,
Is that
correct?
not what they believe?
No. What they believe
Yeah,
is
is
that
that what they believe?
procreation between. Hold on.
I'm asking you a
taking it
question.
out of context once again. What's the question?
Okay, the question is, do you believe Muslims or Christians, whoever, do you believe that the reason why they hold these beliefs is because they believe God commanded them to do so?
Not commanded.
Oh, he didn't
No,
command.
not
He didn't
commanded.
command these things.
Bear fruit and multiply, but it's not like a you must do, otherwise it's some sort of evil entity. No, it's an act of the free will.
Ought they do those things?
The natural call. I'm sorry?
Ought they do those
It's an act of
things?
the free will, correct.
Do they believe that they ought do those things by virtue of the fact that God commanded it?
Ought is not the right word.
Ought, well, we're talking about a normative
It's not
sense.
ought.
We're
You-
talking
you
about a
have-
normative
you
sense.
have the free will. Yes, a free will to choose. It's not an
Yeah,
ought.
and when you
Ought is
choose,
like a
and when you choose one action over another, do they believe that one action is better than the other? The answer is clearly yes.
So,
like they very clearly
yes,
believe
yes,
that
yeah.
like not unaliving somebody is better than unaliving someone, right?
Yes, absolutely. Procreation is a good thing. It's a
Yeah. So
beautiful
when you
thing.
say good, you mean that
It's
in
a
the
very
normative sense.
Valuable thing. What do you mean the normative?
The normative sense that somebody ought do something. That's what good means. You should
no,
do
no,
good
no.
things.
Don't
You
use
should
the
not
word
do bad
ought.
things. I don't know what good is other than like
good,
an ought.
It's good to do good things.
Okay, so when you
to do
okay,
good
is
things,
it
yes, but
good
it's
to
not
feed?
like an ought.
Okay, you have a baby. Is it good to feed your baby?
Absolutely.
Okay, what does good mean there?
Good
Yeah, what does good mean?
in that context.
Yeah.
Yes. What is good?
Yeah, what does
Virtuous.
good mean when I say it's good to feed your
Virtu-
baby?
Virtuous.
Virtuous, and you ought to be virtuous, right?
Yes, you should.
Okay,
pursue
so you just
virtue.
ought do the good thing. Like it's just like that's a normative sense. That's
But
good means.
that's it. That's it. Yes, it's
I don't.
instilled in the value, and it's yes, it's instilled in the value.
Listen, this
and
is
the
why we
goodness
say that their
of the belief
religion is
system.
false, right? Yeah, because like if you mean good in the norm, first of all, the logical problem of evil pretty much destroys the Abrahamic religions, right? Those are just false. Nonetheless, like yeah, it's just unreasonable.
Not
Like
really,
saying that
not
God
really,
commanded
because
you, saying that God commanded you to do X, it doesn't follow that you ought to do X. That's not where normativity comes from.
Yeah, but you're stripping it of the ontology is the problem.
That was
The
incoherent. You don't even know what
ontology
you
is
just
that
said.
none of us. Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me.
Yeah.
What does ontology mean?
Ontology is the study of being.
Yeah, how does that relate to what I just said, mindset?
Because by the nature that we exist as humans, we are inferred or instilled, or whatever language you like to use, with the ability to pursue that goodness, ideals, values, beliefs. There's a natural order. There's a natural order towards the pursuit of goodness.
Yeah, so that's just an appeal to nature fallacy.
Why?
Nature doesn't do anything.
I mean, Carbon, look, let's look at it like this. You guys, let's break this down in your language. You guys are trying to have people see the right or the wrong perspective. Like with this
We're
sentence,
really-
why should LGBT not be? Are you trying to pursue the right or the wrong perspective with people?
Yeah,
who
so
come up
correcting
with
people's false beliefs about LGBTQ, that's
exactly.
like
You
somehow
want
wrong.
them to see
Yeah,
a
that's a
right
good thing,
perspective,
obviously.
correct? Okay, there you go. So you want them to see a right, good thing.
Yes,
correct?
they ought to see the correct.
Yes, that's fine. We can use that language. So that is deep in the human nature, to pursue the right or the good thing. That's what I'm talking about. Okay?
Yeah, but that's not why we're
That's
doing it
what I
by
mean
virtue
by
of the fact
intelli-
that it's in our nature. Yeah, that's the inference that you're trying to make, but that inference fails because then it would be the appeal to
Well,
nature
you
fallacy.
you
Just
didn't-
describing that it's within somebody's nature to want to do like the right, follow the right perspective. It doesn't follow that that's like what should. It's by virtue of the fact that it's the right thing to do. Whatever meta-ethical system that you're in, that's what you would follow. But it wouldn't be by virtue of the fact that it's somebody's nature. That's the inference that you're failing to make.
Well, that obviously for many years, multiple religions take that on.
Argument from
So
tradition.
then we have to basically. Yeah, that's fine.
too
if it's
easy.
an
I gotta use the
argument of
bathroom.
tradition, but
I don't know. I don't get.
It's not fine if that's an argument of tradition because that's a fallacy.
I genuinely don't get the fucking point of what this is. Like, I think we went away.
The
from
point
topic.
is you guys are trying to objectivize the other perspectives, meaning this is only a
Hold on. The only
conversation that's what.
wait, stop. The only person up here who has used objective in any sense of the imagination has been you.
No, because
You're
you
the
got-
one
have
claiming
you,
that there's an objective.
have you
You're the
guys
one that's claiming
traveled
things
the
are
world?
objective to begin with.
Have you traveled the world? Have you seen
the
the
Yes,
other?
yes, I actually have.
What does that matter?
Okay, what matters is that this is a very, very micro concept that's very popular in the US and other very micro cultures, but on a global scale, this is not really a thing.
There
There's
aren't gay
50
people
plus
globally?
Countries. No. There's 50 plus countries.
There aren't gay
that
people
actually
globally?
criminalize. No. There's 50 plus countries.
I don't give a shit. Like, that's the reason we're having this argument.
Alright,
That's
like,
the
it's
reason we're having this
bad.
conversation. What the fuck? Fuck sakes. My God.
Yeah, just because there's 50 countries that criminalize being part of the LGBTQIA, the United States was one of those countries at one point in time until people got fucking educated. This is why we have these topics.
Right.
So people stop literally litigating against people's existence.
Also, do you think that these countries that have these laws somehow like that the legality equates to morality?
Well, considering they were trying to make a good or bad claim for bearing a child through quote unquote natural means instead of it being an amoral thing, yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
Right.
Is he muted?
And by the way, you haven't answered the fucking question. Like, we've had this entire conversation. You never answered the question on the background. You gave other people's reasonings why it would be wrong. You're not giving yours.
Send him an unmute request. I don't know why he's still...
Learn how to unmute.
I think it's an extremely micro, naive perspective within a very...
God, you're right back onto it. I'm muting you again.
Okay, so
You're
mine
right
said,
back onto it.
so the direct question that's being asked of you is, in the United States, do you think LGBTQ should be taught in school? Go.
No.
Okay, what's the reason?
Why?
The reason is because I am focused on objective things that can actually be ruled out or not ruled out. So I
Like?
think it's the school's job. It's the school's job to speak specifically about things that are 100% true.
Okay,
Things
so
that are
you
not
think
100%.
so you think that LGBTQ history and the fact that they were persecuted throughout the U.S., like U.S. history and world history,
Mhm.
you think that those are objective truths? You think that's just subjective, whether they were actually persecuted?
I don't know what the history of that is.
Okay, so for example, let me give you a specific example that you might learn in a world history
Sure.
class, right? You know, Jewish people put in concentration camps, they were given, stars. So when it came
That's
to,
correct.
when it came to LGBTQ people, specifically gay men and trans women, they were given pink triangles and sent to concentration camps for death.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an objective truth?
That particular example, but you do know the problem with bringing that up versus the other example, right?
So that's a yes, right? So they do have a history that's objective truth?
Yes, but
So
there's a
you
but
would
at it.
support like teaching LGBTQ
No,
in that
there's a
specific
but
case?
at the end of the yes.
He brings up
No,
Malaysia again, I'm gonna lose it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to bring that up. The problem is that
I feel like you were about to.
we're getting into morality in that perspective. That's the problem.
I don't know
Is
what you
morality
mean.
objective or subjective?
Sorry, I couldn't hear. There was two people talking.
Yeah, I don't know what you like. What do you like? Just teaching about an objective fact is about morality, or what do you mean?
No. Like, for example, schools in general should be teaching things that are very black and white.
Yeah,
And
so
I would
like
take
the
that
Holocaust
across the
happened.
board.
That's black and
Yes,
white, right?
yes, the Holocaust is yes.
Okay, so it looks
Yes,
like you
1
agree.
+ 1 is 2. That's
Okay,
very
cool.
black and white. Chemistry is a thing. Physics is a thing. Yes, that's black
Okay,
and
so
white.
you agree.
Did-
Okay,
did-
so
did
we
G-
okay. Wait, just to be clear, so we agree that LGBTQ should be taught that in the context that they were sent in concentration camps of world history. Is that a
But
yes or
there's
is that a no?
massive but. It's a yes with a but.
Okay.
The problem is that the individual is then going to wonder what exactly is LGBTQ, and then once you open up that door, now you're getting into subjective stuff.
No, you're not. So it's objectively true. It's objectively true what a gay person is.
Trans.
It's objectively
Yeah,
true what a trans person is.
Why is it objectively true?
Because that's the state of being. That's the state of it. Like if you like, just in the same way that what it means to be like a gay person is to have an attraction to somebody of the same sex or more. I don't know why you're over talking me. So just like it is an objective fact of what it means to be a gay person is a mental state of affairs, in which you are attracted to somebody of the same sex, right? Same thing for being trans. It's a mental state of affairs, where you have like a identity that's in a disalignment or incongruent with your biological sex, right? Those are objective facts. Now, when it comes to that, those people were persecuted, right? And they were sent in concentration camps. In world history class, you would teach that. And in a U.S. history class, you could teach about how like the KKK and all these different things. These are objective facts. No subjectivity anyway.
So the key thing that I want to pull out there is when you said the biology is not incongruent with the mental perspective. Is that correct? Are we on the same page with that?
Yeah, there's a incongruence between
Yes,
yeah,
I can agree with that.
incongruence. Yeah.
So,
Okay, is that objective fact? Yes or no?
Well, that's fine. We can roll with this, but the
Okay,
5-year-old.
that's all we need to
What
go.
does that mean? No, but what is the 5-year-old going to wonder?
I'm sorry.
We're gonna-
Do we teach the Holocaust to a fucking 5-year-old?
Yeah, that's like a 7th or 8th, 9th
That-
grade class.
It would be a very like age dependent, right?
Yeah, but
So
Like,
I
hey, little
wanna-
Finny, I know
but
you
do you
just played
see-
T-ball. Let me talk to you about the Holocaust real quick.
Right. So like in
I mean,
elementary school.
Carbon and I think we're
Bro,
on
can
a
I
good
say
point
like
there
fucking
tonight.
anything? Anyway, yeah. So like in primary school would typically just talk about family dynamics and things of that nature. And then like the more serious stuff like history, persecution, sex ed would come in like middle school and high school. We're not teaching fucking 6-year-olds about the fucking Holocaust, bro. Be so serious.
But do you see, somebody could argue that that's a good thing for a 6-year-old to learn. That's the problem. Like,
Fuck would say that.
well, I mean, humans are pretty subjective sometimes. Wouldn't you agree?
And I said they're fucking psychotic for wanting to teach children
and
about
that-
the
and that's-
slaughter
and
of
that-
millions of people.
And that's your
Listen,
subjective
I know you're watching.
perspective.
I know you're watching SpongeBob, but I need you to watch this documentary about how they grouped up all these groups of people, put them on a train, and threw them in an oven.
I've been there. Have you been there? I've been there. Have you
What?
been to
Oh my
Poland?
god, dude!
Right.
I'm going
No
to kick
one
him.
gives
been
a
to
So
flying
I just want to. It looks
Listen
like
here.
wait. I just want to cut through all the bullshit. Like it's obvious. Like it looks like you agree that LGBTQ should. You originally said it should not be. Now you're saying it should be, right?
No,
You just
no, I
don't
don't.
like.
No,
Yeah.
what
Oh
I'm-
wait,
what
you
I'm
said
saying-
yes, but
what
right?
I'm-
Did you not say yes, but?
But
I'm sorry. Is that not your
but-
answer? Did you not say yes, but?
Yes, but you
Okay,
don't
so
have
it is the case
explain
that you,
but.
when it comes to like teaching LGBTQ history, at least it looks like you're on board, right? So we can move on from the history topic.
This is the definition, though, is that the biology is not congruent with the mind. There's
Yeah, so it looks like you.
contradiction
I'm sorry. What is it?
between
Yes.
What the mind is saying.
I'm not. I'm not.
I will
I'm
say
not
yes to
asking
the
you.
following. No,
I'm
no.
not asking you anything about like trans people. I'm asking
We
you.
have
if
to
we-
define. We have to. We have to
You
define.
you
the
agreed. You
definition.
said yes.
The mind.
You
and the-
agreed. You already
the
said
mind
yes.
and the body. This is what I'm saying yes to, Carbon, to make it very clear. I'm saying yes to the fact that the mind and the body are not speaking the same frequency. There is a contradiction in the language between what the mind is saying and what the body is saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Body doesn't say things, but regardless, it looks like you agree that
Yes, it
LGBTQ.
does.
I don't
The
know why you're
body
over.
does
I
say
don't know why
stuff.
you're over talking me. The body can't say things because the body doesn't talk. It doesn't have intentions. But nonetheless, like it looks like you agree that we should teach gay people, trans people were sent in concentration camps in world history class. Looks like you agree that we should teach about LGBTQ history and in a U.S. history class. Looks like that's agreed. I don't know why we're like hampering on that point. Did you want to talk about anything else? What about family dynamics? Did you guys already cover that while I was away?
I did.
You
He
did,
didn't
so
really have much to say about it.
okay. I'm just gonna take that as an agreement. I mean, looks like you agree with the background pump. I don't understand what's going
Wait,
on.
I got a question.
I don't
really
because
quick.
because
Oh, now
changing
you
my
disagree. You
definition.
keep switching between
Mindset.
yes or no.
Mindset.
No,
Can
no.
I ask you a question
Carbon,
really
what's my
quick?
definition is the problem. That's
Can I ask you a question really quick? You said you want things taught that are like black and white, like that can be proven or disproven, right?
in schools are
Yeah.
not designed to teach the.
I just need a yes or no.
It depends. Give your example.
Yeah, so you said earlier that you want things taught like in black and white almost, things that can be proven or disproven, correct?
Keep it as objective as possible, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think art or literature or poetry or any of those things should be taught since they're subjective?
Well, playing a string instrument and it having a sound, I mean, that's a form of art. That's, hey, I struck the E.
So what about
yes or no?
That's a
poetry?
form of art.
Is that yes or no?
Poetry. There's poets from the past. Edgar Allan Poe that wrote books and wrote down paragraphs. That's poetry. What's? I don't see any problem. What's the question? I don't understand.
Can you please open your computer and type into Grok your arguments because you suck at this?
I just think we're jumping all over the place.
No, we're keeping it very
Somebody
specific.
wanted yeah.
Sorry, Phoebe.
Somebody wanted a question asked, so I asked it.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like you agree.
So
Did you have any other? Did you want to debate anything else?
I mean, we don't agree because we are not agreeing to the definition. What I'm
Wait, so
agreeing to
you?
the definition
Well, I don't.
is
I'm not
that
concerned.
The biology and the mind.
We're not talking
Yeah.
about trans people. Fuck's
Yeah, like
sakes.
I look at. I'm not concerned that you disagree with like scientists on what being trans. I'm not concerned with that, right? Like that's just like you could disagree on that, like just like you could disagree that the Earth is round and that it's 4.3 billion years old. But I'm not concerned with that, right? Like it's objective fact that the Earth is not 6,000 years old. It's not flat, and that's what we would teach. Like just because mindset says, oh, I think the Earth is flat, and I just disagree with your definition of how the Earth is shaped. Like that's not my concern. Right? It looks like you agree that these things should be taught under that definition. So I appreciate you. Totally. How old are you? You're up top.
20.
All right. What was your argument?
No, I was just arguing what the guy below was saying. That was it.
Mm-hmm. Are you arguing against him, or you?
But I do agree it should be taught in school.
Oh, okay, I see.
Okay, have a good day. Bye.
All right, man. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Can we get like a good debate, please?
Well, if it was a good debate, then they would agree.
More than anything.
Right.
I hate soft-spoken idiots. I hate morons who think they are smart and talk in a way and they use words that are not normally in their vocabulary, and then just keep running with it. And they think that, oh, have you been to Poland? Have you been out?
And also, why do you keep
Like, I
mentioning
don't
Malaysia?
care.
Like, what's this beef with Malaysia?
I think he wants to go to Malaysia. Probably. I don't know. I'm not coming back after hearing him. You're on your own. The real Jesus.
I mean, better yet, can we get one time of talking about this topic where they don't zero in on trans people because they think they have
Oh,
an
they're obsessed.
understanding behind it?
I mean, that's not
Beyond
possible.
obsessed.
They're obsessed with trans people. They cannot let it go.
The media and
Also, yeah.
Donald Trump
Say
told
that
them to
trans
be.
individuals do nothing but make, quote, transness their entire life. Yet the majority of trans people I talk to never bring it up. It's always the other side that brings it up 24/7.
Also, I just want to point out really quick, somebody pointed out the soft-spoken people are very condescending. I'd rather have a motherfucker in here yelling because that shit just pisses me off when they're soft about it. It's like, bro.
Yeah, they were told to be against it. They were told by the
Corbin,
media.
do
They
that
were
again,
told
of
by-
course.
Hey, wait a minute. I need to kick that person because I am a Megatron lover. We can't have an Optimus
What'd you call
Prime
me?
lover in here.
That's crazy.
You call me a Whatatron?
A Whatatron?
Yeah, we're talking about his Megatron.
You know there's gonna be 5 or 4 more Transformers.
Yeah, it's
movies.
almost as big as my
Michael Bay.
curved monitor.
Hey,
Good. Good. Make more.
Michael Bay's gonna make them. I like them, but like the way the Transformers get like the CGI is less mechanical. You know how like Iron Man went from like the first Iron Man, it's like very realistic mechanical to like the nanotech,
Yep.
right? It just feels so much lighter.
Mhm.
The Transformers feel lighter. They're kind of like that. They just feel a lot. They don't feel as heavy as they were in the first one or two movies.
It's because the fucking CGI wasn't as good as it is now.
Yeah,
We can render more.
My cat is getting in a fight with a breakfast bar box.
My money's on the box.
Who's winning?
My money's on the box.
Right now, I think the cat is actually winning.
I give it 3 minutes and
Yeah,
15
my money's
seconds.
on that box. 100%.
Don't feed me after 12. That's a
real.
good reference.
What's y'all's favorite?
Yeah.
What's y'all's favorite trend? TikTok trend right now?
Your new name in chat is Gizmo for that comment.
TikTok.
The carbon edits are my favorite right now.
Amy, be so serious. Anyway.
My favorite is the yeah, and then they have their dog. It's so fucking fun. I know y'all seen that. Y'all haven't
My favorite
seen
are
that.
people like blinging out or like changing up their labubus.
They're what?
Like one person give their labubu a grill, a tattoo, like a BBL.
What the fuck is a labubu?
You know what a labubu is?
I don't know.
No.
I don't either.
Oh my god. Oh. I was enjoying that.
Was that?
Who the fuck kicked him?
Hey, that was actually pretty good piano.
It's so rude.
Was that Adele?
I feel like if you let it kept going, a slur was going to show up any second.
No, those are just nice people who come in and share their art. How dare you?
Yeah, sure.
Carbon, do you play Night Rain?
Never heard of it even.
Elden Ring, Night Rain?
Not there yet. I'm still on PS3.
All right, let's
Carbon,
let
we're
him
gonna
play something while we wait for a
No,
debate.
we don't. No, why? Let them pay.
Yes,
Pay money
put
and
them
they
up
can
now.
Pay money and they can come up.
Carbon, please put Ben, like, please.
No.
Logic, nobody's asking you.
Who gave Logic this much power?
Carbon.
Why?
Big mistake.
Oh, you know why.
Oh,
Was it that 3? Never mind. I'll be quiet. No, that was gonna go south.
Yeah, it was the 4 inches.
I'm
that
gonna go
came-
south, Carbon.
Oh my God, smiling should not hurt this much. So I went to the VA emergency room for that gash I got, and they glued it shut. Now smiling makes it hurt like hell.
You know, Witchy, you can go south and I'll stay up north.
Okay.
So
if
would
you
you
want to
get
debate,
nothing
go
out
ahead
of
and
it?
hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank
Hey,
you so
she chose
much. I
South.
appreciate you.
I'm late
Everybody
to the
else keep
party, so I'll just wait my
tapping away
turn.
at that screen. We're at 60,000 likes. Let's get that up. We're almost there to 75,000. Let's go. 450 people watching. Let's go.
Logic, Witchy gets the milk.
It's crazy work.
I can see it's coming up on 3 a.m. my time. The sassy comments are coming out.
Shut up right now, Logic. Go ahead, Ben.
Slur, I'm dropping.
I've been watching you. Oh, that's not the song.
Is that it?
Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
Good job.
Let's fucking go. W Ben in the chat. Appreciate you, Ben.
W Ben.
Apparently, Marissa has been fighting for their life in the comments and very much thinks that LGBTQIA should not be taught in schools.
Okay,
Come on
yeah,
up,
come on.
Marissa.
Probably not. They've been yapping this much in the comments without sending a request, so.
Can't find them. Oh, there they are.
Here, I'll help.
Oh, they don't have live
You can't
access.
request that. Nope, I'll help. Now, if you're a private account, you have to fucking report it.
If you have a young child in bed, maybe be focused on that instead. Bye, Ben. Thanks for that. That was lovely.
And thank you for not giving Logic the opportunity to say I told you so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny you say that, Witchy, whenever my 2-year-old is sleeping right next to me.
And both my children are asleep too.
Marissa doesn't have live access, so I can't invite her. All right, if you opposition, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Come on.
Background,
I'll give it a few minutes on this background.
I found some pudding in my cabinet, in my pantry.
Unopened?
But it's expired, and I'm really sad about it.
Witchy,
Mm,
you got some pudding.
want some pudding?
Anytime I hear the word pudding, I think of that one scene from Supernatural.
Oh.
Pudding!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My brain just went sideways 6-way to Sunday. And I was like, so the new Jurassic Park's coming out. And I wish Witchy
I'm
lived
so
near
excited.
me. We could go on a date.
I want to go with somebody.
Jurassic Park, Fantastic Four, and Superman are coming out next month. That's crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Bro. No.
I feel like a
Jurassic
kid
Park
again.
Rebirth, Wicked for Good, and fucking Avatar 3. What are you
Oh, that's
talking
coming out in
about?
December. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, you know what? Void, we can call it a date. Let's go.
Bet, please.
Okay, though.
Also,
Okay,
wait, really quick. Logic, I swear to fucking God, if you say anything about fucking hair penises, I will pay Witchy to kick you.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You reminded him of it.
You done fucked up now.
Okay. Get kicked off the panel, then I won't have to hear it.
I also want to watch that movie. I think it comes out. Yeah, it's
That's
August.
fine.
The one where the whole 17 kids in the classroom go missing, and Josh
That
Brolin's
looks
in
terrifying.
it. It looks, yeah. I have no idea what's going on, which makes me want to watch it.
That's
And then a side movie nobody's
Weapons.
talking about that I really can't wait for is Now You See Me 3.
Didn't even watch the second one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Comes out this year.
Oh my God.
Am I the only one excited for Toxic Avenger?
Never heard of it.
What's that?
It's
I'm more excited for next year when we get
okay.
Fuck you.
Listen.
Fuck you too.
Also, Ironheart is actually really good. It exceeded pretty much everybody's expectations. It's a really good show.
Is it? I'm starting it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's good. There's the classic cringe moments, but it's good so far.
If it doesn't have classic cringe, then it would actually be bad.
Jamie, how old are you?
Hello, I'm from the UK, guys.
What's up? How old are
Okay,
you?
you don't need to announce it.
I don't. The whole question of why.
How old are you, Jamie?
I'm 25.
Okay, what's your argument today?
The whole point of why should LGBTQ not be taught in school? Because why do you want to
That's a question.
sexualize
So,
children?
Why are
can
you
you give?
sexualizing them?
So, what's the argument?
I'm not.
So we're not
No,
talking about
I'm
sex.
not the one
So
sex-
Jamie, we're not talking about
Right,
sex.
so
So don't
what
bring
is- what-
Jamie. We are not talking about sex, right? Has nothing to do with sex, right? We're not talking about sex ed classes. So give your argument for why LGBTQ should not be taught in school, and do not mention sex, please. Thank you. Go ahead, unmute, and give the argument.
A little microphone at the bottom of your screen next to the chat button.
Bro, you're 25. It shouldn't be this fucking hard to figure out technology.
Right. So the whole point of why you don't want to do that, of what I said before in schools, is why are we teaching it in schools if we don't want to do that?
That's a question.
LGBTQ?
That is a question. I need you to
What
give an
did you
argument.
say?
No, right. So I'm asking a question, countering the question that you've asked. So why should we not teach?
So just to be clear, you
Why
do not
should
want to
we
answer
teach-
the question on why it should not be taught in school,
No.
right?
I'll answer the question.
Okay, now go ahead. Go ahead. We'll all mute. Now answer. We're not gonna unmute until you answer the question. Go ahead.
The The reason why it shouldn't be taught in school is the same reason that they don't teach saying da in school until a certain age. If you want to be LGBTQ and that's your preference, then be that, right? But nobody's going around the towns and the cities in America or the UK or all over the world parading for straight rights.
Yeah.
No one
So
has a straight
okay,
parade.
cool. Now I'll respond. So let's
Nobody
just
has a
go
straight
through.
parade.
Hello, Jamie. Yeah, there were straight parades. It was like 5 people that showed up. Now, if you want to go to those, go ahead. Now, yeah. So nobody. Yeah, because straight people aren't oppressed by virtue of them being straight. Okay, cool, awesome. Now, when it comes to LGBTQ history, I don't know why you're over talking me. When it comes to LGBTQ history, right? Do you think that we should teach that, like the history of oppression against LGBTQ people?
No. The gay people aren't oppressed in today's life.
What do you think? So first of all, I'll address that.
The reason why they're not oppressed.
Jamie, hi,
Hear me out,
hello.
let me out, let
I'm
me
talking. What do you think the word history means, Jamie? What does history mean?
I'm not
He hasn't
talking
gotten
about,
that
I'm not talking about the past.
I'm talking about
right
a
now.
history class. I said in a
Right,
history
okay.
class,
Listen,
we would
listen,
teach the
mate.
history
Listen,
of
honestly,
LGBTQ.
listen, right?
So listen, I want you to. Okay, so first things first. When you see my lips moving, that's a sign for your lips to not move. Okay, stop talking over me because you're just gonna be muted. Okay, now when we're talking about a history class, right? We're learning about things that happened in the past. So, for example, the Holocaust. Do we agree that that happened in the past, Jamie?
I really need to keep sending you fucking invites. Now I can't. I gotta wait 20 seconds. Hit the fucking microphone button.
It's by the comment bar.
The Holocaust, you can't dispute the Holocaust compared to LGBTQ.
All right, cool. So that
You
we
cannot compare-
agree that the Holocaust happened. I'm
No.
just gonna take that as a yes. So the Holocaust happened in the past, right? Now,
Calvin,
remember
hear me
what I
out,
said
right?
about the lips thing? Remember what I said about that? Yeah. Okay. Now, when we agree that the Holocaust happened in the past, do we agree that LGBTQ people were sent to concentration camps in the Holocaust? Yes or no?
Right. Right, but you're
Or are
trying
you
to
a
find
Holocaust
a
denier?
silver line.
Are you a Holocaust denier?
You're trying to find. Listen to me.
I'm gonna keep asking the question. Do you think I'm like gonna drop it just because you're running from the question?
The Holocaust happened, right? But let me.
So the
let me
Holocaust
explain my
happened.
point, right?
Do you agree
Right,
that
but
LGBTQ people were persecuted in the
to me.
Holocaust?
Listen to me. All types of people were persecuted in the Holocaust. Why has it got to be LGBT?
Okay, so well, it doesn't have to be. It didn't have to be anyone, but you know, there's evil people.
Exactly,
Now,
so
so
you-
we agree. So we
Why
agree.
point it
So
out?
we agree. So we agree that it wouldn't be wrong for a child in a world history class to learn that Jewish people, LGBTQ people, those people, they wouldn't be wrong for them to learn about that. That they were
the problem
persecuted
is,
in
right,
concentration camps.
Hear me out, right? I understand
I'm sorry, but
what
that
his
is a
point
yes
is.
or that is a no question.
No.
So it
it's
wouldn't.
not.
So we.
It's not
So we
at all.
should.
It's not at all that, because-
So we
no,
should
listen.
censor
No, Calvin,
LGBTQ
Calvin.
people from our history.
Let me say my point, right? It's
You're muted.
It's not. It isn't a point where you start going, oh yes, so we shouldn't not learn about LGBTQ because nobody says when the Holocaust is mentioned, oh, gay people were persecuted then, were they?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question. So since you
listen,
didn't
hear
answer
me-
the
hear my
question,
point. Let me
since
finish,
you
let
didn't
me
answer the
finish.
question, nope,
finish.
I don't allow
Jamie,
people
stop fucking talking.
Yeah, I don't allow people to run away from my question. So I need you to sit back, take a deep breath, and listen to the question that I'm about to ask you. Okay? Here's the question, colon. Now, I don't know why you're over talking. I don't know why you're over talking me. Stay muted, and then when I'm done,
explain
then
my
you
point.
can respond with a yes or no. It's a very simple question, okay?
Hold on.
Now,
I'm gonna
Jamie.
Carmen, let me do it in an aggressive tone. Jamie, shut the fuck up. Stop unmuting. When someone asks you a question, you will fucking answer it. Stop going on these long diatribes. No one gives a shit.
Yeah. Now, Jamie, do you agree that it would not be wrong for a child to learn that Jewish people, LGBTQ people, Romani people, they were persecuted and sent to concentration camps? I just need a yes or a no. I just need a yes or no.
No.
So it would not be wrong?
Right?
So
No,
it would not be wrong? or it would be wrong for them to learn that?
Muting me. I'm trying to put my point.
Okay.
I'm trying to put my point across and you keep muting me. How am I going to get my point across?
Let me give you the rules for muting, okay, Jamie? So here's the rules for muting. There's just 2 rules, very basic. Rule number 1, don't overtalk. You've been doing a lot of that lately. Rule number 2, if a question is being asked of you, just answer it very directly. Don't run away from the question. You won't be muted.
I answer the question.
Okay.
No, because nobody ever mentions when the Holocaust is mentioned that gay people were persecuted.
And why do you think that they don't mention that?
No, listen. Let me.
Why don't you think that they mention that? Is it because maybe they don't know it?
No, listen to me. You keep saying to me, but every time I say something, you mute me.
Dude, you're 25 and you're acting like a fucking 13-year-old.
No, I'm not.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
This guy's like,
Did you just respond with "No, I'm not"?
No, I'm not. No, mute me every time. Yeah, because he doesn't. You're using 15 fucking words where one would
I've got
suffice.
a valid lefties are dead. Look at him. He just bro just mutes because he knows that I've got a point. That's all he does, bro. He mutes people.
Marvin, did you have a question?
yeah, I asked him a question and it looked like he answered the question.
Oh, I'm trying to answer the question.
Okay, go ahead and
You
answer
keep muting me.
I need a yes or no. Just answer it.
Well, let me answer it then. You keep muting me, bro. I keep trying to explain my answer, but you keep muting me.
That's not an answer to my question.
But listen. Every time someone says something,
That's not an answer to my question. That's not an answer to my question.
The answer is Holocaust. Nobody mentions gays. Fact. Nobody says, "Oh, the gays are persecuted." Nobody says that.
Because they
So-
want to continue to oppress the gay people. Be so fucking for real.
So listen, Jamie, I agree with you. So first of all, it's not nobody, so that's a false statement. A lot of people do mention that. There's a lot of books that have been written about it. I don't know why you're over talking me. So I still don't know why you're over talking me. You're still like talking while. Listen, bro, when you brush your when you brush your teeth with your toilet brush, do you use the soft bristle or the firm ones?
Hey,
which one? Can you tell
Don't
me?
be ridiculous. British people don't brush their teeth.
Can you tell me which one?
Well, let me speak then and I'll tell you.
Okay, appreciate you.
The irony of this whole situation is, right, that the fact that I say something that you don't agree with and you mute me.
I gave you the two conditions for muting, and you're purposely violating each. You're literally violating both of the rules that I told you don't violate, and you're mad that you're literally doing it to yourself. Yeah, oh my god.
You're doing it right now.
Okay.
Oh my god, Boyd.
What? I say something that he doesn't agree with.
What do you use? What do you use for the toothpaste? Like, is it like a special kind of toothpaste, or do you just use whatever's floating around in the bowl at the time?
You know the whole situation. These are all Americans, right?
Okay, listen.
These are all Americans, right? You're trying to educate an English
You're all
person.
American, right? Yeah, bro, we're all American.
All right. Okay, so listen, Jamie. Let's start from the beginning. Okay. So we agree that.
Are you mad?
Wait, hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Wait, hold on.
So let's just be clear here. Let's start from the beginning, right? So let's say we have a kid, and they open up a textbook, and they're going through the world history textbook. Why are you like you just keep insisting on violating rule number 1? Like, just listen and then respond. Okay. Now, Jamie. So the child is in a world history test. The child is in a world history class, right? And in that class, they open up their textbook and they go to the section on concentration camps, and they see a pie chart, right? And the pie chart is the breakdown, the percentage of people who were persecuted being sent to concentration camps. Now, you're going to expect in that pie chart, a majority of that is going to be Jewish people, right? For them being Jewish. You're going to see some people who are like Romani, and then you're going to see like disabled people, and then you're going to see like LGBTQ people. Would it be wrong, you just need a yes or no, would it be wrong for a child to see that chart?
No. But the point I'm trying to make is, listen, can I explain myself here, right? Yeah. Not the whole irony of this whole situation, right? The irony of this situation that you're trying to like educate me on what happened with the Jews and stuff like that, right? But
Jewish people.
The whole point you're missing is they wasn't persecuting gay homosexuals exclusively. They was exploiting. No, but right, they were persecuting Jewish homosexuals.
No. So you're wrong on that. This is why we should teach it, so you can correct yourself. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. They were persecuting. So there was a law in German code called paragraph, I think 145. Right, and it targeted anyone. It didn't matter if they were Jewish or German. So, for example, hold on, wait. It didn't matter if they were Jewish or not Jewish in German, right? Just a German citizen.
You understand why that was
I don't know why you're over taught. See, this is why you don't even want it to be taught to yourself, much less like a child, of course. Now, Jamie. So Rudolf Brazda. There was a lot of different people, like gay men, and there were trans women. You can hear all their stories.
In Germany.
You can go all. I don't know why you're over talking. Right? Because when I'm done saying this, I'm going to ask you to repeat what I said. So you might as well listen. Okay. So there were people who were not Jewish, but they were gay, and they were like trans and whatnot. And they were persecuted and deported to concentration camps under paragraph 145. So it had nothing to do with that, whether they were Jewish. Like Nazi Germany didn't. Nazi Germany targeted Jewish people primarily, but they also targeted anybody who they seen as undesirables, including gay people, including trans people, including disabled people. Now, do you think paragraph 145 had a condition that they had to be Jewish? Yes or no?
I know that they did that. I'm not saying that they didn't do that, right? But the whole point is, right? Do you know why they were doing that? Do you know why?
Yeah, because they were homophobic and transphobic and degenerate. Yeah.
Right. It wasn't just the Nazis though. It was the whole country at the time.
It was the Nazis.
No, it wasn't.
Paragraph 145 was signed into law by the Nazis.
It was not the whole country because the
Germany
Nazis
was actually pretty
specifically went
progressive.
after. Jamie, I need you to shut the fuck up because now you're spewing the dumbest bullshit in the world. It was not the whole country. Actually, there was a prominent LGBTQIA specifically help for trans individuals in an entire building and research center to help LGBTQIA individuals. And that is one of the first places that got burned to the ground and all the research was destroyed. So it was not the country. It was the fucking schnazis. So don't talk shit out your ass because I'll fucking read you all day.
No, I'm not talking shit out. Listen, right, the whole point of why you won't hear me out, you won't listen to me. The whole point of why Germany was like that because in the 1920s, the whole why do
you keep muting me?
Good, then stop talking. How is he getting farther and farther away from his mic? Jesus Christ.
That was Mr. Panther. He got his arms stretching.
Like he fell into a hole.
Bringing with you on this.
Yeah,
what,
listen.
Do you not understand? You won't hear me out. Listen to me, right? Let me explain my point. Right, the whole reason why Germany, as a country, because you can't say it wasn't as a country. The whole rallies, there was tens of thousands of people at the rallies.
Nazi rallies.
You can't say that wasn't right. But
Nazi rallies.
But listen
but
to me.
Regardless, Jamie, none of this matters. All we care about, I don't care. None of this is relevant. All that matters is that the Nazis did, in fact, deport trans people, gay people to concentration camps. Do we agree that that's true? Do we agree that that's true? Yes or no?
Listen to me.
That didn't sound like an answer to my question, so you're getting muted. Do we agree that it's true that the Nazis deported gay and trans people to concentration camps? Yes or no? Or you're gonna get muted.
Bro.
That didn't sound. Bro is not a yes or a no, so I'm gonna go ahead and it sounds very. Okay, is it a yes or no? Just answer the question.
Hear me out.
Is that a yes or no? Answer the question. I don't care. You're trying to obfuscate. You're trying to run away. Yeah, it is a yes or no. It's either the case that the Nazis deported trans people and gay people to concentration camps, or they did not. Which view do you take, Jamie?
I'm waiting for the answer if you hear me out. Honestly.
Which one? You're gonna keep getting muted until you answer.
Please.
I'm not these other debaters.
Yes,
I
they
will
did
not
do that.
allow you
Yes,
to.
they did.
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying.
fucking right. It's
I've
a
already
yes.
said.
So if
Listen,
it's a yes,
listen.
if it's true,
Carbon.
then we should teach it, right?
I'm not saying that they didn't do that, right? But my whole point is, right? Listen, if you hear my answer out, then you'll understand what I mean, right? If you listen to me and actually stop muting me, then you'll understand why the English education system is better than the American one, and you know that for a fact. Right, so in the early 1920s, listen, in the early 1920s, before Hitler even came to power, there was the Berlin was the capital of the gay culture
Did Hitler know the shape of
in the
Italy?
world. Right, no, listen.
Tyrell, thank you for the $25. It's a boot,
Look.
by the way. Tyrell, thank you so
Boot,
much.
bitch.
I appreciate you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. W. Tyler in the motherfucking chat for the $25. Yes, the shape of Italy is in fact a boot. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Tyler.
Carbon, I want you to know, every time you speak, every single time, I wait until I hear it, and I'm like, gone immediately. I hit the button immediately.
Brandon, how old are you?
34. Amen.
All right, roger that, man. What's your take on the background?
Beautiful kids. Were you guys actually not taught about gays being in the Holocaust with the pink triangles?
Nope.
What?
I wasn't.
What happened?
I mean, I was, and I graduated in 1999.
Where did you
Oh
go to
yeah,
school?
I didn't teach. I didn't learn that until after I graduated.
I went at Holly, Michigan, right outside of Detroit.
And consider yourself lucky. I graduated right around near your time, and I was taught nothing about it till I went to college.
Well, that's unfortunate, but just out of curiosity, what do you want them to say about me? You're saying, why should LGBTQ not be taught in school? I'm telling you, I'm a gay man, 44 years old, working oil and gas, live in Denver, Colorado. Been married for 13 years to my husband. We've adopted 2 kids.
Do you want
And
to
we
tell us your
also-
zodiac sign too? Like what? Just give us the argument.
No,
I'm
I
just
think
curious.
they
I don't
actually.
get-
Wait a minute. Do you think any of us on the panel want it to not be taught in school?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just questioning, what do you want them to teach about me?
Oh, were you listening to the previous conversation?
It was all nonsense. I was listening. It was just him who kept saying, let me answer, let me answer, let me answer, let me answer, let me answer. And then you would say yes or no to this, and then he wouldn't say yes or no.
You would agree that every state in the union has different requirements for education, right? Yeah. So someone who lives in New York probably won't get the same education as someone who lives in Alabama.
It's fine.
Yeah. So we would simply ask that every state in the union be taught history that also is inclusive to people of the LGBTQI plus community.
Yes, a part of the. Is anybody in here besides me gay?
I'm pansexual.
We all are, except for Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon is the only straight one. Shame.
Satan gets the exception.
So
Well, I'm just saying, as a 44-year-old man who's been married to his husband for 13 years, adopted 2 beautiful kids, who shares babysitting rights with a straight couple who live 2 blocks down from us. One time the question came up, I'm not going to say her name, why does my daughter have 2 dads and not a mom? We just told them love is love. Sometimes women love women, men love men, and that's it. And that was cool and that was fine. I'm just telling you that I really do not. I'm very comfortable in the neighborhood I live in. I'm very comfortable at work. Do maybe people call me slurs behind my back? Possibly. Like I call people stupid behind their back? Maybe. But I feel very accepted. I don't think there needs to be like a whole, like my identity isn't who I love or who I have sex with. I like sports. I like golf.
Are you conservative?
I like other things.
Are you conservative?
No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I voted for Governor Polis, gay governor here in Colorado. But
did you vote for Trump?
Where did you get I voted for Trump out of voting for a gay Democrat?
I'm asking.
Just out of curiosity. No.
He
Just out of
asked.
curiosity.
He's
Why
asking.
would
He
they?
didn't assume. He asked. There's a
No,
difference.
no, I didn't. But why
So
would
you voted
you
for
ask
Kamala?
that? Yes.
Right. Because most of the gay men that I meet on this app who say it's not my identity, I don't need my identity taught, are also like conservative men who vote against their own
So you
self-interest. I'm not
stereotype
saying
people.
you are. I'm not
So
saying
you
you are.
stereotype. So you stereotype people then.
That's not what
Yeah, I stereotype.
trying to clarify to make sure you're not one of those people. That's not stereotyping. That's him
Right.
trying to figure out if it was
I'm
who
getting
you are.
annoyed now. All right. Anyway, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Come on.
And we need to teach about you to younger gay men and gay boys so that they know that it's okay to be gay. That's why it needs to be taught.
Also, I want to be very, very clear. I am glad that you had a great upbringing where you didn't run into a lot of issues. That doesn't apply for everyone. I spent years thinking I was a literal disease and a blight on human society because of the way people talked about me.
Jonathan, how old are you?
Hey, Garvin. Sorry, that was actually an accident. I was just
no, you're
liking
good.
and I thought. But can I say something really quickly
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
that man? I believe that he was a white man, and white men will always prioritize white over being gay or any other thing that they have to come through. They will always see it with the fact that they are white men, and no matter what, they will prioritize that over anything else. That's just how I feel. But I do apologize for jumping in your live. I'll keep liking and everything else. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
I was about to disagree and correct the wording, and then I realized YT comes with privilege. So yeah, you're probably right. I was going to say privileged individuals that didn't have hardship are always the ones that make that argument.
Well, yeah, he specifically said all of the things he was privileged in, and the fact that he learned about these things, that he doesn't get judgment or persecution, and that's not the case for all people within the community. There are people who live their entire lives, like you said, feeling like you're a stain on existence. The shame I grew up with caused a lot of issues within my schmexual life because I tried to overcompensate with men because I held these feelings for women, but I was trying to push them down by being with men so intensely, and that hurt me on a deep level that I'm still trying to fix.
One, I'm sorry to hear that somebody else has gone through it, and two, I hear you on that so much.
Oh man, being raised in evangelical Christian purity culture bullshit ruined me. I need therapy, serious therapy on that.
Luckily, I'm medically discharged from the military. I get lots of therapy.
God, the waiting list in state right now in my area with the type of insurance I have is insane. Like, it's years out.
Hey, my Discord's open. I can be your pretend therapist.
Oh man, I need it.
All right, if you are
No,
opposition
but in all
and
seriousness, I'm always here to talk if you need someone, Nanners.
I appreciate it, Demi.
if you think LGBTQ should not be taught in school, go ahead and hop in the guest request. Only if you believe it should not be taught in school. Thank you so much. Trader, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate you. Let's get some debates in here. Let's see who this is. Hayden, you are live. How old are you?
Hi, yeah, I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
I just don't believe we should be teaching it to our impactful youth.
Yeah,
I mean, they are.
What's the argument?
I mean, our youth are future generations, and they have very formable minds. What you teach your children is exactly how they'll be when they grow up.
Well, then I'd be straight.
Yeah, so I don't understand. So if you teach a child about African American history, they're gonna be black when they. I don't understand how this follows.
That's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying if you teach your kids to grow up with good moral values,
Yeah.
they'll have good values when they grow up. They won't be some psychopath when they grow up.
That I
So you're
agree.
saying
So
that-
we should teach children LGBTQ topics, for example, the immoral behavior that we oppressed as a country and other countries have oppressed LGBTQ people within the past, correct? We should teach that because that was wrong.
There's a difference between oppressing and teaching about it. We should not be saying this is our absolute right and this is absolute wrong.
Yeah, like it was
shouldn't
absolutely
be
wrong
forced
for
upon
the like. So for let me give you a specific example. It's absolutely wrong that that Nazis had paragraph 145, which deported gay men and trans women to concentration camps for extermination. That's wrong, right?
Yeah, of course.
Should we teach? Should whenever we learn in world history about the Holocaust, they should learn some of those facts, right?
Well, I mean, of course, because there's the thing about history. If you don't learn your history, you'll be bound to repeat it eventually.
Okay, so it looks like there's a. Okay, so it looks like LGBTQ should be taught in world and U.S. history. Looks like you agree with that.
I'm not saying like completely ban it or anything.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we shouldn't be forcing it on younger kids. Once they hit like 18, 21, they can go do whatever they want.
So I think we learn. We'll learn like world history in like 8th grade, right?
Some states are different, or some.
But it's
places
usually
are
around that time. That's not 18 or 21.
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be wrong to teach like a 5-year-old that his best friend has 2 dads?
Absolutely not. I mean, every family's different in a way, but I feel like we shouldn't.
So
like,
I need to ask. Let's clarify here. When you see the prompt, why should LGBTQ not be taught in schools? What do you think we're saying?
I've seen a lot of people like say LGBT, all of that has been taught in schools, and the way they are teaching it is more propaganda-ish, more than just like,
That's
hey, this is
you
what.
actively falling for right-wing propaganda, my guy.
Yeah, and please, example.
I've seen it in person myself.
Name
No,
it.
you haven't.
Example.
Yes, I
give the reasoning.
I have quite literally seen classrooms
Okay, then
around where I
name
live.
it. Okay, tell us what it is. That's propaganda that's being taught.
What was it? What'd you see?
Oh, he
Are you
ran.
fucking kidding me?
You want to know how I know it didn't happen? Because it would be all over the news.
He said, I saw a rainbow flag. I just couldn't do it. It's just propaganda. I couldn't do it.
What is with this bullshit argument of, well, if they have multiple minds and if we teach them about it, they're automatically going to become this. If that was the case, every single one of us on the panel would be straight.
Yep. And God, there were days I sure wished for. Why did we bring him back
Hold on, wait. Jamie.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up.
W. Oh no, the kids like the rainbows. They're gonna be changed into the queer.
I saw something that had an extended color palette. I couldn't do it. It was propaganda.
It's because they were raised by beige moms. They can't handle the bright colors.
We didn't kick him, Carbon. He ran.
He ran.
All right, we'll get to the next one then. Brian, you are live. How old are you? Can I get your age?
I am 42.
Roger that, man. Yeah, what's your argument today?
My only argument is that biology should just stay the same as it's been taught forever.
What do you mean biology?
So when it comes to like sexual education in schools, it should just stay as.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
always
Like
been.
I don't want us to waste time. We're not talking about like sex ed. Like it would probably be
Well,
included in
when
that,
we're
obviously,
teaching-
but we're talking about like main like history, family dynamics, and things like that.
Oh, can I take this one, Carbon? Please,
Yeah, just real
please.
quick,
They want to talk
Strader Raid,
about
thank you
bio.
so much for the raid on Twitch. Thank you so much, Strader Raid. I appreciate you and the new followers. I hope you guys had a great stream. Appreciate you. Go ahead, take it away.
Sure. So we're going to talk about keeping things the way they've always been taught. So we should still have women be put into the DSM as a psychosis for being on their menstrual cycle, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, how biology has always been taught and how our bodies work and how they.
Oh, so how many chromosomal pairings are there?
I'm not a biology teacher. I'm just saying that.
Right. So if we go by how biology was always taught, we better go back to there's only XX and XY and no other chromosomal variations exist.
The most dangerous sentence we can ever say is, let's just keep doing it the way it's always been done.
Let's not learn and educate ourselves.
Right.
Let's not update science.
Things unalive and stagnation, Brian. Okay. Nothing is involved.
Better yet, Brian, why are you on a smartphone right now? Because, let's go back 20 years. Smartphones weren't a thing. We should have never learned how to make smartphones.
I wish. Yeah. But at least we get to have these conversations because we do have smartphones, so I'll give you that.
But this is the point. We progress as we evolve as a species, right? So the more we learn, the more we educate our children so that they know too. Because if we were stuck in this as it always was, we would still be teaching that women should be getting electroshock therapy for having
But is it up to our school systems to teach that, or can we
it's literally their job. This is what they're doing.
I think a lot of that is up to the at-home system.
Are the parents going to school to educate themselves on how to educate their children? If so, then go be teachers. But we literally have teachers for a reason, because parents typically go to work, and they do things, and they send their children to school to be educated by educators who were educated to become educators. That's the whole point of having school, right? Why would we allow parents to do these things that we literally set up an entire system for?
Right, so you said you don't know anything about biology. How the fuck are you going to teach your children biology? How are you going to teach how many chromosomal pairings there are?
Well, I mean, we can all agree that there are a specific it's hard. I understand your guys' argument.
There's a specific what? Oh, please walk yourself into a corner.
Well, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to have a conversation. But
it's a debate, by the way.
My argument. What's that?
It's literally a debate. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not coming here to argue with anybody. My idea, my point of view is, when I raise my children, is that there are certain things that need to be understood in the home when it comes to sexuality.
Are you educated on these things? Do you know the ins and outs scientifically, biologically? Did you go to school to learn these things to be an educator? Do you know how chlamydia affects the body when it's not dealt with? Do you know what it's, how the process of a menses happens? Like, do you know these things?
I did not go to medical school.
Cool.
No, I didn't.
So you shouldn't be teaching these things because you are not educated in teaching these things. Do you know who is a health teacher in high school?
Well, my children's doctor can teach them these things. I mean, I allow them to.
But that's not the doctor's job. The doctor's job is to diagnose and take care of their health. The health teacher is to teach them about basic health things. Doctors are not teachers.
Annie, can I get 2 seconds? I need to ask this. You came in here and you said we should be teaching biology the way we always have.
Yes.
What are we teaching that's new?
Well, I mean, sexual education when I grew up was always about just the basic functions of the human body.
It still is.
What?
But it shouldn't go past. I don't think that it should go past that in the school system.
Like
what? Good. Hold on. Give me one, and then it's all yours, Logic. So you learn basic biology. You learn the basic fundamentals in your sex ed class. Can you tell me how many holes a typical female has below the waist?
Well, between what are you talking? I mean, what does that have to do with with your conversation? Okay,
that's all we needed to know. All yours, Logic.
No, I want to press that, Brian.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Press it.
How many holes are there? If you know these things so well.
3.
You know that because of chat. Guys, come on.
I'm not on chat. I'm literally
Oh,
holding my
I'm
phone
not in
with one
chat.
hand.
Okay, logic.
I'm holding my phone with one
Notice
hand.
you couldn't answer it when I said it, but by the time Nanners asked you again, it was in
Well,
chat twice.
it took me a second to answer the question, but yeah, there's 3. Yeah,
It's the point. What is new that you think they're teaching?
Well, what do you mean?
You said we should do things we've always done. That was your argument. Or that was
Yeah,
your
I just think that the basic biology of like the human anatomy and how the body works, that's what I think should be taught in school.
What do you think are we recommending for that?
I think it gets more into the sexuality of male and females and what their hormones or whatever they're acting. That's not, I think, a place for the education system.
You're trying to say trans people, aren't you, Brian?
Brian, again, are you educated on teaching these things?
Hold on, wait, Annie. I need him to answer that.
Say
trying
that-
to say trans
answer
people,
the question
aren't you,
again?
Brian? You're
I
trying to
don't.
say trans people.
I have nothing against trans people.
But
There's no but.
Mm-hmm.
I got
should
it.
Should they learn about them and should they learn about trans people at school?
I mean, I've been around trans people my whole life.
Tokenized trans people.
And that wasn't the question.
What's the question?
Do you think children in schools, should learn that trans people exist?
Exist? Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Doesn't look like you disagree.
I don't
with
mind. I
LGBTQ
don't mind
being taught in
that.
schools.
I don't mind our children knowing that these different variants of sexuality exist. I'm just saying they shouldn't be taught that about it. Like it shouldn't be a subject in school. Like
No, it's
knowing that it exists. I mean, my
trans
kids know it
studies
exists.
right after world history. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Brian, it's not going to be a specific
Transcosity,
class.
yeah.
It's integrated. It would be integrated into the classes already. So, like, family dynamics would be a part of kindergarten and first and second grade when we start talking about, it's an icebreaker in class. When a kindergartner goes into school, a lot of the times it's their first time in a school setting. And so it's a way to break the ice with teacher and the other students
Please
so
don't
they
teach
can
my
get to know
child
each other and
using
have a
your
basic level of a
English
bond so that the children have a safer environment and feel safe and comfort
All right,
in
so
the
I'm gonna-
classroom. I am still speaking. It helps align this, and we have studies on this, that it does help children in the long run to be able to have that icebreaker by knowing that my teacher's married and has a dog and this and that. And like, I also have a dog and my favorite color is purple too. It's little things like that help bring a safe environment within the classroom. But it wouldn't be just like a whole topic, like a whole subject. It would be like a day or two when they talk about these things. And then same with things with history. It would be integrated into history classes. It's the same with the sexual side of things. It would be integrated into the already health class. And it's proven to be helpful in a lot of aspects because it's helped queer kids avoid abusive relationships, SA and GRAPE, lower STD and STI rates within the queer community, safety within relationships, so on and so forth. There's a lot of help there. And not to mention having that representation within all of this helps lower the risks of self-unalivement amongst the queer community.
Carbon's live. Come for the debate. Stay for the health class.
Can I say one more thing? And I didn't want to bring this up because it's like saying I have a black friend when it comes
And
to
don't
the
tokenize the
races.
person, please.
Yeah.
Just don't tokenize it. Just don't do it then.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna say this from so you guys can understand me a little bit better. My dad is gay. I was raised in a gay household. I had my dad and his partner who got me through high school. I had to hide it a lot in the 2000s. And then moving forward, I have a lot of friends in that community, and I totally understand where people come from. And it definitely is something that has impacted me growing up, but I still do not believe that I want my daughters to be taught by somebody I don't know personally what their sexuality should be. If my daughters decide
Nobody's saying what it should
be.
that's where they go.
Brian, they're not teaching these children what their sexuality should be.
I understand that, but
That's not happening ever.
But what I'm saying is, I will discuss that with them, which I already have. I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, and I will discuss that with them as time goes forward.
It's just weird that like you knew you couldn't tell people about like the fact that your father had a partner who was of the same sex, and that's because those children were. Well, that's because those children were indoctrinated. But you know what have undone that indoctrination? They got that from their parents, right? But maybe like a class, or maybe like not a class specifically for it, but maybe like representation in class that would have helped and help shape how they view the world and how they view that kind of dynamic. Maybe that would
My
have helped.
father, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, in the 60s.
Navigating that
maybe.
world.
I mean, we're as a community, all of us, we're having more of these conversations, and that's what I think is helping shape our community, and it's happening more in the household, so we're allowed to talk about it more. It doesn't need to happen in the schools with a teacher that I don't know.
Who's like educated and went to school for this, and it's literally their job. God, no, can't have educators educating.
Well, I work in the school district, and so
Not at all. You're like Peter.
And
Brian,
that
listen.
doesn't have anything to do.
We're gonna move on to the next one because I don't think we're getting anywhere with you. But I appreciate you for coming up, John. Can I get your age, please?
23.
All right, and then hold on real quick. Sleep Star, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sleep Star says basic biology is just that, basic. Some of us studied past middle school science. We teach different levels of understanding according to the grade. Yep. Yeah. What's your argument, John?
I'm wondering who would teach.
You're like really muffled.
Okay.
Are you on headphones?
No.
Do you have a phone case on?
Yeah.
It's really hard. Nobody can. I barely hear what you're saying, man.
Is that better? Or is that a little better or no?
No.
No.
Yeah, we'll wait. I said, are you wearing a pillow?
This phone case is a fucking pillow.
Oh, I don't think I remember this guy. Because I remember that profile picture.
Yeah, it looks familiar for sure.
He said, man came from the KKK rally, still wearing the hood.
Hold on, I gotta do something. Jamie.
Hello.
Shut the fuck up.
I knew it.
Sometimes I forget how petty you are.
Very much am.
And we love him for it.
My AirPods are dead, so I don't know if they're...
Cash App and bio.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'll charge them to come back up, though. I think they'll come in.
Alright.
Get the fuck up.
Yeah, ops only, please.
Wow, Bert.
All right, if you think LGBTQ
Question.
topics should not be brought in school, taught in school, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Opposition only. Thank you so much for the 69,000. I love that number. Thank you so much. Let's get on up to 75K. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing all that good stuff. Again, if you are opposition, go ahead and hop on the guest request.
I agree, Christian. I totally like. Let teachers do their job. Stop limiting them. Stop withholding that. Like, we've set up this system, and to have these people essentially be secondary parents to our children, we should have a little bit of trust. And if you don't trust the teacher, go in and have meetings with your children's teachers. It literally, I understand that might not always be like 100% accessible to some parents, but this is like, if you don't get involved in your children's education and know who is around your children, what are you doing? Like, be so for real.
Or Don't have kids and get a dog.
Yeah, no, for real. If you cannot handle being a parent, don't be a parent, because this is a part of being a parent. I'm so tired of this. Well, what if my kids ask questions? Oh my God, that's literally your job as a parent to answer said question.
If they're not sleeping or eating, that's what they're doing. It's just asking questions. It's like the nature of what it is to be a child is just ask questions about shit.
I am at like 200 billion trillion zillion questions deep, and I've only got a 10-year-old. Like, the amount of questions they ask, it's annoying. I get it. I want to like literally crawl in a hole and cry, because a lot of the questions, and I get this might be an ego thing for these parents, it's because they don't know how to answer them. I get that. That's hard. When you have a kid coming to you and asking you questions and you don't know the answer to them, that's humbling as fuck. Because
Why?
you're the adult and they're the child. You should know the answer. But guess what? There's Google for this. There are so many times my kid asks me things and I'm like, I don't know, bud. Let's ask Google. Let's find out together, because I don't know either. And I'd like to know so that you can know too.
Why?
It's that simple. Shut the fuck up. I will literally.
See how annoying that is?
It is, but you're not my child, so I don't have to be nice to you.
I know, right?
Anyways.
Why?
If your kids have questions, take them to the doctor immediately. This could be a serious health issue. No, I'm weak. Not them dropping each other.
I do want to know what doctor you can go to and like sit there and ask 8 million questions, because they kick you out of the office.
Dr. Phil.
Hell no.
Why did you kick Void?
Because Floyd was coming down with me. Someone else.
I'm not bringing back anybody up. If y'all keep y'all gonna have to bring it up.
Okay, I'm done. I promise.
I only did it in retaliation.
Y'all, don't you dare start asking me why. Cut it out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, like, it's the best thing ever when you're having a Christian debate and they give an answer and you just keep asking why over and over again, because they will legit keep answering.
I have my niece and nephew give me the why response. I don't need the chat doing it. Cut it out. It'll be the middle of winter. Can we go play water guns outside? No. Why?
Because I fucking said so, okay, bro?
Well, that's not a reason.
Did Void get asleep?
I think Void's actually asleep, yeah.
Oh my god, what have you all started?
Her chromosomes.
Yeah, and
oh,
that's
my
gonna be
pronouns
like-
are asking why.
Oh, looks like Dakin Drake is real scared.
Invite.
My pronouns are why now.
Why not?
I wish my pronouns were.
Hey, that's not funny.
No.
See you later.
Hello, new guest. How old are you?
Hello.
What's up? How old are you?
Yo, I am 19.
All right, bro. Do you have an argument?
Yes. So you guys want to know why LGBTQ should not be taught in schools?
Yeah, I want to know, bro. Yeah.
All right. A lot of reasons.
Let's go. Let's go
Let's
with number
start with-
one.
Number one. To start off,
Use
if
your real
any
voice,
religious
please.
people, if any religious people join this school, what are they going to think?
That
Well,
there's
it's
other
probably,
cultures and others
to be
being
honest, I think they probably think the same thing as a religious person who goes into a geography class and learns that the Earth is not 6,000 years old, like they learned from their parents.
I disagree. I think that
Why do I feel like I'm stuck in like a 1995 surfer movie? Oh my god, the two of you.
The surfer bank robbers.
stop.
Okay, go ahead. What's your rebuttal?
All right, I'm trying to think of my next point.
All right, so you're conceding on the first one. Cool.
Do I sound like I'm
Yeah,
gonna sneeze?
That L.
Go ahead.
Because Because I don't like them. That's why.
Wild work. Okay, homophobe.
Listen, I get it. You hate things that you're really close to. I understand.
Oh, is the call coming in from inside the house there,
Coming
server
from
boy?
inside the closet. Let's be 100%
I was going to
honest.
say, just because you hate what was on you last night.
John, audio test.
Carbon.
Yeah, no.
Wait, I can't hear you. Say it again.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. All right, what's your argument?
My question. I just had a question, and then I'll follow it up with some other things. But who is going to teach it? Is my biggest question.
I'd
Is it
imagine
going to be a
teachers.
specific teacher there? Is it going to be one specific teacher? They're
No,
gonna hire to
So it
teach
would be
so many classes, or
so it depends on the class, right? So it'd be like in the LGBTQ history class, like in the LGBTQ history section of the history class, it'll just be the history teacher.
okay. So what are you teaching? Like the basic biology of, or not basic biology, but are you teaching
In a history class?
the history of historic members of LGBTQ, or is
Yeah.
it different processes of what goes on while you
historic members
figure out what? Okay.
The historic people who were part of that, and then also the history of oppression. That's a pretty big one.
Okay, so what is the end goal of the class then, just so that more people are aware of what
More people are
LGBTQ
aware of
members
the
have been a
history.
part of, history of the.
It's been censored throughout history, and it's very that context leads a lot of people to dehumanize. Leads people away from dehumanizing people, learning, like how their actions align with, for example, the actions of the KKK or the actions of the Nazis, right? So.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I'm kind of understanding. So, is it kind of just showing that the class is proving like, oh, you can be a part of this LGBTQ community and do great things like these people these people
Yeah,
that
like compared
have
to
been in
like
that history?
African American history, right? Like when we learn African American history, we learn about slavery, Jim Crow primarily, right? We also learn about the good, people who fought the good fight, right? Like we talk about like Martin Luther King, we talk about like Civil Rights Act, right? We talk about like Civil Rights Act, we talk about like 14th Amendment, things like that. It helps shape, like how certain amendments, where those amendments came from. You can like incorporate those in the classes, and you can put all this into one package and teach it.
Okay. Well, it's okay. You're giving me I agree with you completely on like the history of it. Witchy was kind of explaining it a different way, where we were going to be talking to kindergartners and first and second graders on what LGBTQ is, and that is what I don't agree with. I think that's something that
not at all what I said.
with the previous person, that's what you said, like implemented in kindergarten classes or first and
Family
second
That's
grade
not what I said
classes.
in the slightest.
Uh,
I literally said family dynamics, that Jimmy has two moms and Billy Bob
Okay.
has two dads.
What-
Just simply that there's different families and they all look differently.
Okay, so I feel like for like a kindergartner who's learning about squares and colors, to bring in a family dynamic
Kindergartners have
is,
always learned about family dynamics. This isn't new.
so what is included in the family dynamics
So they would take
lesson?
home a paper and they would sit down with their parents and they would do their family tree. And then they bring it back and they show the class, and it's an icebreaker for the child to make connections with the other students. So like, hey, I'm being raised by my grandpa too. Or, hey, my uncle's disabled and in a wheelchair. This or that and that. It's a connection that they can make. And like, oh my gosh, my teacher's favorite color is purple. Mine too. It's an icebreaker for children to build bonds with the other students in the classroom, with the teacher, which helps navigate and build a healthier, safer environment within the classroom. Because a lot of the times, kindergartners, it's their first time ever in a classroom setting, and it's that icebreaker so that they can feel safe and comfortable, which helps foster a better learning environment. When children feel safe, they will learn better.
Okay, so right now, say that there's a class tomorrow, like a kindergartner class, and they have a family dynamics, which I bet you, like you said, a lot of them have it, and a little kid brings up theirs and they've got two moms, and the teacher says, Jimmy has two mothers, and then everyone, they understand it, cool, he has two mothers that love each other. What else, other than that fact, do they also need to know at kindergarten level or first or second grade level?
That
other
would
than
literally be it. That
Okay,
would literally
so they're doing that already, so what else?
that's literally it. That's all they would
Yeah.
teach is that
Yeah.
They have two parents who love them. The thing is prior to the last, I'd say 10 years, they wouldn't allow the children who had two mommies to express that. They wouldn't be allowed to share theirs. They would be told, no, it's not okay. And it was only the children with hetero parents that were allowed to share. And now it's the children who also have queer parents are also allowed to share.
Yeah, so I mean that's absolutely great. Like for every student, every child in a class to be able to show their family tree or have their two moms, two dads, whatever it is. So I don't disagree with you that like at all with that. That's absolutely
That's family
proper.
dynamics, what's being taught in kindergarten. And they do another like round. I mean, typically this is done the first or second day of school up until like 5th grade. I think it just because it builds that bonds and whatnot. Night Satan, it builds that bond and that icebreaker of like who you are, so you can connect with the other kids in the class because you don't always get the same kids in the same class each year, right? So if there's new students, maybe they just transferred in, maybe they're from the other 3rd grade class that are now in your 4th grade class. It creates that bond.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I completely agree. I think that it's as simple as the teacher saying, Jimmy has two moms or two dads, and they love each other. Awesome. That's as long as the students in that class know that the same sex at that young age that they are can love each other and have a family. Awesome, sweet. It's when we're getting to, I'm assuming there's also, I'm guessing that you guys want like a class do you want a class like explaining, the process of somebody transitioning into, like doing something like that, in school,
Puberty
or is it
blocker
just simply the
class. Hell
history?
yeah.
So no, they would not go into the depth of how to transition. It would be more or less, hey, there's an open door policy with if you need information, if you maybe not in a safe environment, you can come talk to the counselor if you're feeling this type of way because you might not be safe. And it can open up the door for references and resources so that the child can be safe.
Okay,
But
yes.
it's not teaching children how to become trans.
I think I was more so the question was
Wait,
like
there's a
just
class for that? Why didn't I get it?
Right?
Just-
No, they're not going into the depth.
I actually got a tardy
Yeah,
slip for being late to my bottom surgery class. Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, you're good.
Arvin, you don't
I
need
think,
to be any bigger than you already are.
Oh.
I think like my question wasn't like is there gonna like that specific, but just like sex ed, like is it gonna be a class where there's a teacher that's learns everything about the whole LGBTQ plus and what's it's about and everything in detail with it. Is it basically explaining what it's what it is to be trans or what it is to be bi or what it is, or is
So
that
it would be like a rough, like being bi means you like both girls and boys. Being gay is when you like men, and so on and so forth. But it's not going to go into like the intricacy details of it all. It's going to be very surface face value information because we're not here to teach children how to be something. It's how to teach them how to be safe, to be educated, especially when we go into this.
The closest you would get for something like a quote-unquote teaching on being, say, bisexual is when you get to SMEX Ed, they will, some schools, and I wish more did it, will be like, okay, if you think that you do this, you can go towards the other class. But a bi individual might take both classes because they sleep with both SMEXs.
Right, so that they can get, the best of both worlds of having all of the education. And when it comes to the Schmex Ed classes, they're teaching the like bare minimum just so that they can be safe within schmexual relationships, physical, romantic, all of these things. It's just the most basic information so that they can be safe and smart.
Okay, yeah, I agree with the history, the being taught the history. I agree with teaching like the family tree and all that at younger grades. The only thing I have a concern with is I don't think parents are going to be too thrilled to when the kids come to an age where they're learning like, hey, I don't feel comfortable in my body, and I would be more comfortable if I was the other sex, and they go to their teacher that just taught them what being transgender is, and they talk to their teacher about it, and then they get an email from their teacher like, hey, your child approached me about what she felt like with this, and we've been talking for a couple days now, and I just want to give you a
If the
heads
teacher
up.
is continuing that
It's
conversation, they're not doing their job properly. That's for them to send off to the guidance counselors within the school.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's something that a parent who loves their child to death, it's their child, would be willing to do research on and learn about so that they can have a sit-down conversation with their own child about it?
I think that's going to be an individualized by individualized basis. Yes, I do think the parents should know about it, but there are going to be circumstances where the child does not feel safe and they express to their counselor or whoever the professional is that they're talking to that I'm not ready for my parents to know. I don't feel safe about this. You're the first person that I've ever talked to about this. Like, there are circumstances, there are still families, like, take trans out of the conversation, like it
Hey,
always
thank you
goes
for
to
the 100
trans, but there
bits.
are still individuals that are
I'll read
just
this
gay,
out
lesbian,
in a
and
bit.
bi that are scared to death that their parents will ever find out about it.
Yeah. My
So
God.
it's going to be a case by case basis. I would love it if every single parent is like, oh, well, this is how you're feeling. Okay, let's talk about it. That would be great, but that's not the case.
Okay, so having a counselor there that's informed about LGBTQ plus and knowing details on how to console with
Having a
students that
counselor
aren't.
that's educated in counseling, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that they do that now in high school and in junior highs or
Not
whatever
in
it is?
all of them.
Not in
Not
all
all
of
of
them.
them. That's
Okay.
what we're looking for, is that it's happening, countrywide. We want it more than just the progressive states. Like, in my state, these things are already implemented, and it's great. Like, we can actually look at the states that have these kinds of things in a more progressive schmeck-shed education. We can see a lot of things happening. We can see lower teen pregnancies, lower STI and STD rates amongst teens. We can see safer relationships, and so many other things.
We're seeing lower bullying rates.
Yep, lower bullying rates, lower schmooshide rates. All of these things are happening with this type of education, because when you take the stigma and like all that grossness off of it and out of that Pandora's box, this idea that children are gonna learn about the queer community and they're immediately
Sweetwater
gonna be
sticker.
gay.
You
Like,
from Tucson?
I'm sorry, what's the
No,
worst
I
thing? If
ordered
a
a new mic
child
and it
is
came with it, so.
exposed and like, oh, trans people exist. Huh, maybe I'm trans. Let's go down that path and see if maybe this is who I am. What is the issue with a teenager doing that? That is the whole point of being a teenager and a child, is to discover who you're going to be.
Let's be very clear. That's not including medications or anything. That's literally a social aspect to it.
Right. But like, what would be wrong with a child exploring a possibility of who they might be? How would it end up being wrong? Like, truly, what is wrong with that?
John, can I ask you a very specific question?
Yeah.
You can answer Nanners first, but I want to ask you a very specific question.
So what
go
would
for
be
it.
wrong with a child exploring and being wrong?
I think we see pretty eye to eye in this conversation. The only thing that I think that we could both agree on is that if there's a parent that's willing to learn about these things individually and help teach their child or talk with their child about it, it's preferred that information is received by that parent in those private conversations with those parents and family members than with the teacher. I think that's something that me and you can both agree with.
Yeah, I'll give two things to that. Typically what I see, and some of this is anecdotal from my own life, but others of it is from individuals that I've met throughout my life, is the reason they're talking to the not the psychologist, the
Counselor.
thank you, the counselor in the school, or they went to the teacher first or whatever, is because they're afraid to go to their parents.
Yeah.
And that may just be a simple thing of their parents were watching the news and they made a snide remark about, oh, gay people are on the TV again. Just something like that can cause a child to have complete hesitation about expressing who they are to their parent.
Right, which is why I said, like, what would be so wrong with the child exploring and end up being wrong? I would rather my child go through a quote-unquote phase of thinking they are trans and then come out the end of it thinking, nah, not for me, that's not what I am. Because then my child would know that they are loved and supported at home and that they know they can come to their parents with things like that, right? Like, I would rather my child go through that and be wrong and still be here, because the opposite of that, of me like making it an unsafe environment where my child can't feel safe enough to explore who they are, because our goal as parents is the moment that they walk out our door into the real world is to be so fully prepared that they know what the hell they're doing, and I could literally unalive and I know that they would be self-sufficient, right? That's our job as parents, is to send them out into the world fully successful and fully prepared to handle life. A part of that is children making mistakes, children discovering who they are while they are children. That is the whole point, is to go through those phases of understanding who they are. And that's going to take a couple times of like, oh, maybe that's not me. I don't actually like baseball. Maybe I'm going to go to college for this. Maybe I'm not. Maybe this, maybe that. That is how you become who you're going to become. And if you hinder that, you are going to have a 35-year-old man who's married with children getting divorced because he's actually gay.
So I do want to address something a few people said in the comments. Not that being trans is a phase, not that people aren't born with a predisposition towards being trans. That's not what Nanners is saying. What Nanners is saying is individuals do have to come to the self-actualization and understanding of who they are. Now, because they learn about trans individuals, an individual could be a tomboy, but they believe that they are trans because they fit close together, and then go, oh no, I'm actually this, not trans. That's what Nanners is trying to explain. So all of you trying to pick Nanners apart, stop. Secondly, John, the simple question that I had for you is when you found out about, I don't know what age you did, but when you found out about LGBTQIA, gay, lesbian, et cetera, did you immediately go, oh, well, that might be me? Did that thought ever cross through your mind out of curiosity?
No, I think I can't really remember. I was never taught it.
Okay.
I definitely have had times where, my mother would, well, I had the best mother in the world. She'd tell me if you like boys, Preston, that's okay. Like that, I would still love you no matter what. And I'm just like, what? Like, I've had
Jim and
had
Joe.
conversations about that.
Oh,
But I
shit, I
can't
didn't
tell you. I
realize
went to
that.
a Catholic school. I'm gonna be real. We weren't taught any of that except for basic sex ed.
So the reason I asked this very specific question is typically what we see is if somebody starts thinking on it and it starts like being a continual thought for them when they learn that it's okay if they like the same sex or they like the opposite sex or they like both sexes. If they're continuing to think about it, that's why I use the word predisposition or the phrase predisposition, is that was already something about them. They're just gaining the knowledge to understand themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But individuals that are straight, individuals that are gay, just because they learn about straight things doesn't mean they become straight. Just because they learn about gay things doesn't mean they become gay. It's either there or it's not there.
I want to make sure we get everybody else on here. So we got Joe, Jim, and John.
Oh, I didn't even realize we had more guests.
Yeah, so Jim and Joe, can I get you guys' age, please?
I'm 45.
Joe's 45. What about you, Jim?
56.
All right. Are you guys both opposition?
Opposition to what?
You think
The
LGBTQ should not
That
be
it shouldn't be taught in schools?
Yeah.
I'm still of the same thought that school was for math, science, and language.
What about social studies?
Social things are learned in social environments.
What about history?
What about social studies?
Social studies, you mean history?
Yeah.
No, history is a different class.
Well, that's social studies is all construct then.
It's studies about social concepts and society.
Right.
Social studies have always been a part of our education system.
So let me get it clear. You want LGB taught in schools?
Yeah,
LGBTQ.
LGBTQ. Yeah,
What?
taught in
Yes.
school.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So
I'm not. I wasn't being
I
disrespectful.
understand. So yeah. So like for example,
My thing is, should I be able to teach Satanism?
yeah, if
I
you want
mean,
like
we
an elective
already.
class, you go for it. But
Right.
with respect
Well,
to LGBTQ,
well, no.
vanity. Hold on,
You're
hey
talking mandatory.
Jim. Let me speak.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Bye,
All right.
Jim.
So like for example, we have history classes. History is mandatory, and we have mandatory.
Okay.
We have topics within history that are also mandatory to learn. Right. So for example, we would learn about the closest analogy I can give you is African American history, right? Slavery, Jim Crow, and things like that. I don't see why we wouldn't also teach like LGBTQ history, teaching notable examples in history, and also our and other countries' history of oppression against LGBTQ people.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't teach all history,
Yeah,
and
that would be part
that
of all
lends
history.
into
Yeah.
what I was saying.
So you
It
agree
lends
that we
into what
should
I was
teach
saying.
that, correct?
If you're going to teach, for instance, Christian concepts or whatever, well, then you have to put the other side in.
I
So it
don't know
has
what
to
the
be
other
both
side is,
ends
but
all
like,
the time.
yeah, listen, you can learn about like how certain laws, like you wouldn't, obviously it's not a religion class, but you can learn about how certain religions shaped history. Like you can learn about how like certain laws were implemented. Like you could talk like how like they were religious in nature and things like that. You could talk about that. You wouldn't obviously teach Christianity, but those are just
So
facts
it
about
should be
history in the same
elective.
way. So in the same way, you would also teach the facts about LGBTQ history as well.
And
There's a difference
understand,
between
I'm
teaching
not against the
queer
concept.
Jim, there's a difference between teaching a religion and an existence of a group of people. You understand that, right? Religion
No,
is
I understand. Yes,
completely different thing.
100%.
But
And
religion
and
is
part of
taught
most
in
of the
school.
persecution comes from religion.
Hmm.
Most of the persecution comes from religion. So I say first thing we have to do is take religion out of school.
I disagree. I disagree heavily because we have to understand how religion has shaped our world. Because as a
Wait,
whole, the
when you
entire
went to
world has
school,
been.
you
Hold on.
weren't taught
Hold on.
Buddhism.
Hold
You
on.
weren't taught
Hold on.
Buddhism.
Hold on. I was. You learned this within history class, 100%. You learned that this is a religion tied to said culture when you learned about said culture. Because Buddhism is one of the major religions in the world. It's one of the top 5 more popular religions. You absolutely learn about Buddhism. You learn about
Manners, hold on one second. I do want to say I do know some schools had it skipped over those chapters in their history books.
True. Yes, to be fair.
So I want to be fair on that some schools actually completely skip teaching anything about Buddhism. Mine wasn't one of them, thankfully.
Yes. So valid. So valid. I do forget that I am very lucky in the aspect that I got to learn this. But, overall, when they teach cultures like, hey, this culture existed, this is its main, like, language, religion, yada, 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 yada. But these are things, they don't go into, like, what Buddhism is. They're just like, hey, this is the religion, this is, like, a very blanket idea of it, and then they move on, But yes, I understand that not all schools do that. Yes.
But no, Nanners, I 100% agree with you, is if we don't teach, we don't have something to learn from.
Right,
so
exactly.
Teaching skipping portions of history, whitewashing it, removing it, picking and choosing what we teach about our history, this is when it becomes problematic. This is like, I almost want to agree with you, is quote, remove the religion from schools. But we need to learn about the good and the bad, whether it be Christianity, it be Buddhism, it be Hinduism, it doesn't matter. We need to learn through the different time periods, the different eras, and how it has lived and shaped our lives.
But we won't because religion is taught by the winner.
Yes. So
and social construct is taught by the winner. It's always the same. It's never changed.
Yeah. Anyway, so wait, just real quick, Joe. First of all, it's not. How old are you?
20.
All right, Joe. Can I get your take, and then after you, I'll get Scott's take.
Yeah, for sure. As far as the LGBTQ teaching in schools, I don't think we should do it, but with degrees. So I hear what you're saying about the concentration camps and all that. I agree with it, but I don't think, as far as a teacher on a tight schedule, having to get through a certain curriculum, I think it should be mentioned so that kids in high school are aware of what that community went through. Now, if you want to go a deeper dive, further analyze it, that's for college. You know what I mean? But
I think that's more in line with our view. Yeah, you can, I don't think you'd have, like, you wouldn't spend too much time. I agree that, like one semester is like, you have to pack a lot in there. So mentioning it, asking a couple of questions on the tests, whatever, that's fine, right? And if they want to learn more, they can take like an elective. And if they want to learn a lot more, there's like, higher, higher ed classes and things like that too. So yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Right, absolutely.
I don't think
And
we disagree too
I
much.
really requested join because not on that, no, but on the family dynamics that we were just talking about, having teachers and guidance counselors. I don't think they should be involved. I don't think teachers and guidance counselors, they can be trained on how to talk to a child, but are they educated? I think those are two different things.
They are. That's why they go to school. They go to school for many years to become a teacher.
Right, but when it comes to, family dynamics, helping children find out who they are, I think that needs to be handled by a professional. Guidance counselors and teachers aren't professionals when it comes to
Yes, they are.
emotions. I think it needs to be handled by a therapist. I think schools can have therapists on staff because, when I was going to school,
That's what a counselor is.
a guidance counselor is not. You can't tell me a guidance counselor is the same as a family therapist. They're not on the same level. You're
Right, you're right.
instance,
A guidance
daughter-
counselor is
my daughter-
specifically aimed at the age group of the school they are in to handle the specific things and issues that these children are going through.
I still don't think they're qualified. I mean, I'll give you an
Well,
example.
I mean, you
My
can say
guidance
that all you
counselor-
want, and they can just smack you in your face with their degree to tell you otherwise.
I'm not saying they're not educated, but I'm saying a
You
guidance
literally
counselor
did say
is
that they
not-
weren't educated. That was literally
Not-
your words.
they're not the same education level as a therapist.
Yes, they are.
I disagree completely. The guidance
That's fine. Again, the degree to your face would say otherwise.
My daughter just graduated high school a couple years ago, and her guidance counselor was, I mean, you can tell these schools are completely overfilled. She had 700 kids.
I'm not arguing that. Yes, they are
But I'm-
so overwhelmed. There needs to be more than one guidance counselor. There should be probably one to each, probably, at least 10 per school. Like, I agree. They are underpaid. They are overworked. They have so much on their plate, so they can't do their job properly. Absolutely. But
And
that
I'm not
does
gonna-
not disqualify their education and their
I'm not
ability to do
disqualifying
their job.
I'm not disqualifying their education. I completely agree. They're educated, but with specifics, you can't tell me that a family therapist who's gone to school for 2 or 4 years specifically to deal with children and families.
Guidance
is a
counselors
guidance
do as well.
counselor.
The only difference is they have 3 times as many students to deal with. They are the same level of education. The only difference is they're not in an office in a random building. They are in a school.
Would you?
Oh, that's right. Mina,
would you-
this is right. Joe, they actually require more because they're in a school setting.
Okay. Would you say you went to your family practitioner and you said you had a heart problem? Would you say that your family practitioner is on the same level as a cardiologist?
No, and that's
Other than-
exactly why a guidance counselor is more qualified to do this job than a family therapist. Because a family therapist is going to handle family things. A school guidance counselor is going to handle school-related issues for the age group of the school they are in. So, like a guidance counselor at a elementary school is going to be able to tackle K through 5 specifically with the things that they will be dealing with in school and with the students specifically.
How old are your kids? I know you said you're a mother. How old are your kids?
None of your business.
Oh no, I'll be at the high school age. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, are they high school age? Are they little?
I'm not telling a random stranger on the internet.
Okay,
my children.
cool. Okay, well,
my children. It's weird.
I'm not trying to.
Okay, Joe,
I'm
not to
taking
cut you off
bullshit.
here, but I'm actually in a master's program right now for clinical therapy, and I can tell you that one of the career paths that you can take is to be a school guidance counselor, and the only difference is that you would wind up taking elective courses that would put you more towards a school setting. So yes, school guidance counselors usually, if not always, have a master's degree, and they're taught alongside
In
clinical
psychology?
therapists.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not just speaking out my ass here, Joe.
I'm not saying you are. You know, I'm not sure where the aggressiveness is coming from. You know,
It's not aggressive. This is just how Pacific Northwesters sound. I literally had this conversation with my husband today. This is just how we sound.
Okay.
I'm so tired of hearing that.
I'm just well, you know, I mean, maybe
Learn to just not tone police. That would be cool. I agree.
feedback.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't-
just saying.
don't tone police people.
My daughter just graduated.
Literally my accent.
My daughter just graduated from high school a couple years ago, and her guidance counselor was literally just concerned with checking a box. That's how there was 5 at this school with 5,000 kids. So I would, you know, if
Like I said, I totally agree that the guidance counselors are overworked, overwhelmed, and underpaid. But that is not an issue that comes into play with their education and their ability to do their job. The issue is they are not being allocated the funds, and there's not enough of them to handle the amount of students in each school. That's not on them. That is on the district's. That's the district's fault.
And not that everything you said isn't incorrect, Nanners, but last time I checked, I've been through 17 therapists. Not guidance counselors in a school, but 17 therapists, because 16 of them didn't give a shit to do their actual job.
Do you know who, like, I had a better connection with? My guidance counselor in high school, who I still talk to on a regular basis. I've been graduated for 15 years. Like, my guidance counselor made real impacts on me versus
mine,
the therapist.
mine in high school too. What I'm trying to get at is just because somebody gets into a career field doesn't mean they're all amazing at their jobs. So sure, you want to say that the school that your daughter went to had a shitty guidance counselor? Go for it. I would be more apt to believe that than you saying that a guidance counselor is not qualified to help children out.
Yeah, they are
Well,
just as
everyone's-
completed and they are just as qualified.
well, everyone's perspective is based on their personal experience, right? So in my experience, guidance counselors are not the way to go. And I've had experiences with great therapists that have actually helped me and my family out with different things. So, you know, past experience always shapes perspective. So that's my perspective. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. So thanks for letting me get it out.
Also, everyone in the room, I'm not aggressive. This is just how we sound in the Pacific Northwest. Leave me alone. God, tone policing someone's accent is the weirdest shit I've ever fucking dealt with on this goddamn app.
Wait, I've never found you to be aggressive though.
Apparently I am. I get this all the time because I start getting passionate about a topic and I start talking faster and I guess quote unquote harsher. I'm sorry, I'm molding. I'm cold and I'm wet and I'm tired. This is how we talk in the Pacific Northwest.
Wait a minute, you all have heard me speak. When I get passionate, my northeastern talk comes out, and I talk about 900 miles a minute.
My Texas comes out.
Oh, Allie, maybe I like when Mother is aggressive.
I mean, Nanners, if you want to be aggressive, I can pay you. No, wait.
It's not the Dom.
I'd do that for free. For you, free.
Oh, I can. All right. No, I want to say goodnight to everyone. Carbon, thank you for having me up as always. I'm gonna try to go to sleep. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Take it easy.
Good night.
And Nanners, maybe I'll take you up on that later.
DMs are open.
Have a great night, everyone. Bye.
I want to address what feedback
This guy's
sucks.
doing
they're
too
saying.
much, bro. Like, there's way too much going on in that background.
Yeah, I do want to read the one comment and then I'll step back. But someone IDD said, "I hate how women are seen as aggressive when they talk educated. This is a reoccurring issue for me as a woman. Whenever I get on a tirade and I start talking about something I am educated on and I am well versed on, immediately, are you mad at me? Remember that dude the other night? Are you mad at me? You sound so aggressive and harsh."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Like, no, this is just how I talk. Like, I'm on a roll. Leave me alone.
Jamie, thank you for the heart, man. Jim, do you
Jim
have anything
Jam.
else? You're the last of the J's.
What an era. Jim, John, and Joe. Every stereotypical basic white guy.
Jim, are you still with us?
I am.
Okay. Did you have anything else that you wanted to talk about or debate or?
I'm still confused with the school is for one thing, and
Education,
social constructs are for another.
So,
Yeah,
what is school for?
like
Educating?
math,
Yeah,
science.
is school for educating?
Certain points of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just to be clear,
But-
you are fine with the
but
history aspect of
we don't have
LGBTQ history,
time.
right?
There's a difference between can we educate everything or do we need to stay ahead?
I didn't say everything. I said LGBTQ. LGBTQ is
They're not.
everything.
Other
Now, my
places
question to you is
are
like,
teaching.
are you fine with LGBTQ being taught in history class, for example? Are you on board with that or no? That was a
I
question.
think everything should be taught in history, but it won't.
Okay, so it should be taught. Okay,
It
so it looks
won't.
like.
The winners choose.
So I'm sorry, was that a
Same-
yes or was that a no that LGBTQ should
Go ahead.
be taught in history classes?
Everything should be taught in history, but it won't.
Okay, so that is
Only the
I don't.
winners
That's an
teach
ambiguous.
history.
I'm sorry, that's an ambiguous answer. I just need a yes or a no.
I said it 3 times now.
No, you said everything should be taught,
in
but it
history.
won't.
The problem is,
So, okay, so
won't,
you're leaning towards
right.
yes. Okay,
Because-
so it looks like we
because
agree
it'll be-
that
because it'll
LGBTQ. Okay, cool. So it looks like we agree
It'll be
that LGBTQ should be
historically,
taught in history class.
or
Okay,
it'll be
so
explicitly.
I understand, Jim. So it looks like we agree that LGBTQ should be taught in history class. What about family dynamics? Mother, you can talk to him about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I want to point out that school is not just for educating them on math and science and like the basics. It's a social thing to prepare them for the real world. This concept of sending our children to school for 8 hours a day gives them this structure for what it will be like to be in real life, in a job setting, in social settings. So yes, social concepts have always been a part of school because we want them to be prepared for society when they leave our homes and go be their own people outside of their parents' home. This requires being able to integrate with other people from different cultures, different aspects, different religions, all of these things, because we're going to send them into a workplace. I am still speaking, Jim. This prepares them to be in a workplace where maybe there's a Sikh man and maybe an Islamic woman and maybe there's this queer couple, yada, yada, yada. It prepares them to accept that there are different walks of life everywhere. And teaching them this is so crucial to having a copacetic society so people can interact
Jargon.
safely and healthily to keep society moving forward. If you don't have social studies, there is no society.
So then you should allow bullying. Right?
What?
So you should
Allow what?
allow bullying because that happens at every
No,
place in the
absolutely
rest of
not.
your life.
Just because it happens does not
You
mean
should
we should
allow
allow
it so
it.
they can get
No.
used to it.
No, not at all. We teach them that it's unacceptable so that they don't grow up to be adults who continue that gross behavior. That's not normal, should not be accepted. We teach them that it's wrong and then it stops. Real simple, Jim Jam.
This guy's he's not out there in the head. All right, so y'all want to keep going with this, or we want to switch to religion or something?
Up to you. I'm down for anything. I'm on a roll tonight. I'm feeling, apparently I'm feeling aggressive. So have at it.
Okay, let's see what people want. Switch, please. We got one person says religion. A lot of people saying switch over on Twitch. So Twitch says switch. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
For
Down to clown.
$5, I'll actually be aggressive.
Leave with religion. I don't do brain rot. Switch to the pew pew. Oh, the why does God allow this one?
He needs to hop
The
on the
slavery.
feminist topic.
Yeah. Oh,
The
fuck!
abortion.
I forgot the breastfeeding one too.
Yeah,
Fuck! I
you
keep
need to
forgetting.
do the
You gotta.
breastfeeding one.
Yeah, I gotta make that.
I'll text you tomorrow and I will make sure you make it because
Alright,
that
cool.
would be such a fun one.
I bet. All right, we're gonna switch the topic. See what else we can get somebody in here on. But also big shout out to Grandmaster for the Galaxy over the Nanners. Look that up. Let's see. Well, let's do this one real quick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, why is being lesbian?
I'm half lesbian. I'm mixed sexuality.
Don't you buy
Just mixed all around here, man. Let's be friends. All right, let's go.
Carbone spreading lies. That's not religion. Well, I mean, let's face it. This always leads to religion, like 90% of the time, anyway.
Yes,
So it's like, hey,
Half
Carbon,
skin
why don't
is
you debate
wild
your
word.
debate? Why don't you debate abortion? Why don't you debate veganism? Well, most of my abortion debates go into veganism.
Alex, I'm a half spian, okay? Do you accept me? Do you love me?
Yeah, I'm a African. At least that's what Santana says.
I'm trying to think of a funny pun for Latina. Someone help. Grandmaster, you're good at this stuff. I need a funny mixed pun for being Latina
Where's
or
Jolly? Is
indigenous.
Jolly here? I want Jolly up here.
I saw him in here earlier.
Yeah, he was. He probably was busy.
I know. Hector was here too for a minute.
Yeah, I saw him. Light span is crazy. Light span. I love all the girls,
I'm
gays, and
fourth
days. Fourth grade. Hello, African. Gonna have fun with religion. Yeah, I know.
Did you see the Forthrican?
Yeah, I just saw that. Fifth freaking. Yeah. Then I'm half-handed.
Koala.
What? American
Oh?
Crow. What does that mean? Maybe I missed it. Koala. Let's go, Koala. How many do I have? Yeah, I got 3K. I got more than you. Fuck it.
Wow, guys,
let's
you see this? Do you
go.
see the misogyny? Are
Let's
we going to
go.
support a man who is so misogynist? I know y'all can get me at 5K above Carbon. Come on, W feminism. No, Zeus, no, I get that. I am also mixed. I am also bisexual. So I get it. I copy L Carbon.
Huh?
Oh, what? Nothing.
What?
What?
Okay. Where'd Void go? Oh, did she? Yeah, she went to sleep. That's right.
Yeah, she went night-night.
Alrighty. If you think being lesbian is wrong, it sounds like a country. What was that one guy? He said Lesbanese. Is that-
Lesbanese?
Yeah, or he said Lesbanon or something. I'm like, is that the country where all the lesbians go? Is that where lesbians go from? Yeah, I think he said they speak lesbian. I'm like, what?
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you. No, that was wild work, dude.
Oh,
wild work. Why are they so like? Why? What happens in utero to make these people have so little brain cells? I need to know. Like, what are their mothers consuming in utero? Like when they're pregnant? Like, what is happening? I mean, yeah.
Telling you that
Boy
lead paint.
twice. Huh?
Telling you it's that lead paint.
Yeah, their mothers were eating paint chips.
All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Holy shit. We
I
are
didn't mean to
almost
do
to
that. I'm so sorry, Zeus. Don't accept that.
100,000 likes. We're almost to 100,000. Hit me up. Let's go. Come on. Mountain Dew and hot Cheetos.
I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to at you. Yeah, Ren, what
Garrett,
of
thank
it?
you for the
Are
heart
you
me.
judging me? Ren, I know you ain't in here mothering me and telling me to go to bed, don't you? I don't have a mom, okay? Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real mom.
I'm gonna call your mama. Call my mama. I'm gonna tell your mama. Tell my mama. We so bad. We so bad. You just mad because you ain't my dad. You ain't my daddy. Shut up.
Thank you.
You ain't my daddy. Shut up. Y'all remember that song? Stepdad, the stepdad song? Yeah, that shit was funny. You ain't my daddy. Shut up. You ain't my daddy. Shut up.
Okay, guys.
We
We're
so
not going to
bad.
talk about
We so
nannerings.
bad. You just mad because you ain't my dad. It was so funny. Oh my god. I should play it.
Okay, we're not going to talk about mother's mommy issues, okay, guys? Just shush.
This one doesn't get as much traction as the religion one, which I thought it would invoke more, but I guess the religion one does actually get more people in here.
We got a
Oh, you got that invite, yes.
crazy. Huh. Yeah,
Religion.
shh. We don't talk about mommy issues, okay? Both my moms sucked, okay? One decided to be Darth Mauled by a car. The other decided to be a narcissist bitch, so...
All right, let's get the next person in here. We got Aaron on the live. How old are you? Aaron, you are live. Hello? Hello, Aaron. If you speak, we'll be able to hear you. What is he doing? Hello? Okay.
Aaron.
Well, Aaron, just come back up when your mic issues have been fixed. Okay. Got no mic, then why'd you join? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Aaron. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I love that. God, I miss Key and Peele so much. Okay, seriously though, y'all don't know what I mean when I say Darth Maul. What happened to him in Phantom Menace? Think about it. I'm not gonna say it on live because it's definitely graphic.
All right, where's that song? Where's the stepdad song? I haven't heard that in a minute. Hold on, give me a second. Is this that song?
Ren asked if you remember That's Just My Baby Daddy song.
Mm-hmm. My baby daddy. Oh my god.
You're adorable.
That's my shit. All right, anyway, it's too early. Yeah, I bet. All right, if you are a Christian, whatever, go ahead and hop on in the guest request and let's talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's old. It was uploaded in 240p. That's how you know how old. Okay. You know the video is gonna be good if it can't even get past 360p. Um, that shit older than you.
I'm
No,
inviting this person
listen,
up. It's based
Sharon.
on their bio. Sharon's bio says, American Christian woman, Jesus is my wingman.
Well, in the Bible,
Wild
it
work,
does
Sharon.
say, "Be prepared to defend your faith at all times." So we'll see. I mean, you could have the chance of converting somebody, and then denying that invite could just like send somebody to hell. So like, yeah, there's the moral weight there, Sharon. Also found a new contradiction in the Bible.
Another one.
Another one. Okay, so
We're
this
on this.
contradiction, let me pull it up so Twitch and YouTube can see it. Okay, so Exodus 32. All right. I'm sorry, we'll start with Numbers 23. So Numbers 23, scroll down to 19. They explicitly say, God is not a man that he should lie. So it's saying God doesn't lie. Neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Right? So God doesn't repent. Okay, so he doesn't change his mind. There's other translations of this where what they mean by repent is change his mind. But it says he should not repent. So he doesn't change his mind about things. Okay. Then you go to Exodus 32. It says, and the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. So he originally wanted to do evil against his people and then just change his mind. I don't understand. I want to know this from Christians, right? Why would God think to do evil upon his people if he's an all good God?
It's
And
almost
also,
like
how is it that he can
Yahweh.
repent and not repent at the same time?
It's almost like this book was never intended to be one full book. These are a culmination of many books across 6,000 years worth of a culture. Wild concept, I know. And of course, that culture's religion changed a lot in that 6,000 years from early Canaanite polytheism to modern day Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not modern day, 2nd century Christianity, I should say. But like, there's a lot of change in that 6,000 years.
Wild work. Thank you guys so much for hitting that 100K. I appreciate you. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing. All that good stuff.
Also, back to Carbon being misogynistic. Let's get me to at least 5K coins so that we know that I am doing better than him, because you know we gotta battle that wage gap between me and him. Come on, come on, guys.
You think if we're
letting feminism down?
You think if we pretended that something crazy just happened and then got the entire chat to be like, yo, what? With like spam emojis, the people joining would stay.
Maybe.
It'd be like, yeah, it'd be like,
Maybe.
what the fuck just happened? Yeah, I wonder if that would work. All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Hit me up for the feminisms. Yeah. Holy shit! Wait, hold on. Do you have more than me yet?
Yes.
No, you don't. Not yet. Okay, good shit. I want bacon now.
Come on, guys. We gotta make sure we don't let the feminists down.
I'm at 3K.
The suffragettes.
Listen,
did
you're
hard
at 70%.
work. Come on, guys. Let's not disappoint what they did.
I heard the wage gap is what, 70%? About right. It's about right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, hot chick. I appreciate you. The suffragettes did not suffer for y'all not to gift me. Come on.
Listen, I'm not I'm not misogynist. I have like 3 Susan B. Anthony coins. Okay.
Thank you, Ren. I appreciate you so much. Thank you
Caleb,
guys.
you are live. How old are you? Oh, they're still loading in. Caleb, you're off the app. There you go. How old are you?
That's a fetus.
Huh? Oh.
14.
Jesus.
Yeah. Go to bed.
I've sent the most donuts.
How can they teach kids tolerance and acceptance when they have none themselves? Emery, so in a society based on tolerance, the
God
only
changes
thing
and
we can
repents.
tolerate
Oh,
is
more verses.
intolerance. So no, we're not
Let me look at
tolerant
these.
of shitty fucking people being bigoted and hateful. Okay, we don't tolerate things like MAGA and homophobia and xenophobia and racism. We're not going to tolerate these things because we do not tolerate intolerance. Caleb, I need you to go night night, and in the morning have a conversation with your parents. We are not your babysitters.
There's another one, Jeremiah 18.
That one sounds
If at
familiar.
any time I renounce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down, and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I intended to do. This is Caleb person, you said that they were too young. That was them, right?
Yeah, they said they were 14. Yeah, Caleb said they were 14. Caleb, TikTok guideline says you have to be 18 to be live. Plus, we're not going to entertain minors. Go to bed. Thanks for not lying. We appreciate that, but
It's good. You should never lie.
as adults, we're not going to minors.
Who's next? If you're a Christian, go and hop on the
honey.
guest request.
You were going to educate us. You, whom I'm old enough to be your mother. Go to bed right now. You are grounded.
Hello, new guest. How old are you? Hello? Okay. It seems like the ones with the tractors in their profile pictures, it's just mics are not working. You should be a Christian just in case you're wrong. Well, by that logic, I should be a Jainist or a Muslim or a Buddhist or like old Norse religion.
Johnny, God knows when you're pretending. He's not gonna let you to heaven just because you did the whole Pascal's wager, okay? He's gonna know you're in your heart of hearts, you're only doing it to save your skin. So you will not receive the kingdom of heaven, okay? Yeah. If you had read your Bible, you would know this, that you have to believe in your heart and profess with your mouth, truly believing that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, not just Pascal wagering your way into heaven.
It's also weird because like if you're saying like so I can't choose what convinces me, right? Like usually what does convince me is like arguments in favor of so just saying that, oh, you should believe that Jesus magically like walked on water and rose again, right? And then like it was because of like the creator of the universe did it, right? And you should believe that so that way you can get into a heaven that you don't believe in. That doesn't motivate, like that doesn't convince me that it's true. Mm-hmm. That makes that at best that makes me want to believe that it's true. It doesn't make me believe that it's true.
Right.
Hey Zeus, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate
also,
you for the 2 months. Thank you so much on Twitch.
Oh. And speaking of Jesus, what they just said, Pascal's wager is incredibly insulting to the God that you are doing it to. Like, so you can't even like fully dedicate to the belief system of this God.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a reason for me to believe it. That would be a reason for me to want to believe it. That wouldn't be a reason for me to believe it. A reason for me to believe it would be to instantiate that it's true. Wait, do you have more than me? I'm shutting off the live.
W feminism. W feminism. Keep it coming, guys. Get me above carbon. Like, blow him out of the water. Do you see the misogyny up in here? Wild. Do I need to be misandrous now?
It's not a thing. I thought that wasn't a thing.
It is when it's necessary. And you know what? Misogynists is why misandry exists. Y'all have made us misandrists. Just saying. Nadia, I'm aware he's gonna take a percentage of my gifts, dumbass. I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. I'm well aware how TikTok works. Yeah, during Pride Month and 2 months after my birthday month. Wild. Wild.
God is real and God is just, then they would not punish me for not worshiping them if I lived a good life. Yep, there you go. Who's next? If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. I would love to talk to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Pedro Pascal's wager. Oh my God. Pedro Pascal's wager is that it's more rational for Pedro to marry me than to not, as the reward outweighs the loss.
Baby toy.
Also, am I supposed to really believe that we were created from a rib, but all other generations need the sperm and egg?
Oh, and that Adam was made from spit and dirt.
Octua on the dirt and then boom, that's like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not taking biology lessons from people who believe, because they always want to say that biology. Bro, you believe that motherfuckers came out of clay, okay? And then that woman came out of like ribs, and then that snakes can talk, donkeys can talk, bushes can talk, and people can turn water to wine. I don't understand why I would be taking any like biology or chemistry lessons from you. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. I said good day, sir.
I had a thought, but it also left my brain. What were you just saying? What were we talking about?
Yes.
That doesn't help me.
It's taken out of context.
Oh yes, the whole rib thing. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I was well into my 20s when I realized that men didn't have one less rib than women.
Yeah, people have come into the string saying
you
that.
need to start asking Christians this. Yeah, you need to ask guests this, because there are a lot of Christians who genuinely believe this, and I'm ashamed of it, but like, that's how deep that indoctrination runs. Yeah, Alyssa also.
People have to what into the stream? They have to come into the stream and hear the word of our Lord and Savior Dave, or was it Doug? What did you name him? I forgot.
Dave? Doug?
Was it Doug? Yeah, Doug. It's Doug. Yeah. There you go. Some people have 2 less ribs than women, but that's just another thing entirely. Marilyn Manson? Steffers,
Oh
thank
yeah,
you for the
he
heart
took
me.
several ribs out so that he could glug glug.
Yeah, that was like an urban myth in like elementary school, but I don't think that was true, right? What? Not was it Marilyn?
I think it
what was the
was
name?
true that he. Marilyn Manson,
That was the name.
the singer.
Who? The dude.
Yeah, the singer.
Wait, who's the woman from the 50s?
No idea.
It
wasn't
oh,
true,
Marilyn
though,
Monroe,
so-
that's her name. Sorry, I was like, I'm
Marilyn.
getting them confused. Okay, there's Charles Manson, Marilyn Monroe, and Marilyn Manson. I get them always.
Marilyn Manson based his name off of Marilyn Monroe and Charles Manson, because that's not his actual name. Yeah. But apparently it wasn't true that he had ribs taken out. It was just urban.
Yeah, urban myth. The gum, swallowing gum, that's like 7 years and it'll stay in your stomach for 7 years. Yeah, also urban myth. Many people don't know this.
Oh yeah, it'll pass. Just the
Yeah.
same as any other food.
Yeah. All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Hit me up. Let's go. Bailey, thank
Come
you
on,
so
there's
much for the heart me.
500 people.
There literally is 500 people.
500. 500 folks, and no one wants to debate.
I encourage one of you just to go to church just one time. I went,
I went to church
I
for
don't know
20
how
plus
many
years.
times. It's
Grow
got to
up.
be hundreds of times. So that's all
I
I'm saying.
would guarantee thousands of times. I practically grew up in a church because my parents were involved in the church.
Mm-hmm. New guest, how old are you? Lafayette, hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was liking the picture. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Have a go.
W for it.
Hey, no tapping on Jesus's cross, okay? I'm kidding.
I got something you can tap.
Crazy work.
Hey, I've been relatively behaved tonight. Okay, I've kept it to a minimum.
I was in a church, so they told me not to like women. Yeah. It's always so funny how they really, really, really want like all atheists to like. I've noticed that they really want like all atheists to like have been like traumatized by people and religion, and then I tell them that I'm like, no,
Right.
I have a pretty decent like. I didn't have any trauma. I just like arguments convinced me otherwise. I just grew up. Like I did. Did you get traumatized by something with the like Santa Claus to stop believing in him? No, like you just stopped believing in him.
You grew up. When you were an adult, you put away childish things. That's it. Literally, that's a verse in the Bible. When you grow up and become an adult, you put away childish things and you become an adult.
Yeah.
That's part of growing up.
Yeah, you really hate God.
Well, and like,
No, you hate Thanos. Let me see who this is. Trey, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Bro, like, come on.
Get the book out.
I mean, we did say that, you know, you grow up, right? So now, of course, only kids are Christians now. Kidding.
Okay, Zach, first of all, I know that there are problematic things within the Islamic faith, but there are just as much, if not the same, problematic things within Christianity, okay?
Yeah. Your God, that God, like, literally condones rape, genocide, slavery, all that stuff. In fact, like, that's just from the read of the Bible, right? Like, I can give you argument that he supports everything. Anything, the most disgusting thing that you can think of in the world, he's just sitting back and he's just like, yeah, I like watching that. I don't want to stop that from happening. I want to watch that shit. Where's my popcorn? Where's my metaphysical supernatural popcorn? He is watching it and he's watching every detail of it. That's what the Christian God wants, okay?
Well, in fact, like everything you've listed that's wrong with the Islamic faith, it is also condoned within the Christian belief system. Child marriage, schminschmeist, slavery, genocide, so many things, rape, kidnapping, all of these things are still condoned within the Christian faith. I don't agree with either of them. The problem with the hate around the Islamic faith isn't because of the faith, it's because of the color of their skin. The propaganda and the Islamophobia is disgusting. You guys don't actually have a distaste for their religion. You don't like that their skin is darker than yours. Okay? That's the difference.
Speak English, bitch. You say hallelujah every Sunday. That's a Hebrew word. All right. Finally, someone who understands the internet. Yeah, exactly. 1 Samuel 15:3. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now, go attack all the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men, women, children, and infants. Anybody want to defend this? Come up and defend it. Do you support or condemn that command? Let me know. I like to hear it. Come on. Carbon, refer to my previous cheer. Oh yeah, you did give one, huh? Let me see. What is this new thing? Why is it not letting me see it? Hold on, give me a second. I've been saying for years that MAGA basically want their own caliphate and Ayatollah. Today on Straighter Age stream, we say Marjorie Taylor Greene said that there is no God but God. I can't with these people. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I want to know like what their problem is with like Zoran Mamdani like running and becoming mayor of New York City. Like, oh, like don't you support? First of all, like I don't understand. Like they think like I just don't get the criticism. Yeah, W Mamdani. Yeah, I just don't get the criticism. Like you support religion being in government. You want it to be in government. What's your problem? I'm trying to figure this out. All right. Yeah, Zaddy Zoran. Yeah.
You know why. You know why they don't like him.
Yeah. That man is a W with his wife too.
Because they like to do a
I've been
racism,
seeing
okay?
like stuff on Twitter. Every time his wife posts something, he's like the first comment and he's like gassing her up and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, W.
This woman.
They hate him because he's hot. Yeah. He's like
Your old Facebook? Are you... What?
They don't know what they're saying. Did we already invite him?
No.
Oh, where's he? Where's he
Yeah.
hiding in the comments?
I think I did at least. Yeah.
Okay, we'll mute him up.
Because
Okay.
he's a bitch ass.
We want a theocracy. No, not that theocracy. Yeah. 500 people in no
Right,
debates. It's crazy. I think like there's only like actually 100 people watching. I bet you. If we ran a poll, I bet you only like 80 people will respond to the poll.
Zach, honey, you're projecting. We know you live in a glass house. So you calling out another religion while holding a religion that's just as problematic is very glass house of you. So you can crash out alone now.
What was that Family Guy?
Your team?
What was that Family Guy skit? It was just like don't throw stones at glass houses. And then like he has a glass house, and he's like talking shit to his neighbor walking by, and his neighbor's like, "Hey man, you really shouldn't like throw stones when you have a glass house." He's like, "Yeah, but what if the glass house has like a giant machine gun on top?" And then there's literally a giant machine gun. He's like, "Yeah, can I talk now?" It's just like, I love Family Guy. It's like my third favorite show. Third favorite, yeah.
I never really get into those kinds of cards. I mean, I kind of watched.
It's just so
Simpsons.
random, and
Simpsons.
it's the ADHD person's like lovable show.
Well,
Like, I love it.
I wasn't allowed to. Watching it grow up, you know, like when I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch it. So like it kind of stuck with me that I just never got into it. And I've always had a different taste in shows, you know?
Yeah. American Dad's pretty good. It's all right.
Yeah, I never liked that one either. I did like Futurama though.
Snoo.
That was when I got into heavy when I was like 19, 20. I discovered it and I was like, hell yeah, I love this shit.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. There's that one. Love that.
Oh god, I slightly remember that one, but
I don't understand why he said let me in, let him in, and he drops. That's so crazy.
I think historically this community and children don't mix at all. That's not true. Because all queer adults were once queer children. Or do you think just queer people pop out of closets with rainbow flags randomly?
Gotcha, bitch. Caleb, how old are you?
Arvin, I cannot join.
Okay, too young.
That's the same kid.
Oh, just change the profile picture. Roger that.
Or backup account.
Hello, how old are you?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man? How old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
I'm 41.
41. All right, man. What you got? What's your argument?
I don't think anybody should be Christian or any other religion.
Okay, I'm looking for somebody who is Christian who does hold that belief.
I was raised Christian. I have left the Christian faith.
Yeah, me too.
I just don't think there's any reason to follow anything. I mean, the Christians believe in one God, but what about the 3,000 that came before them?
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm looking for opposition, but I appreciate you for coming up, okay?
I see. Sorry.
Right,
yeah,
take it easy.
my bad.
New guest, how old are you?
21.
Right.
21.
Cool. Why should we be Christian?
I think I am Christian, but I think any real honest Christian that comes up here will tell you
Oh, you have a voice modulator on.
have to be Christian. No, I'm swear to God.
Okay.
Are you sure about that?
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so we don't. So you're not doing a good. So atheists aren't doing anything
Sorry.
wrong, basically.
No, and you know what? Anyone who believes in any other religion, whether you're Jewish, you're Muslim, pagan, whatever it may be, no real Christian or Catholic or anyone will tell you that you have to believe in that religion. Otherwise, you're terrible, right? Like it's a lot of them are about your freedom of choice, and. I think.
Yeah, but if somebody rejects Christianity, are they making the wrong choice?
I don't think so. I am Christian. That's what I believe in for my own personal reasons. But again, any real honest Christian will not say you should be. That it's the end all be all. Accept everybody. I'm not gonna say that, it's guaranteed you go to hell. I don't believe in it out of fear. You could give the argument that, well, what if, just believe in it just because, what if hell is real? What if heaven is real? And I don't think fear mongering is the way that you should get into any religion.
Right.
Sorry, you kind of caught me off guard. I didn't think you'd accept my request so quickly.
Yeah, we're just like, it was an empty request, so I just started letting people up. I agree with you. If you don't believe that there's like
I don't
anything
really
wrong.
have a real argument.
Okay, well that's fine. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
He was so nice, but I have such a mean comment.
Oh, yeah, because it does sound like a voice changer. Huh?
Honey, I need you to lay off the roids. It's doing the harm to the vocal cords, okay? I know that you're trying to get to a goal, but calm down.
It's not on roids. Yeah, well, somebody said you sound like Cyclops from Odyssey, which, like that, yeah. Nobody's blinded me. That's fucking dope. You said you were 20 something. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever, man. All right, well, thank you for coming up, man. Appreciate you. All right, if you are a Christian and you think we should be Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Where's God of Logic? I want to speak to God for a second.
God, is that you? No, the last one before him said he was 41.
As opposed to Satan of Logic, yeah.
Good old Satan of Logic. Jamal for Jesus at home is wild work.
This is a bad falling. This is so amazing.
I need some water.
Oh, I love it.
So typical and mindless.
Emery, girl, you need to stop yapping. She can't come up. She doesn't have enough followers or whatever.
Loves like girly pop Christians. Like, I'm not like other Christian girls. I lost my virginity. And I'm still a Jesus girly. Like, I totally smoked a cancer stick once.
What is going on? I leave for 10 seconds. You're in a valley ground.
I'm being your stereotypical Christian girly pop. Okay? You're no bad. Bad. I lost my virginity to Jesus is wild.
Jesus.
Oh, no. He rushed back. He's like, God damn it, what is she doing? Hey, the people loved the Valley Girl voice, apparently, so...
Should we do one more restart just to see if we can get at least like 1 or 2 Christian debates? He stinks.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like 500 people and it's not sending it out.
Quick, folks, get me to 4K before we end live.
Restart the live.
Jesus, girly? Yeah, Calvin.
Okay.
It's a Jesus girly pop.
I heard Jesus was the one getting nailed.
Oh.
I saw somebody comment earlier because when was it? Yeah, it was Demi that asked how many holes does a woman have below her waist, and somebody put in the comments that Jesus also had 3. I was like, that's fucking crazy. Actually, it's 4, right? Because yeah. Anyway.
Oh.
Someone said 5.
Hey, Jesus, with them handholds, dude.
So we're gonna restart. I'm gonna restart, and then I'll be back in 10 seconds. We usually just restart to get more debates in here. Also, make sure if you guys are not coming back, make sure you hit the notification bell. Click my name. Click on the notification bell. Helps out the live next time around. So hit that notification bell. I will see you guys back in about 10 seconds, so we can get some more debates for you guys. All right, see you then. Okay. Let's do this and go live. There's also 2 were above his waist though. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. And 3rd. Yeah, but you said like above his waist, right? Doing my due diligence. What's up, everybody? Callie, doing your due diligence too. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm glad you guys can make it. Carbone. Let's go. It keeps happening. I start watching and immediately you restart. Well, maybe you're what's causing the suppression. I'm kidding. Come on. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. Turned 24 on Tuesday. Congratulations. Holy shit. What you gonna do for your birthday? Jesse, thank you for the popular. I appreciate that. Thank you. If anybody wants to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. No hiding out in the comment sections, okay?
Hi, Parkers. Sarah, don't watch it. Just walk away now.
Oh, the Handmaid's Tale one.
Thank you, baby. I have a lot of thoughts, but I don't want to ruin it for people.
It's somebody paid to kick Mindset, right?
Isn't that? I don't remember.
I don't think so. I'll bring one.
I don't remember.
I don't think they paid to kick. Randy, thank you so much for the motherfucking shares. I appreciate you. Mindset, why should we be Christian?
Hello, Carbon. Hello again. Yeah, man. So have you heard the argument "Liar, Lunatic, Lord" by C.S. Lewis?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you say it one more time.
Have you heard the argument by
You cut out.
Lewis, liar, lunatic, or Lord?
No, haven't heard that one.
The argument by C.S. Lewis that liar. Okay, yeah. Basically, it's pretty simple. He's basically saying Jesus was a liar, deceived everybody. He was a lunatic and out of his mind, or he was actually who he said he was, right? And then he goes through the reasoning behind all of that, right? So I think it's pretty clear that Christ, the figure, whether we say he's a myth or a real person, obviously there's arguments on both sides, but I think it's very clear that the individual shook up the pond. He created a tidal wave, right? Some will say for better, for worse, right? So you kind of have to wonder, going back to that argument of, was Jesus a liar? Was he a lunatic? Or was he actually who he said he was, right? And then we can kind of build off of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So what's the argument? What's the argument that he was who he said he was?
Jesus. Yeah, well, the question I would have is, do you think that he was a liar,
I need an argument.
Lunatic, or was he a Lord?
So like the argument. Hold on, real quick. Peacock. Wait, Peacock, how old are you?
21.
Okay. Yeah, so presumably we should be Christian if Jesus was who he said he was, right?
Was Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
so what's the argument that he was what he said he was?
Well, the argument is obviously that there's incredible historical documentation, right? From various churches. We have historical... I'm sorry?
Like, that's vague. Like historical evidence on what?
Like thousands and thousands of artifacts that go back to miracles and divinity and
the three Magi. They confirmed the birth of baby Jesus Christ.
I don't know why this guy's like over talking. Come back up, Peacock, and I'll bring you back up. You're over talking a lot.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mindset.
Yeah. So basically, there's lots and lots of historical artifacts. There's biblical scriptures. There's scholars. There's lots of micro miracles and large miracles associated throughout history associated with Christ. So, I think that just by the nature that there is so much conversation around this individual, I think naturally we do kind of have to say, who the heck was this individual, right?
Yeah, so we know who Jesus was. We know he was an apocalyptic creature. We don't have any extra biblical evidence for any miracles. Those are all like contained within the Bible. So if you like, we have extra biblical evidence of his existence, like as a person. We don't have any extra biblical evidence that that he performed any miracles, like he walked on water, or those are just like stories within the Bible.
Correct. Yes, but we do have lots of actual lineage and historical artifacts around, right? That nature of lineage and that person, right?
Wait, like, are you saying his magical claims or just the fact that he existed?
No, not the magical claims.
Yeah, that's what's up for contention.
Sure. So that there are fragments of the cross, right? Various relics around the world. There are that have been
Were
biocarbon.
crucified on crosses. This was the way that Romans punished criminals.
Yeah, you can go to
So we
Quintilian,
basically have to
page
say
274, where they're literally he literally tells what the Romans would have done with people who are crucified. They're thrown in mass graves.
correct. Yeah. So crucifixion was a thing, and so then we'd have to basically say every single one of those quote unquote potential relics all over the
So,
world,
thank you for the
all
follow.
of them are false, right? In which case we'd have to basically go into, all right, the biocarbon testing and legitimacy around that, and so on and so forth, which would be a hell of a work, right? But I mean, I guess that's one little thing that we could narrow down is, are those actual relics of the cross, pieces of the cross that are claimed
Right. So,
to
like,
be
just to be clear, like
true and
the
real, and not
contention, like what we're doing is we're granting Jesus existed. We're granting that he was persecuted by the
good.
Romans, right, and crucified on the cross,
good.
right? The magical
Yes.
claims is what would motivate somebody to be Christian. That the fact that he was resurrected, the fact that he did like
or the loaves of bread and the
yeah, all those
that,
miracles,
right?
all those have not been
Walking on water,
demonstrated
the
at
healing.
all outside of the Bible. Those are just claims within the book, right? So
What
yeah,
about the
like
Shroud of Turin?
what about
That's
it?
not a real artifact. That is a representation, not truly the thing that existed, that covered the body of Christ. Even the Vatican admits this, that it's not a real thing, that it was created in the 1400s. 1300s, I'm so sorry. And this is like a known fact. Anyone who believes the Shroud of Turin being actually the cloth that was over Jesus is falling for 40-year-old propaganda from a man who grifted old ladies.
Sure. Yeah. And obviously, I would challenge specifically like where that particular reflection came from, right? Because, I mean, you guys
Because
know.
Ron Wyatt was a con artist.
Sure. I think what becomes key with historical artifacts is like sourcing, right? So like who said what, when, where, how.
The Vatican says this with their whole chest, that this is not the true artifact that was on Christ's body.
Okay, so we'll grant that claim then. So what about the thousands of relics that the Vatican does say is like pieces of the actual cross of Jesus?
Wait, when you're
Like
saying
there's
cross, I'm
hundreds.
sorry. We're granting,
Like
just to be clear,
We
we're
already granted
granting that he was crucified. We're granting that. That has nothing to do, like, there's a lot of people who were crucified. We agree that there were a lot of people who were crucified that are not the sons of God, correct?
What was the question, Carter?
So we agree that there were a lot of people who were crucified by the Romans who were not sons of God.
Correct.
Like the thieves that were next to him, right? They weren't sons of God.
But correct.
Yeah. So
What
it doesn't.
I'm
What I'm
asking-
saying is, it doesn't follow that if they confirmed that Jesus, like maybe they found some nails, maybe they found some pieces of the cross. Well, that just confirms what we're granting. He was crucified. Cool. What's the argument that Christianity is true? That he's the Son of God, that he did the miracles and all that.
Sure. So for me, this is probably where I'd have to lean into my original reflection, and that was from the scripture, from the documentation, from the historical artifacts studied throughout history, was that since we're granting that Jesus was an individual, was this individual, was being said, was Jesus a liar, a lunatic, or actually an extraordinary human being or Lord? That's basically what I think is very worthy
That's a
of being
question, but
discussed,
what's
because,
the argument that he was who he said he was?
I mean, I have a personal reflection to this. I mean, I don't have any historical artifacts behind it, but so if we're going to grant that Jesus, we're going to grant that Jesus was a legitimate historical figure, correct?
Yeah, just like Caesar. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I mean, nobody has shooken, or if we think of like this concept of the pebble in the pond, like not one human figure has shook up the planet more intensely, right? Some people say for better or for worse. That's not what we're arguing here, but like there has not been another individual that's created such a massive ripple in the planet Earth. Like, I think there's something to be said about.
Well, yeah,
like,
you're just
you
saying
said
that the
Caesar,
religion
but we
spread.
can't.
Yeah, Hitler,
Yeah, by the
Muhammad.
sword. Dude.
Like there's a lot of different people who have created giant impacts, right? But like, I'm sorry,
Yes, giant.
is the inference being made here that Jesus was the most influential, therefore he's the Son of God? Is that the inference being made?
The inference is that Jesus was super influential, not
Yeah, let's
more
grant that.
than
Okay, so we
Caesar.
have somebody.
More. Okay.
So we have Jesus who existed.
Who's massively
Wait, real
influential?
quick.
Yes.
So let's have Jesus who existed, who's massively influential, and was crucified on the
Yes.
cross. Okay, how do we get to the argument that Christianity is true?
Now we get into all of the artifacts around Scripture.
Right.
Miracles that were associated specifically with Christianity. We get into the concept of saints. We get into the concepts of micro and macro miracles throughout history, stigmata, so
Can you
on
just
so
give me
forth.
just give me an argument, please?
Okay, so in simplicity, post Jesus, there's been several indications throughout history, tradition, and biological scientific studies around miracles and
No, there hasn't.
so on and so forth.
Can you give me one?
Well, miracles, stigmata, Padre Pio. You know Padre Pio?
No. Tell me about it.
Padre Pio was an Italian saint who got the stigmata in Italy just a few years back. I don't know I think maybe over 100 years ago, but not much further than that.
All right,
So
what
Padre
was the
Pio is another
miracle?
one. The stigmata.
What is that?
The stigmata is the actual wounds of Christ, the same way
Bro-
that Christ.
We're granting that Christ was crucified. Are you saying he was crucified?
No, we're saying that he. So are you familiar with what stigmata is?
Yeah, are you saying that he himself got the injuries that Christ got?
No. Yeah, he got them, but they weren't self-inflicted.
How do you know that?
And
Like, okay, so somebody else inflicted them. I don't
Look
understand.
at multiple scientific studies upon it. No, not necessarily.
What are you talking about?
If you've never heard about Padre Pio,
a
that's the one case.
lot of saints did really crazy things to get sainthood. Are you kidding?
Yes, but that doesn't.
That does not grant the divinity of Christ, though. That just grants
but
craziness, the lunatic of it all.
No, it doesn't grant that.
It absolutely does.
So are you saying there's no possibility for miraculous events associated with Christ throughout history?
There's no evidence to back that miracles happen.
Ever?
No. The only place you can find the claims of miracles happening with Christ are within the Bible. The Bible is the claim of these miracles happening.
No, that's not true. You would have to disprove every single miracle since Christ to make that claim, and that's not legitimate.
I don't understand how a man being crucified 100 years ago is proof of miracles.
What I'm saying is that you would have to disprove every single miracle claim associated with Christ to say that miracles are not a thing.
Again, the miracles that Christ did are only claimed in one book.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
No, look it up. Look up just
I've
that's
been
one example.
studying this for a
Padre
very
Pio,
long time.
Padre Pio,
Again, a man
Faustina.
doing crazy.
There's even a recent one, Carlo Acutis. Look up. This is recent.
All right, so
Carlo
I want to stick on the Pio one, and then we'll go to the next one. So the claim is that he got wounds, right? And I'm trying. Well, first of all, I don't understand. Like, you got wounds, therefore it follows that Jesus was resurrected and magical claims. Okay, so I'm trying to. We'll get to that. I just want to understand the specifics here because I'm reading about it. It looks like he was a fraud, but if you're saying something else, go ahead and tell me. So what exactly is the claim? He got wounds, therefore what?
So stigmata is basically the wounds of Christ in the form of a miracle.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I couldn't hear you.
The wounds of Christ associated to be supernatural or miraculous. He was studied by doctors, different scientists. His body currently, modern day, is what's called incorruptible. Have you heard of this concept, incorruptible?
Incorruptible in what sense?
So if you look up the incorruptibles, these are basically people who have died, right? Their spirit's gone, whatever you want to call themselves, and their bodies are not decaying according to natural scientific biology. They've gone and studied those examples, and there's multiple incorruptibles, Saint Therese, Padre Pio, so on and so forth. And I'm just listing just one example. But once again, so there's hundreds.
Well, like we gotta instantiate that we're gonna like investigate this, right? Because I mean, these like every religion has these kind of like people where they claim to do like magical shit. Okay, so I don't. It seems like you don't want to go into detail on the wounds here. It seems like you keep trying to run away from them. I don't know why you keep doing that. Like, okay, so
no.
What's the argument that he didn't self?
I just haven't studied.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like, what's the argument that he didn't just like self-inflict the wounds?
I don't know the exact date on that.
Okay, I don't. Anyway, so
he also, just for the record, had reversed because he was found to be a fraud.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah,
Saint
some
Padre
people,
Pio-
like some scientists did X-rays. They said that he used carbolic acid to keep from like an infection. When one of the claims was, "Hey, it can't get infection" or something like that. Like it's just
Sure.
Like there's a lot of doubt about
but
it.
both. But Carbon and Mother, you guys agree that sourcing is key, right? So we just like when you write a paper in college, you have to go to legitimate sourcing. So a random Google online doesn't necessarily prove legitimate sourcing. Like if
this is
want
from
to get the documentation, then you basically have to say who were the doctors who went in, the biologists that went in, the chemists that went in, and there's documentation around all that.
Yeah, so
But that's
Maria
one example. We
DeVito,
can
she
throw that out
is
the
the
window.
yeah. So I'm looking at the testimony of the pharmacist, who testified that he had bought carbolic acid and the great quantity of 4 grams of vetracine without presenting any medical prescription whatsoever, and in a great secret. It's a mixture of alkaloids and a highly caustic product. And obviously that he was using that to like fool people. That was the understanding of what he was trying to do. But regardless, like I don't understand what the miracle is. Like if it can be explained by natural circumstances, I don't understand why we would just yield to the natural circumstances given our priors.
Sure. If it was through natural circumstances, then of course there's no reason to push into the supernatural. But if it was not through natural resources or occurrences, then you have to kind of make the question: is there supernatural connection, right? So like you looked up one source, one avenue, one story, one article, whatever it was that you looked up there, right? But if we dig deeper into legitimate sources, various sources, and then put a conclusive analysis together, then we kind of have a different.
I mean, when the Vatican reverses someone's sainthood, which doesn't happen too often, I'm gonna take that as like, oh, even the Vatican like says, yeah, this man was a fraud.
Okay, and I'm gonna do what Carbon said. Let's rank that, but there's hundreds and hundreds of other stories. That was one example, right? That was a more recent. You could look up Carlo Acutis. That one's recent. Carlo Acutis.
Which one's that? What was the miracle?
Carlo
Just tell me what the
Acutis,
miracle was.
He's an incorruptible right now in the CC Italy. So look him up.
What?
Carlo
I'm sorry.
Acutis.
What was the miracle?
Incorruptible. It means that the body is not corrupting according to the natural biological breakdown.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay, so that's see every time okay, so they covered him in a wax layer that was molded to look like his body prior to burial, which is common for the presentation of saints' bodies so that the pilgrims can see the saints as where they died. The rector of Santa Maria Maggiore in Assisi, where Carlo's body tomb is housed, said that his body was discovered fully integral though not intact. So it says it's made to appear incorrupt. whatever that word means. Incorruptibility is the Catholic and Orthodox belief that divine intervention allows some human bodies to completely or partially avoid the normal process of decomposition after death as a sign of their holiness. So yeah, it looks like they just covered him in wax and molded him to make him look like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, and if the
Like,
idea
you
is
can
that
go out.
if the idea is like that it's incorruptible, meaning it can't decompose, I mean, just test that. Put it out in the in the forest, and just like give it like 5, 6, 7 days, maybe a couple of weeks, and test that. Has anybody done that before?
Right. Like when you preserve a body in a way, of course it's not going to decompose. You're intervening. That is human intervention to
And
stop
if and,
said
and presumably,
decompose.
like God, apparently, if God exists, like he apparently doesn't want this body to lose its form. So maybe burn one of the bodies and see if it doesn't lose its form. If it can't burn, then that's gonna be like have
That's just other beliefs.
so just to
You
be
can't
clear,
base that around your opinion.
have we done tests like that?
I mean, very
Like have
specific
any of
details,
the
like I said, I
have
haven't
any
done
of things that we suspected to be incorruptible? Let me be more specific. Have
with
any of these
Padre Pio, I
bodies
know
that we
there's
suspect to be incorrupted?
sure.
Have we thrown
You
them
can't just
into?
base
Hold on,
your
just can I
argument
can I
over
speak?
not
Thank you.
letting them talk, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to be specific.
You're
So
not
have
letting
we? I
him
don't know why
talk.
you're
You're
over
just
talking me. I
interrupting.
don't know why you're over talking.
You're
Okay,
not
so
letting
I don't
him
know why
talk.
you're
Just
over
let him
talking me. I
talk.
don't know why you're over talking. Okay, so the question that I'm asking here specifically is: have they taken a decent sample size of incorruptibles and thrown them in a high dense biosphere like a forest or something, and then just sat there and watched and see if they would decompose? Have they done tests like that?
Specifically with Padre Pio, I don't know, but I know there's been multiple different scientists that went and studied him, and they haven't been able to conclude anything that's natural about what's going on with him. So Padre Pio that's why I brought him up, because
Well, we're back
he's
to
a pretty
him.
good case.
Okay, so we can
No,
go
no,
back to
no.
him.
But that specific example, Carbon, I don't know. Like I haven't dug into all of the details of the science.
Well, I would definitely need to see a study on
But-
that.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, I would invite you to check deeper if you like. But I mean, you guys do realize that there's many others, right? That was 2. There's hundreds. There's hundreds of these stories. Here's another one in Santa Fe. There's a church where architects and engineers have went and studied the church stairs. Have you been to Santa Fe? So this is something you can see today, right now, with your own eyes. Multiple architects and engineers have gone and studied the staircase, and there's no physics related explanation as to why that staircase can potentially even stay up. So there's another example of like this is beyond the natural. What's the question?
For the record, mind, they did chemical treatment on Padre Pio. He underwent chemical treatment, including the application of formalin solution, creosote, benzoic acid, and turpentine essence. The body was also wrapped in embalming chemicals and placed in a nitrogen-filled case to prevent decomposition. So, like, everything you have given us so far has been like easily debunked, and the Catholic Church does not view him as incorrupt, partially because of the human intervention. This is not a miracle. This is not a mystery. This is human intervention. Do you not know that many cultures preserve human bodies after they have passed?
Yeah. That last point.
That doesn't make it a miracle. People have been preserving bodies for eons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The Egyptians did this too.
That last point I'll give to you, but once again, I'm going to challenge the sources. Like you guys,
The Catholic Church.
I'm
getting my information straight from the Catholic Church.
Which website?
From the Vatican.
The Vatican website.
Yes.
Okay, I'll look into it later. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, it just seems like yeah, I don't know, like none of these are like miracles. So I mean, if you have another one, that'd be nice.
May I talk?
Yeah,
no.
Okay, hold on, Guppy. Just give me 1 second. Do you have another one, or is that it?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if we were to keep on this process, right? So we'll just say, just for today's conversation, let's debunk Padre Pio. Let's debunk Carlo Acutis. Let's debunk Therese of Lisieux. Like, we'd have to basically go through every single one, and then if
why would I have to do
even
that?
one, well, okay, then what would we need to do then? Like
Well, like,
the thing
listen,
is
like, I would have to
at what
go,
point?
like, at some
Oh, go
point,
ahead.
like,
Sorry.
I'd have to spend my entire life, and it wouldn't just be
Exactly.
Christianity, it'd be like every religion, even things
Correct.
that are
That's
not
fine.
religions, like, UFO sightings, Loch Ness
Sure.
Monster, Bigfoot, the ghost hunters, and things like. I would have to look at all those to disprove some supernatural
Correct.
thing, but not really.
Correct.
Like, I could just go based off my backgrounds, and like I can say most people in history believe things to be miracles that turned out to just have natural causes and they just didn't understand. Listen, I just watched a magic trick on TikTok today. This guy had like a card and it had a hole in it, and then like he brought it down. It didn't have the hole anymore. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I paused. I was like, okay, let me find the natural explanation. Seems like magic. Seems like something supernatural. No, he just had another car canted behind him at 90 degrees. I didn't figure that out until like 2 minutes of thinking about it. Like, yeah, there's some natural explanation. And that happens over and over and over and over and over again. People thought lightning was made by Zeus. No, it's electric potential, right? Like, it just keeps happening, right? So why would I have to go through all these like ridiculous claims of supernatural magic? I could just be like, yeah, it's just you guys, like, if you just investigate most of these things, it turns out there's like a much more simplistic explanation. And then last point, right? Just positing the supernatural as an explanation for like some event, right? It's just a just so story because you first have to demonstrate that supernatural exists in order to give good reason to posit it as an explanation, not the other way around. So,
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can walk along your logic there. I don't really have a lot to critique there, but let's just say, let's take the example of multiple religions, multiple cultures, so on and so forth. If you found one ultra supernatural case, just one, like, would that point to a potential supernatural for you? Yes or no?
well, if you're asking me if I saw something supernatural, would it be supernatural? I don't.
No, no, no,
Oh,
no.
like you're
I'm
asking me if I
saying if
saw
there
an
was
event that I
something
could not
like,
explain naturally,
yeah,
would I
or let's
would
just,
I explain it being supernatural?
yes, like if you found one of these cases within the church that was actually pointing to beyond nature, would you say, okay, this is potentially supernatural? Would you say that or no?
Well, first of all, supernatural I think is vague, so no. I would say like
Let's just say beyond nature, like
I don't know what
nature,
that means.
biology, chemistry. So like chemistry, science,
Yeah.
our typical access point cannot explain it.
So
Cannot be explained.
no, that doesn't make like the concept of supernatural is just incoherent. That's why I wouldn't posit it as an explanation, right?
So
Because
you
like
wouldn't
it's
use
just
the
adding the word
language.
super in front of natural, but you don't actually know what it is, right? Because like I can think of something natural. It's something that abides by laws, laws that can be
Mhm.
explained, like these, physics, quantum mechanics, and things like that. But it
Mhm.
seems to be apparently the supernatural, whatever this is, also abides by laws. So why would I just call that natural? Like I don't understand.
Sure. Well, I think obviously we're getting into a much. I mean, do you want to walk down that path or not really?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying like supernatural. Like, what if I just posited something called like the uber natural, right? And it's not natural,
Hmm.
nor is it the supernatural, and it explains like this kind of stuff. But it's not the
Hmm.
supernatural. Like, what would be your response?
Well, I basically say if it's outside of the typical
It's outside of
science,
nature and outside of
physics.
super nature.
So what would I call it?
Yeah, so it's something that is outside of nature, and
So
it's
it's
outside of
outside of
super
nature,
nature.
outside. I mean, I can't really comprehend that
That's that's
because
that's
because I
that's what
think
I'm saying about supernatural. I can't comprehend it.
gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. So you can't basically you can't conceptualize the concept of God basically.
I can
Is that
conceptualize
correct?
potentially. There's some incoherencies there, but like that doesn't entail supernatural because God would be just part of the natural world. He has laws that govern him, right? Like he can't
So
just like be like yeah. So yes,
so when they say like God is beyond space, beyond time,
well that's
these
incoherent.
concepts like that, like so that doesn't make
Yeah,
any
to be
possible
yeah
sense
to be
for you.
timeless is incoherent, right? Because like in order for because we take God to be a creator, right? And a creation
Hmm.
is a temporal notion, right? So God would
Hmm.
have to need time in order to create, right? in which case he wouldn't be a timeless being because he has to go from a state of not creating to a state of creating.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to give Guppy some words here, though, real quick.
Yeah.
Guppy, how old are you?
Go for it.
I'm 18.
What's your argument?
Just turned. You said what?
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. Do you have an argument?
Not to be rude, just saying I'm not really a believer in what mindset has to say. The whole miracle stuff, modern miracles at least. But I think why should we be a Christian? I think it's because Christianity has so much ties that have been proven right.
Like what?
Like things in Bible.
Like what?
Do you have anything specific?
Honestly, no. I would have to pull up my Bible.
Because I can disprove every single thing. Because if you're trying to say the Bible has anything to do with today, you are not understanding the Bible and you are misunderstanding it fully. Because that book was never intended for anyone outside of the 2nd century CE. Like anything past that. Because the last book in the Bible was for the people in the 1st century CE. And that's where it stops. This book was never intended for anyone past that. And if you think anything else, you are like grossly misunderstanding the purpose of this book.
Oh, do you think this one predicts anything? The head of the beast seemed to have a fatal head wound, but the fatal wound had been healed. The whole world, filled with wonder, and followed the beast, and they worshipped the beast because he had given authority. They said, "Who is this beast? Who can wage war against him?" Ooh.
Talking King Solomon, right? That's Isaiah, right?
Is that Donald Trump?
Oh, don't do that. Don't give them that.
Was Donald Trump the Antichrist? You never know. I gotta use the bathroom, but if you find any I'll still be listening.
All right. Where is David? There it is. Daniel.
What about
Oh my gosh. On your argument, it makes multiple relations to Antichrist.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It literally doesn't. Again, if you think that the Bible is talking about our time, you are grossly misunderstanding, because the book of Daniel was talking about the time frame of what was happening then in that moment. These
no, it wasn't
happening right then and there. And if
you haven't been interpreting, you haven't been really.
This is scholarly consensus, so you can disagree all you want, but this is literally what the scholars say.
You're not really letting me talk. I'm trying to be respectful, and you're just letting me talk.
This is what has been agreed upon by scholars. Okay, like I understand that you don't understand this, but I've been studying this book longer than you've been alive. I've put the effort and the time into understanding.
Well, you are troubled then.
I'm troubled because I understand the book more than you. How does that?
No, I'm just saying that you.
Because I listen to the scholars who have done the research for the past 2,000 years. Interesting.
Okay, well, you're believing in scholars. I believe in the Bible.
Wait, what did he say his prediction? What did he say his prediction was?
Daniel is predicting the Antichrist, which it's not. Daniel.
Wait, who's the Antichrist that he predicted? What's the name of this Antichrist? Copy.
I don't know.
So how do you know he's fucking predicting anything? What are some of the features of the Antichrist? Because you said it's things that have come true, right?
You said what?
So you said Christianity is true because it predicts things that have come true, right?
Well, I'm trying to read right now and still listen to you. Say it. Sorry.
Okay, so you said we should be Christians when you came in here. You said we should be Christians. Christianity, the Bible, it predicts things that have come true, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so who is the Antichrist now that Bible is referencing? That the true statement. What did it predict?
Not appeared yet.
Okay, so if he hasn't appeared, then the prediction hasn't been made. It hasn't been fulfilled, right?
That's called a prophecy. It's
Okay, so if it's
Again,
a prophecy, has that prophecy been fulfilled?
no, not yet.
Okay,
If he
so how
has
do you
not
know that
appeared.
it's true if it hasn't been fulfilled? Yeah, thank you for the galaxy.
Because I go off the words of the Bible, and
Yeah, the
that's
words of the
constant.
wait, hold on real quick, Annie. Like the words of the Bible predict X to be true. And you said we don't know if X is true because it hasn't happened yet. Then it is not being predicted, correct?
It's unfolding. That doesn't.
What specifically did they say that is unfolding, that is predictive? How do we know whether it's unfolding or not unfolding?
Keep in mind, I'm still 18. I'm still a new learner. I'm just trying to.
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Mother, can I make a quick question to Mother? Is that okay?
Go ahead. Real quick, can I get an age for blacklight?
35.
Are you a Christian?
Nah.
All right, I'm looking for Christians right now, man.
Mother, what do you think of the Ten Commandments legitimately? You said you've studied it. I mean, given the old context of the text, you don't think it's a pretty good principality for following?
I never. When would I have ever said that?
No, I'm asking a question.
Like, I mean, sure, they're relatively. I mean, a few of them are relatively okay. But don't murder and don't like cheat on your spouse or lust after your neighbor's spouse. Yeah, sure. But like the whole obeying your mother and father, I think is kind of wild because not always do they deserve that respect. I'm not going to obey my parents if they're disrespectful to me, if they're abusing me, or if they don't deserve it. I'm not going to hold to the standard that the Christian God is the only God, or the only God I should worship, because I'm a pagan. So why would I do that? Culturally speaking, my belief system, that goes against my belief system.
And what about like Christ? Like, my original premise, like you don't think that Christ was like at the very least a very, very, very extraordinary human historically?
I think he had a beautiful message, but I also know he was just a apocalyptic Jewish rabbi, and was preaching Judaism.
Okay, and so why do you think there's still fuss about? I mean, even right now, right? We're here
Because
late night, 2025, still talking about this individual.
Yeah, because Christianity was not popular until it came into the hands of the Catholic Church, and the way that the Catholic Church spread it was through the sword and through genocide and colonization and erasure of many cultures, and they took it worldwide. Had it been like done the way that it should have been done, would have never left the Middle East.
In the Trinity? Oh, you mean
But
that one
because it
equals
was
three?
spread through horrid things, it's worldwide now. And it's been a tool for oppression on many cultures. And so many cultures have been erased or greatly harmed. I mean, it wasn't until 20 years ago that the Maori people got their right back to speak their native language. Like, that's wild work. That's because of Christians. I mean, the only reason we own Hawaii and it's a state is because Christians went and colonized and literally gave the queen an ultimatum: give us your land and forfeit your crown, or we will erase you. This was Christian colonization that has happened worldwide. This is the only reason why Christianity is worldwide. It's not because he's some magical miracle. And I believe in the divinity of Christ. I am an omnitheist. I believe that Christ had divinity, but that is not why he is known worldwide. He is known worldwide, and he has had an impact and touched every corner of this earth because of white supremacy and oppression and colonization.
Interesting. So you think, what do you mean by Christ was, so you think he was like semi-God? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would have, like, to dumb it down, yeah, he was a demigod.
You, Carbon? You take that same perspective?
No, I think he was just a human.
Gotcha. Okay.
When you're dealing
Yeah,
with
my
a
pagan
demigod.
My pagan beliefs will not ever interact with what I know to be fact. I know for fact, and probably like my beliefs are not real, but my belief system, I am not naive or immature to sit here and make it, one, my entire personality, two, claim that it's fact, or like push it on to other people. I accept it for what it is. It is 3 parts: 1 part coping, 1 part aesthetic, and 1 part cultural.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, hopefully you guys will at least give credit to, like, a lot of the justice system is based on Christian
No, it's
morality.
not. No, it's not. It's based on.
Absolutely not.
It's not. It's based on Greek and Roman paganism.
Yeah, listen,
Like,
if it was based off of like Christianity, then what you would see is like you would have a judge, let's say you have like a mafia boss, right? And you have a judge saying something like, "Hey, mafia boss, I know you ordered the unaliving of multiple people, but there's this guy outside, decent guy, Mr. Rogers, right? And he's willing to go to jail for you, right? Now he's a great guy, and I'm gonna let him do that and get you off the hook, okay? So he's gonna take your punishment, and we're gonna put him at 25 years in prison." Right, he hasn't really done anything, right? But we're gonna still throw him in prison because he's a nice guy, and he's doing this for your sins. Sorry, crimes, right? So that a justice system like that now, it doesn't seem to me that that's pretty just because it doesn't seem like responsibility can be transferred from one person to another, like at all, right? So like I don't know like what Jesus was doing there, talking about I'm gonna die for your sins. Well, he didn't like. It just seems like he didn't die for anything because again, responsibility cannot be transferred.
So you don't think any of the Christian values, ideals, beliefs were infused into the justice system?
You can say any, but I'm saying the main ones, like the main message of
but like
justice.
Percentage-wise.
I don't know. Like, okay, well,
Percentage-wise, what would you give?
So freedom of speech. God, the Bible seems to hate that. Second Amendment. I don't. 14th Amendment, equal protection. Obviously, strongly against that. I don't search and see. Like, I don't know. Like, what laws are we talking about here?
And honestly, these values and these ideas that people love to claim, oh, Christians did that. Christians are plagiarists at best, okay? You give me something, I can take it back further. Christians did not come up with it. Marriage, not a Christian concept. Birthdays, not a Christian concept. The names of your weekdays, not Christian. The years, the names of the months, not Christian. Your counting system, your math system, not Christian. None of this is Christian. The world did not, or Christianity did not shape the world in the way you think it did. All it did was do mass colonization and G-side.
Yeah,
Holidays, also not Christian.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in that. I can't tackle all of that, of course, but I mean, there are some very legit, like, let's take this. Charities, hospitals.
Not Christian.
Yeah, no, the university of the university.
Not Christian.
The concept of the university.
Not Christian.
Yes, it came from
No,
Thomas.
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's much older than that, friend. And
yeah,
if you think that, you're insane.
The modern version of the university
No.
came from Thomas. The modern version
No,
of the,
you're wrong.
Thomas Newman. Have you studied who that is?
The
Thomas
idea of
Newman?
universities is much older.
No, the modern version of the university, inspired greatly by Thomas Merton. The Big Bang, a Catholic priest. I mean, there are some major influences.
Sorry, are you
along
saying?
those lines.
Wait, okay. Now we're moving from these are inherently Christian ideas to well, Christians
No,
came
no,
up.
not- no,
some
no, no,
Christians
no,
came
not
up with these
inherently.
ideas. That's yeah. So like something
I'm not-
like
no,
none
I'm
of
not
these
saying
things are in
inherently.
the Bible. None of these things are preached by Jesus or God, right? You're saying that people
Correct.
who held the
I can agree
belief of
with-
being
with it.
hold on. You're saying that people who held the belief of Christianity also came up with these ideas, right? That's a different claim. That's a much
not-
weaker claim.
So we should thank Allah for math. Thank you, Allah. Thanks for the math.
I mean, if that's the origin story, I'm happy to give credit. for
It's
it. I don't have a
not,
problem
but
with
a
that.
Muslim created our current math system and number system.
But then there's
That's
also
a
like
fact.
slavery, which Christianity is partly responsible for.
Yeah, of
So
course,
like,
we can.
yeah.
But I mean, I think of course we can say the bads, but I think at the end of the day, there are some serious, and I'll leave with this, right? I think there's serious values, ideals, beliefs that are in the scriptures that are extremely powerful. There are some very moralistic lessons, both for good or for worse. So we can't just say evil, 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 evil. Like there are some, like we said, the Ten Commandments, for example, right? In general, I think those are pretty good principles to abide by.
Where did they get the do not murder from?
I don't know.
Yeah, so they got that from the law of Hammurabi, and there's good reason to believe that the laws of Hammurabi, they got that from Ur-Nammu, right? So like it even predates those. Like some of the Ten Commandments themselves are taken from like previous people in the law of Hammurabi, right? And then some of those people ended up writing. Yeah, go ahead.
I can grant some of the historical premises that you guys are saying. I'm not in disagreement, and then I actually do got to go. But basically, I think there was, like you guys had mentioned, some popularization around the concepts, and I think there needs to be a little bit of attribution in that field. But anyways, to be continued. Thank you. I hope I kept it respectful. You guys take care, okay?
Take it easy. Tim, how old are you?
42.
Are you a Christian?
No, actually, I'm a recent revert to Islam.
Okay. What do you want to say?
I just want to say, nigger, 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 nigger.
I mean, you definitely strike me as a religious person. I'll tell you that much. You definitely
very on par for Christianity with them.
I don't see a lot of atheists doing that, by the way.
No.
Grown man, by the way.
Y'all can't just say that. Okay.
Well, this is a common theme. Christians.
And there's a common theme of Islam killing Christians. I'm not gonna say that out loud though.
Oh, Guppy, honey.
You don't want me to pull up the verses, bro.
Islamophobia and like just gulping down the Islamophobic propaganda is wild. Because do you know that the Islamic faith would have been much bigger had it not been for the Christians? What was that thing that happened? Carbon, help me out. It started with a C. Crusades? Oh my gosh. It's almost, or like, oh, here's another really good one. The Inquisitions. What did they do during these things? What did Christians do? Oh, they wiped out Jewish and Islamic people. Interesting. Yeah. Islamic people aren't offing Christians. You are
Can I read
uneducated.
On Deuteronomy 13? Let me read the Christian God's words here. If a prophet or one who foretells by dreams appears among you and announces you a sign or wonder, and if the sign or wonder spoken of takes place, and the prophet says, let's follow other gods you have not known, and let us worship them, you must not listen to the words of that prophet or the dreamer. The Lord your God is testing you to find out whether you love him with all your heart and all your soul. It's the Lord your God you must follow, and him you must revere. Keep his commands, right? That prophet or dreamer tried to turn you away from the Lord your command. If your very brother, your own son, or your wife you love, or your closest friend secretly entices you, saying, let us go worship other gods, do not yield to them. Do not spare them or shield them. You must certainly put them to death.
Also, okay, I will say, you are a young pup. You don't know these things. You've been spoon-fed these things, I assume, by people within your circle. And so expecting you to know these things is unfair. But you are an adult now. It's time to grow up. It's time to get past this bigoted, hateful sphere you have been in. Okay? Standing with Islamophobic beliefs like this is dangerous. Christians are not persecuted in 2025. Nowhere in the world are they persecuted. Are Christians unalived here and there? Sure. But it's probably not on the scale that you think it is. People like you like to come in and say, oh, Christians are being unalived in China. No, you're not. You just can't preach on the streets. Okay? That is the law in China. You are free to believe and worship inside your house of worship. You may not be out on the streets selling Bibles and doing street preaching. That is not the same as being persecuted and unalive for your beliefs.
Okay, can I say something? Yes, I would never said that I'm homophobic or is whatever you just said.
You used Islamophobic rhetoric and propaganda. They are not unaliving Christians.
Okay, it kind of just happened, but I'm not saying that.
When? Where?
Persecuted.
Where did it just happen?
It happened like 2 years ago. I'm not gonna know the exact date.
I would, if you're going to make this claim, I would like backup for it.
I'm trying to speak. And you're not
Because
letting
I'm
me.
pretty sure it's Islamic people and Muslim people being persecuted right now in Palestine and in other places. It's not Christians. Christians are not being persecuted. You've been spoon-fed lies and
Yeah,
propaganda.
literally. We have a potential Muslim New York City mayor. Well, he's not potentially Muslim. He's potentially a mayor. He is Muslim. And now they're trying to deport him. All the Christian Republican congressmen, they just want to deport him because he won the primary and he's Muslim.
When, like, you being 18, you weren't alive, which, oh my gosh, is terrifying. You weren't alive for 9/11. I remember the hatred and the propaganda and the Islamophobia and just the pure terror that was happening in the country after this happened. And then I remember in 2016 when Trump enacted his Muslim ban, my older brother, who was born and raised in Saudi Arabia, got stuck in Saudi. He has a dual citizenship in Saudi and in the United States. He was stuck in Saudi for 6 extra months when he went back to visit his parents. But he lived here predominantly. He would go back twice a year to visit his family, but then he would come home because this was his home. But he couldn't come home for 6 months because of that ban. Like, the Islamophobia that happens within Christian nationalism is so sickening. This hatred towards this group of people, for whatever reason that people hold, is so disgusting and it's dangerous. And it's sad that young pups like you who are so zealous within their faith have so much growth to do and do it differently than the previous generations. Like, look at the Christians that are older than you and see where they went so wrong. They went so wrong. Like, they're not preaching Jesus. You're not preaching Jesus. You're not doing.
I'm preaching my thought.
You shouldn't be doing that. Christ says not to do that. So, friend, have you read the Bible? The whole thing? The whole thing, cover to cover?
Yeah, I'm not.
I've got a couple of questions for you to test that. How many Gospels are there?
12. I'm pretty sure.
No. There's 4. Can you name them?
No, I'm.
Okay, cool. That means you can't answer the next question. So I'll answer them for you. They're Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The next question would be, of those 4, which 3 are synoptic? All but John. Next question, who had an experience with Jesus on the road to Damascus?
So what?
Who had an experience with Jesus on the road to Damascus?
I don't know, John.
Okay. No, it's Paul, the second most important person in your religion. Cool.
Religion. Ew, don't say that. I don't believe in that.
He is. You would not have your Christian texts or Christian ideals or religion without Paul.
I said I just don't believe in religion.
It's a set of beliefs who believe in a God or a spiritual divine nature. That, by definition, is a religion.
You have a religion. Jesus was a religious man. Jesus held a religion. He was like known within, like, what? Jesus was a rabbi. So I think you were lying to me when you said you read the Bible.
No, I wasn't. Just because I read the Bible doesn't mean I could just tell you the whole thing from up and down.
You should be able to tell me the Gospels. You should be able to know who Paul is. You should be able to understand the importance of Paul.
Okay, well, that's like me saying, like, I'm reading Noah's Webster's dictionary, like up and down, and asking
like,
you to.
I mean,
say the whole
listen,
thing.
if I thought the creator of the universe wrote a book, right? I'm taking. You're seeing sticky notes on every single fucking page. The creator, you think God inspired the Bible, right?
Also, we're not talking about
Is that a yes?
Yes, through men.
Yeah, so I mean, if you think the creator of the fucking I'm pretty sure you've read, like, you pretty much know, like, the entire lore of, like, MCU or, like, whatever recent science fiction book you've read, maybe Dune or something like that. But you don't know, like, all the details of, like, the creator of the universe's book. Like, that's just like.
Well, and Christ told you to know the book. No, this was Christ's commands to know the book.
You are supposed to know these things through and through.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you? Why don't you know who Paul is? Why don't you know the Gospels names? These are things I knew as a child, a young child.
Well, I doubt that. Not everything in the Bible.
Honey, I was, like Carbon said, there were sticky notes on every page because I was so intent and zealous on knowing God so fully, because in the Word it said to know the book was to know the Lord your God. And so I was dedicated. At 9 years old, I had read that Bible 4 times already. By the time I was 15, I was at 10.
Real quick, Sparks, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
What's your argument?
So, I want a fat bitch jump rope and butt booty naked all over my big veiny cock.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna know the whole Bible, like I said.
I'm not
again.
asking you to, but knowing who Paul is and knowing the names of the Gospels is quite literally preschool level understanding of your religion. These are the fundamental foundations. You should know this. Again, I knew this when I was 7.
You're not letting me really talk. You know?
Sorry.
You're not talking. You're not letting me talk. You're kind of just interrupting me.
So can you tell me why you don't know the fundamentals of your own religion, but you're trying to convince us to follow it?
Because I just believe it's cool.
I gotta go.
I just believe it's true. I just think
That's
there's.
great. I love that for you. But for me, it's not the vibe. Because I've read your book 15 times. I've been studying it for 25 years. I've dedicated the time. And I know that I'm not going to follow a God that condones slavery, genocide, and schmeck slavery. I'm not about it. Why would I follow a God who condones all this?
Well, where does it say that? I just want to know.
Yeah, Leviticus talks about slavery. Exodus talks about the schmeck slavery, genocide within several verses. See, again, this is why I know you haven't read the Bible, because I feel like these would be like red flags to you that pointed out. They were for me. When I read those words and I saw it, you will buy your male and female slaves amongst this people. What? What am I
You
reading?
gotta look at context, you know?
Yeah,
I
so
understand
the context is pretty like I mean it's pretty like straightforward. Like they very clearly like I'm sorry, he said it so smooth too. Anyway,
You really did. It was
this shit came out of nowhere. All right, anyway, so like the context is there, right? Like he literally says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may own your slaves. Buy slaves. They shall become your property. You can have that inherited, and you can make them slaves for life. You can rule over them ruthlessly, but not the Israelites. Like I don't know what else context we need there.
Well, if you want more context, I can give them to you. The book of Leviticus was extended laws past the 10 Commandments, because God did not just hand down 10 Commandments to Moses on Mount Sinai. He handed down over 600, and the other 600 you can find within the book of Leviticus. Exodus and Leviticus are books of laws that were handed from God down to Moses. Moses was the voice and the person of God on earth at the time. He was his major prophet. He was his most important person on earth. He had God's power on earth. And so when Moses brought these laws, when we read the book of Leviticus, this is God telling Moses how to lead the Israelite people post-Egypt. And so we understand the context of the book of Leviticus was how Moses was to rule the people post-Egypt. Okay? That's the context. So these were laws. This was God saying, hey, if this is what you're going to do with slavery, this is what you're going to do with mixed fabrics, this is what you're going to do with eating fish.
Yeah, those are human things, though. It's not God speaking directly to
It was, though. Your Lord, if you read the book, these are okay.
I mean, it's literally says like it says the Lord said. Like I don't. If you believe the God,
given through God to Moses.
What does it say?
Yeah, it literally it would like so. For an example, Levitical law was God's law. Hold on, real quick. Levitical law was God's law handed down through Moses to give to the people, the Israelites, right? So that's literally all Leviticus is, just like a list of laws and shit, right? So Leviticus 25:44
No.
is explicitly saying how to handle slavery. So for example,
Yeah.
if you were an Israel, just real quick, and I'll give you the verses and all that. So that is telling you, how to treat Israelites versus non-Israelites. Israelites are not allowed to be slaves. They can be like indentured servants and things like that. Non-Israelites from the nations around you, they're allowed to be slaves. You can own them for life, inherit them, all that stuff. They are property, right? You can rule over them ruthlessly, right? That's literally
Who
exactly
gave you
what
that
Leviticus
authorization,
says.
brother?
I don't know what this guy just said, but Guppy. So that's Leviticus 25. Then you go. I mean, you can start from 36 and go all the way through like 47, I think.
36.
Well, and if you
Wait.
start at the beginning of the book of Leviticus, it literally says God said this to Moses. So unless you're going to say that Moses did not write the Tanakh, which is the first 5 books of the,
Oh, we got
of the
Matt
Bible,
Adams on here, guys. It's
which
gonna be
was
fun.
handed down like words from God to Moses, and that's why these books exist, is because Moses wrote these books. You have to then take and say that Moses was not God's power on earth. So you have to take apart that. So if you're saying that these laws aren't from God, you have to then say that Moses did not write these books and was not God's power on earth. So are you claiming that Moses was not this person and he did not write these books?
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that they're humans. They could have tweaked it.
Well, then,
still-
yeah, you're at that point. You're just saying the Bible's unreliable source of information, which
Which
yeah,
I agree.
But, yeah.
Like understanding, like traditionally we say that Moses wrote the first 5 books, but we know that we don't know who actually wrote them. They're just a culmination of several thousand years of early Jewish history and culture.
So listen, Guppy, we got to move on to the next ones, but I appreciate you for coming up. Okay?
All
Was
right.
he for
I'm
real?
at 18.
Yeah, I think he is 18.
Yeah, he is 18 for TikTok purposes.
Okay.
No,
Global, real quick. How old are you?
I'm 36 years young, bro.
Okay, and Matt, I'm pretty sure you're old enough, right?
Matt is, I'm
Who
guessing.
is Matt?
You're Matt Adams.
You're Matt. I've already debated you. Like, you're on my YouTube channel.
You're
how
you're
old are you?
slavery.
53?
Huh?
Almost 50.
Oh, just 50 even. Cool. Half a century.
Why should we be Christian? Let's go. Who wants to go first? Global or Matt?
It doesn't matter to me. I came up because I'd seen the biblical, y'all talking about biblical slavery again, and so that's kind of mainly what brought me up. So
Okay, what was your
again.
so you've read Leviticus 25:44 and all that, right?
I've read the Bible start to finish multiple times.
What's your objection to the interpretation that Leviticus 25:36 through 46 endorses slavery for non-Israelites?
I wouldn't call it an endorsement. I would call
allows, permissives.
Okay, sure, I could agree it allows it, but I don't consider that same as endorsement. Just as I spanked Forrest in a debate on this topic, I don't think you can.
I'm up here because I'm his
that's
legal
an
guardian.
endorsement.
I'm his father after that debate.
Whereas I think an endorsement, it would be something like a politician, where I could say, okay, well, you should vote, go vote and do your thing. And if you're going to vote for Kamala Harris, then vote for Kamala Harris. But I'm not endorsing you to vote for Kamala Harris.
But it is
I would
morally
endorse you to
permissible, right?
vote for Donald Trump. So I think it's kind of like that.
Yeah. So like
Clarifying question.
Go ahead,
Did you say that you would once be my slave?
I said under
And
the
I'll shut up
conditions
after.
of the Old Testament during that time period, and you were doing what you're supposed to do, then sure, if I were in that position, absolutely.
And did you also attest that if you were given the choice between a slave and a slave owner, that you would flip a coin, it wouldn't matter to you?
Yeah, it could be the case that the slave is in better shape than the slave owner actually is.
Okay, so this is Matt Adams' line of logic, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, so just to be clear, you can bequeath they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, and you can also rule over them ruthlessly.
That is correct.
And you would rather be ruled over ruthlessly.
Well, what Forrest was asking, he was asking, would you be my slave under the conditions of Exodus 21?
In which it says that you can beat someone so mercilessly that they cannot get up for 2 days, and the only way that they can go free is if you knock out an eye or a tooth.
Sure.
Jesus.
So, I mean,
I'll just be sure
presumably, if
not to
you had
knock
to
your
do
eyes
that,
or your
you would
teeth out.
have,
Don't worry, buddy.
you
I'll
would have
take
moral,
special cares of your
you would
eyes and
have
teeth.
moral justification to do that, based on the way I read the Bible.
Yeah, well, you don't read very well.
Wait, question, Matt, are you Jewish?
No.
Okay, you would not get that privilege of being an indentured servitude, just so you know.
Well, that was the context of how Forrest
That
asked
was
the question.
only.
So you had to take that
was
up with
only-
Forrest.
I'm just saying, you would not get
Yes.
that privilege. You would be a full-blown slave.
He
not
was assuming we both had that privilege, that we were Jewish people, and
No.
that I had sold myself because I was poor to him, and he
No.
was being the correct master he was supposed to be. Well, that's how I took your question.
Well, that's completely incorrect because it says that you can rule over other people harshly. You would be my
but you were
property,
talking about
and then when I
Exodus
have a
21,
son,
not
I can
Leviticus
bequeath him unto,
25.
I can bequeath you unto him because you are my property as well.
Well, you were talking about Exodus 21, not Leviticus 25, just so we're clear. But it could be the case even in Leviticus 25 that as a foreigner, I might be like, sure, do this, because we have examples in the Bible of foreign nations actually pretty much tricking them to become their slaves. So there must have been something good about the Hebrews during that time period that people wanted to be a part of.
I would say ruthless
Clearly
and
don't
good
know
are
the
probably not like are probably in tension with each other. But yeah, like so you do agree that God saw it for people who were not Israelites as morally permissible, the slavery.
I think that God did have different rules and did allow people, according to Leviticus, to be ruled over ruthlessly who may have been from foreign nations at that time.
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
there was moral justification for that.
Yikes.
Much like today,
Moral
when we
justification
see,
for ruthless behavior.
to rule over ruthlessly.
Yeah, so like in this case, rule over would be owning a person as a slave and ruling over
Sure.
them ruthlessly.
Well, I think
That's
when you
morally
use the word, I think you need to throw away the word slave. It's got too much baggage. I think
Well,
you need to just say
no, it doesn't.
servant.
Oh,
No,
I don't
there's
understand.
a specific reason why we use the different ones.
Because
Slavery
the word
is they're
slave, you're
being
not going to
owned
find
as
the word slave in ancient manuscripts.
Well, that's
You're
what
right,
we
we
mean.
use-
Okay, do we understand slave? Is it okay to say like a slave is somebody who's owned as property and they can be owned for life?
Not when that could be part of, but not always. I mean, I think
No,
someone,
always.
if
Okay,
you're
we
going to learn, if you're going to
understand the
use, if you're going to
difference.
use the word
Hold on,
such in a
Matt.
wide variety, then a prisoner would be a
Matt.
slave too.
Well, they're not owned as
There
property.
is a specific difference.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Essentially,
They
they're
have
property
rights.
of the state. Well, they had rights in the Bible too. Even foreign slaves
No,
did.
they didn't.
Yeah,
There is a
they
difference
did.
between slaves and
On the
servants in the
Sabbath, they all
Bible.
had to rest. The sabbatical
No.
year benefited them all. Things
That
like
was
that.
only held for servants.
No,
which
it
was
specifically
only
says
held by Israelite men.
says all
Stop
your
it.
servants as well.
No.
Foreigner or domestic. Yeah, it does differentiate.
There's a difference between servant and slave. That's why they use different Hebrew words.
Okay, could you tell me where the difference is? Could you give me an example?
Yeah, it actually says it right in like starting from 39. It says any like it literally says if any of your fellow Israelites become
I still
poor.
use the same Hebrew word.
Hello. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. Now, I don't know. Let's just say we don't know what a slave
Which
means.
would be the
Hold on,
Hebrew
real
word
quick,
abed, the same word used in Exodus
real
21.
quick. It says, do not make them work as slaves. Now, let's assume we don't know what slave means here. Okay? They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you, and they are to work for you until the year of Jubilee, right? I think that's every 7 years. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Again, we don't know what slaves mean. Do not rule over them ruthlessly. but fear your God. And then starting from 44 says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. So very clearly, there's a difference between how Israelites treated and other people treated. And here's the conditions. It says you can buy them. You
Sure, I'm
may
just saying
also
the
buy
Hebrew
some of the
word's the
temporary
same.
residents living among you, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them that word for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So we have some very clear distinctions that the Bible was litigating here. One, they're your property. They could be your property for life. You could bequeath them to your children, and you can rule over them ruthlessly. Now, that seems to me
Yeah,
sufficient
but that wasn't
conditions.
what she claimed. She
Now,
claimed
I'm
something
telling
different.
you,
She
that
claimed
seems to be
there's
sufficient
two
conditions
different
that if
Hebrew
you own
words
somebody,
for a bed.
There
huh?
is,
And
and
say
the
that's wrong.
difference. So when you look at the word that is used in 39 versus in Exodus 21, they use the same word ibed. But in the verses,
Exactly.
hold on, yes, because it's talking about the same thing. They're talking about the servantry that was held for Israelite men. Now, if you look at Leviticus 25:44, they do not use the word ibed because they're talking about slaves. The word they use, I can't even pronounce it. It's not the same word. So
Actually, I'm going to see what you're talking about here because I don't think that's correct. What verses are you referring to?
So the verse of Leviticus 25:39, where they use the word ibed, when they're talking about the servantry for the Israelite men, and then in Exodus 21, in both of these verses, they use the word ibed.
Correct.
But in 25:44, they do not. They do not use the word.
44, you're saying they do not.
Nope. You are female slaves and your male slaves.
Okay, so one, you're saying that neither one of them used the same word as a domestic slave.
Nope.
25:44.
It's a different word.
As for your male, no, actually, it's the same word.
No, it's not. It's not ibed.
519. Yes, it is. For female slaves, exact same word.
You're lying. You're lying. Because
no, I'm looking at it right here.
W-A-B
Where did you get that from?
K-A. I'm looking at the
And as for
correct.
your male, yeah.
I'm sorry. What? W-A-A-B-D-E-K-A is not
As
the
for
same
your
as
male,
B-E-E-D.
5550, that means a bed. And your female,
I didn't
ama,
say-
that's the exact
I
same
didn't
word.
say
Oh,
where
leave that one out,
you
bro.
got caught here. This is wrong.
No, buddy.
I'm looking at it right now. So, look, we can agree that there's a different,
Does that say
different
ibed?
treatment.
That doesn't.
What's
That
that?
does not say ibed.
Yes, the Hebrew word is 5650 and 519. One's male, one's female.
Yeah, there is a difference.
Yeah.
And if you look, oh, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. If you look into the context of why these words were used differently, you would know, because there are different classes of people. Servants are different than slaves. It's not the same word. They mean different things. You have to look at the culture and the time and what words meant at the time.
I'm just saying we should use the word servant in all cases.
No, because there are differences.
Because even
to the
foreigners
different
had
things.
rights here.
No.
So
Friend,
what they did, the year of Jubilee would be, if you look at Leviticus 25:10, it says declare year of Jubilee to
My
all the
my
nations, to all the
ancestors
inhabitants.
my ancestors were the kind of servant that you can own as property for life, bequeath them to your children, and rule over ruthlessly. Now we have a word for that. It's called slave.
Okay, well, let me ask you
And
something.
there's a reason. There's a reason why there are different words, because servants could go free after those 7 years. They were paying off a debt. They chose to do this versus a slave who was taken without consent and they are owned for life and given as inheritance. There is a major difference. I understand
Where
that
does
you
it say
have
they were taken?
I understand
Where
you
does it
have
say
a
they were
thing
taken without
for
consent?
slaves and
Ruthlessly.
you want to be able to have slaves.
That doesn't mean that they were
You
taken
are
consent.
being so gross. Like,
Because
how
I actually,
you are-
I actually gave an example a while ago of a nation a tribe that tricked the Israelites into becoming their abeds. So they actually lied to Israel so that Israel would make a deal with them
they put on these old shoes and all this nut, pretend to become some foreign land where they didn't actually. They were a lot closer. They were just their next door neighbors, essentially.
My nose is
And
irritated
so
right now.
they made this agreement, so they didn't. They wanted to be in this position. So I'm saying, what makes you think that there wasn't situations in which? What makes you think that this violated their consent?
Because
they
like
were rude
the
to
word
each
that
other.
I'm looking at entails cruelty and rigor. The word when
A
they say
bit?
you no, the word pederek, which is you can rule over them ruthlessly, right? You can just not rule over
Yeah, but
Israelites
that still
ruthlessly.
wouldn't mean that they didn't
Yeah,
understand this.
cruelty.
Maybe
I don't.
you got to fetch water. You got to dig
What
holes.
do you think cruelty means?
Things like this.
Yikes.
I think it means doing stuff that maybe that the Hebrews wouldn't normally do, like maybe
What?
going out and feeding
I'm
the
sorry.
pigs. Well, not the pigs.
That's
Going
cruel
out and
behavior. Yeah.
cleaning the
They wouldn't have
certain
had
things. Yeah,
pigs.
certain jobs, scrubbing toilet.
You absolute ignorant fuck. They wouldn't have had pigs. They were
Well,
kosher
yeah,
to be so
I
fucking
misspoke.
for real.
I can't,
I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, just real
I
quick,
misspoke.
Matt.
I
I'm
said they
sorry.
wouldn't have pigs. Think of it like this. Democrats today like when foreigners come and scrub toilets. It's something like that.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's Republican.
I'm sorry.
What does
The
that even
foreigners are
mean?
not, they're still part of it. They're consenting to it. It's just the Democrats want them to pick their fields,
You're
scrub their
so
toilets.
bad at this, Matt.
Wait, hold on. Let's
No,
give Matt a
this is,
break.
I mean, this
His
is,
brain needs to like
Bernie
restart.
Sanders is perfectly fine
Global.
with a
What is your
foreigner
argument today?
picking his crops, so he doesn't have to pay as much. I mean, this is just it's a
Global. You can unmute. Tell me what your argument is.
I mean, this is just very similar.
Global. You can unmute. Tell me what your argument is. Oh, you got
Are
back.
y'all finished? No response anymore when I bring up.
Wait, hold on. Global, come back up. You had an echo.
Okay, well, I'll see you guys.
Oh, we'll
Please
get back
don't.
to you. Just hold on. I'm just gotta let this guy talk. He hasn't talked. Or you can run. That's fine too. Global. What's your argument?
Hey, bro, I just wanted to ask a question. I'm not too, well educated in regards to the Israelites and Judaism and so on and so forth. But when you say that Israelites have the right to have slaves, who gave them that right, bro?
God.
So God himself came down to earth and said, you are a Jewish, so you have the right to have slaves.
I mean, he told Moses.
Yeah, he told Moses, and Moses told him to them. That's what the Levitical law says.
So Moses is basically like a what do you call it? Like a guru of God, right? A messenger of God.
Yes.
Well, as
This
an
is
internal
stated in the
critique,
Bible.
external critique, Moses didn't exist, but internal critique, yeah, that's the lore. Yeah.
That's what is stated in the Bible in Exodus, that he was the voice of God and the power of God on earth. And if you give tradition that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible and that Moses was who he was, then yes.
Okay, so was he? If I might be connecting two wrong things, was he the guy with the tablet when he went up in the mountains and then God gave him the 10 Commandments?
Yes, he also gave him 600 more. It was not just the 10 Commandments. He gave him over 600 different laws.
Right, but the generic ones, the most important ones, were the ones that apparently written on the rocks, the 10 Commandments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not here to disrespect. I love every religion equally, man. I don't disrespect it. We all bleed the same. So when he got that, I saw that video, like an old school movie, right? There's like just basically when colors started coming out in the movies, and there was a scene in regards to this where when everybody left that village and Moses went up there and he got the 10 Commandments per se, when he came back down from the mountain, all the other king or the guys that had money, they're like, how do we know if this is true? How do we know that they're actually written by you? And he's like, the choice is yours. You want to believe me or not? And then he broke those emerald tablets per se. So as in the sense, he is the only bearer of the real truth. If he met God up there, right? So he could manipulate, or not him, other people once he passed away could perhaps or alter the verbiage or the laws or the wisdom in their perspective.
Yeah, listen, like that would be like an external, like that would probably be more in the external critique area, right? We're talking about, I agree that the Bible has probably been changed. It's not just semantically, but its content has been changed and altered. A lot throughout history. A lot of people agree with that. But this specifically is levied at people who don't believe that that's true. Believe that the words that we see on the Bible are actually word for word perfectly as intended by God. And that's what we're levying at argument against. But of course, that's just like unrealistic. That's obviously false. But you know.
Yeah, no. So if God wrote it, then how dare somebody have the audacity to rewrite God's scripture?
I mean, white men. They have all the audacity.
So they have so many different denominations.
Yeah,
Over 45,000.
and that's Judaism, right? The Kabbalah, right?
No.
Isn't there an older religion than that, like Zoroastrianism or Hinduism or Sanskrit? Sanskrit.
You're talking about Zoroastrianism? That predates pretty much all religions except for maybe like this African animism.
What about Sanskrit?
Sanskrit is a language as well as
Yeah, it is the Vedic times, but I don't know, because history is so misconstrued. Because look at the word itself; it's his story, their perspective. You and I were never there. We're just going off of the verbiage that was written there, right?
What is
You're
happening?
the second person I've heard say I've struggled to say this incorrectly. It's Zoroaster.
Zoran Mamdani. You said you could say his name.
People say it
Zoran
wrong.
Mamdani, next New York City mayor. Let's go.
W. Wow, no W's from the other panelists? That's fucking sus.
I was being quiet on purpose. They want you said that they want to literally deport him?
Yeah, I forgot his name as a Republican congressman in the House.
Yeah, I
he specifically wrote a letter to the DHS to have him deported. Yeah, just because he, well, he's from, I think he was born in Ghana, so probably Ghana, I think.
That's West Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a legal citizen?
Yeah, he's legal.
Then what the fuck?
Yeah.
He's
simply because he's Muslim and he won the Democratic primary. That's it. That's the only reason why they wanted to deport him.
He's a brown man who does it.
Was it Uganda? Oh, sorry, I thought it was Ghana.
I think that when he wins, he should just have them each deported by just maybe like a Wheel of Fortune style, like all 196 countries of the world, and just have each person determine their own fate by spinning the wheel.
Even the Muslims are, right? There's so many different Sunni, Shia, and stuff like that, right? They're segregated too, so they're not united. But at the end of the day, the Muslim people's beliefs, if I'm not mistaken, they can popularly have 7 wives. So therefore, if anybody goes there,
Oh my god, you were so stop.
yeah, I'm not Muslim. I'm just saying a couple of my buddies are. I was just sharing it, so I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right. I just want to hear your perspective based on my question there and enlighten me, guys. I'm very peaceful, guys. I don't mean to be cocky or nothing. I could consider me in kindergarten. You guys are the professors.
Yeah, I charge for education. So check my link in bio and send me $50 and I will do all the educating you would like, sir.
So basically, you're putting a value on the truth, right? Knowledge is power, right?
Absolutely. So give me the money and I will educate you.
Show me the money.
What does this say?
Jerry Maguire. Request to debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to do stuff other than debate, we're gonna have to charge. This is a debate.
Okay, I'm down to debate, man. So, why should we be Christian? To be honest, bro, why should we not be Christian? Christianity has been changed.
God damn, that was a fantastic fucking bro. I think I'm Christian now. I legit think I'm Christian. That was Jesus Christ, that blew me away. All right. Now go ahead. What's your argument?
I was just saying, because you mentioned to me earlier, the Bible has been written many times, 3 or 4 or 5 times. So Christianity,
Try thousands
of times per se. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't there different types of Christian people? Orthodox, right? So they're segregated within their own religion.
Mm-hmm.
So why would somebody want to follow a religion? Yeah. Why would somebody want to follow a religion that doesn't even follow the truth in their religion? Because it's segregated. They don't coincide. What?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're trying to make me turn to like be less Christian than I already am
No,
not.
no, no. I'm not saying Christian. Man. I love every religion the same, man. I'm just questioning as an aspect if literature, especially like such a important.
Listen, bro, you're like
Grandmaster.
we're atheists. Well, I'm an atheist. Sorry, I don't think. Yeah,
I'm not an atheist, no, but like I'm not. I think people
I
who
don't know
make
about
their
force.
religion their personality are so fucking annoying. Like, grow up. No one gives a shit about your emotional crutch. Like, we all
Listen,
have one.
Global,
Grow up.
I do appreciate you for coming up, man. Thank you. If you are a Christian, please join. I would love to talk to you if you have an argument for why I should be Christian. Why should I join your false religion? I'm sorry, why should I join your religion? Thank you. Sorry.
Also,
Sorry, I can't get past the logical problem of evil. It's just, I can't do it.
apparently we're not sleeping tonight, Carbon, because why are we still awake at this hour?
Oh shit, it is almost 1 a.m. over here.
It's almost 4 for me.
1 a.m. Where the fuck are you?
Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii is so beautiful. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been in my entire life.
60
Honolulu,
stars.
Waikiki.
Hell yeah.
That's not how that's gonna work there, PPC.
PPC, I
Can
sent
we
you an
please
invite.
invite
Go
up
ahead and
Sun Tzu and just have them narrate their panel experiences as well as the comment?
PPC, I went ahead and sent you an invite. Hit that up. Wait, so PPC, are you saying that if somebody is a particular religion and they win an election, they will make it a theocracy? Is that your position? It seems like
I mean,
if you have a problem with that, then we shouldn't elect religious people anymore.
wait, but like predominantly all of our like politicians are what's the religion
shit.
called? Ooh, Christian? Oh my god, and it's almost like they're actively trying to make America a theocracy.
Isn't it like 83% of Congress right now is Christian?
Are openly Christian, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that there are 7 states in which you have to have a religious affiliation in order to even run for office.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's like I think it's more of an unspoken rule. I think it gives you more whatever.
Yeah.
If you are openly Christian.
It's like so stupid. Like, imagine like in order to be elected, like because it like hurts your electoral change. Like, imagine you're running for Senate or president, right? And the major belief in the country is like astrology, and then like you're sitting down for like a serious interview on like foreign policy, domestic policy, and the fucking interviewer asks you about like what's your star sign and whether you hold the belief that it should be legal for like people who were born in February to date people who were born in like fucking September, right?
Well, that would
And
be a
like
bad idea because those would be Aquarius and Virgos.
you know what? And like they're just asking you these, and you have to take it seriously. Like, like the way the stars were aligned. Like, bro, like, what? Like,
Well,
why
even really
not answer?
serious
Why just
issues,
saying I
so
don't
can you
believe in
just
that
elect
shit?
me already?
Like, what if he's saying I don't believe in that shit? Would like fault like not get me elected? I don't understand. Like, what the fuck?
Forrest, I've got a really weird question for you.
And I've got an equally whatever you said that adjectives answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is gonna be really, really weird, but do you have a cousin named Andrew?
Right. Well, I'm Mexican, so I might have a fucking cousin I don't know about, but according to my knowledge at this point, no.
Okay, follow-up question. Do you live in the great state of Oregon?
No. Okay, I was gonna say you can't say great state and not say Texas after that.
Ew, get the fuck out. I no, you're burnt.
Or I've been to Oregon.
Oh, did you kick him?
Disrespect Oregon like that, you fucker.
No.
Also, saying Texas is great is wild work.
Anything other
Are
than
you
Austin.
just no like decent human being who lives in Texas thinks Texas is good?
Nope, I grew up there. Austin's like the only redeemable place. I heard like in Austin they're doing the piloting, right? Like you could just go on Uber and a fucking driverless car will just pick you up right now. And I think only in Austin right now. I think Waymo is doing it.
Hi, Virtue.
I see you. What kind of questions are there? Okay,
There's other cities too with the autonomous cars, and they've caused like whole traffic jams with just the fucking autonomous cars.
No.
You just see there's no drivers, and it's a two-way street with 4 lanes, and it's just the 4 cars fucking with each other.
No, though, Forrest, I asked you this line of questioning specifically because your last name, plus you look identical to this douchebag I dated a couple years ago.
Well, you're probably not far off.
And he is also Mexican.
Oh, well, there's a common theme here.
I mean, I am also Mexican, so.
So you have the right to say it.
But like, no, like I've seen you around. Like we've been in mutual spaces, but like every time I see your profile picture, I get angry, and I'm like
Jesus Christ.
Damn, bro.
I feel like that little kid that says, Jesus Christ.
Spider-Man meme.
You gotta add me on Discord and show me who this is, because I've been notified of like 4 different doppelgangers, and 2 of which are like undeniably. I'm like, I've showed my mother and father pictures
debater
of them, and my
who's
dad
light
was like,
skinned. They're just like, yo, are you that? Like, no, motherfucker,
We're not all the
white.
Wait, Carbon, are you mixed?
Yeah, man.
No, he's white.
Are you Latino
He is fully white.
at all?
Very like Panamanian, like, but that's like
Oh,
my dad's half, yeah.
Panamanian. They got a cool flag.
Yeah, look.
They've got a really cool canal too, I've heard.
Yeah, that's Teddy Roosevelt.
Hell yeah, W the mule. We love that man. But no, yeah. So.
Last call for debates. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk
Like,
to you.
if you got
Thank you so
Discord,
much.
like, DM me, because I need to see what this guy looks like.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
If he's ugly, I'm gonna be pissed.
Okay, no. Okay, this is one thing I'll say. He was an attractive fucker, but he was just a fucker. So.
Anyway, my name's Andrew Mendez, and I really hate this chick on the panel. She's my ex-girlfriend. She cheated on me. She ran off. She gaslit me, projected onto me all of her insecurities, and now she's bringing me out to panels to badmouth me in front of 290 people. I don't fucking appreciate it.
You know, Andrew, that sounds like something you'd say as like a clinically diagnosed narcissist who projects all his issues onto everyone else.
I've got
and never
receipts
takes any
of this
kind of
woman's
accountability and
pills
how.
scattered all over the counter.
Oh, okay, sure.
This is just like when Johnny Depp was being accused of
Oh my God.
by Amber Heard. This is just
I'm gonna
crazy.
drop you again.
Shit in the fight
Don't
in
you dare
Spanish is
compare me
crazy.
to her.
Last call for Christians to hop on in here. If you are a Christian, you want to give us an argument for why we should be Christian, I would love to hear it. Thank you so much. Go ahead and hop on in that guest request. Come on, baby girl. Let's go. Come on, baby. All right. I'm about to go through some of these names and shout out like the craziest names who are currently watching. Let's see. Who is
Catholicism
Chauncey Billington the third
Whoa.
Jr.?
What
Bro,
a name.
if that is the whitest name I've ever heard. Chauncey Billington the
Can
third
you
Jr.
repeat that once more, just for humor purposes? What the fuck was that?
Chauncey
Yeah,
Billington.
my paper towels just started floating.
Bro.
It sounds just exquisite.
Bro eats corned beef hash every morning. All right, let's get the next one. Let's see. It's splendid. All right, who's next? Oh, nobody really has any. Nobody's being creative with their names.
Yo, it's
Grandmaster.
Joe.
A splendiferous individual.
Chicken finger's pretty great.
Let's see. Somebody's name is just LGBTQ plus.
Hell yeah, W.
Let's go.
Ally.
W, big W. Hey, wasn't Jesus an ally?
Yes.
And now my real name is Rufus Scruggs Johnson.
That sounds like your local weather reporter. And now, no, the sports. And now Rufus Scruggs was
Sounds like a Harry Potter character.
Glitter whore is a great name. Their bio says for girls, gays, and
That's
days.
insane. Glitter is the herpes of craft supplies.
That is.
Oh my god.
Also, thank you. I totally forgot to shout this out earlier because we were in the midst of talking. 1 Mile Smile. Thanks for the $333 on Discord or on
$333 is crazy. I wish I got $333.
Wow,
That'd be nice.
$3.33.
Still great.
It's still great, yeah. Money's money.
Last call. Yeah, I got like 2.5 minutes to hop on in here. Send this GIF. I want to see what this GIF looks like.
That's exactly 150 seconds, guys.
There you go. I saw someone on another live whose display name was Caroline Levitt's upper lip.
Caroline Nowitzki?
Levitz.
Oh, Levinsky. Thanks, LGBTQ plus W. Hold on. What's up with everybody trolling Jamal in this chat?
You know who that is?
Jamal's lame, yeah.
Absolutely. He's like 42 and his girlfriend's 19, and he admitted that
Oh
he
my
met
God.
her like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was asking him 3 years ago. I was like, are you married or ever? He's like, I'm courting someone right now. He said it like that.
Courting is
That's the word
that
he
word gives
used
me the
multiple
heebie-
times.
That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
He's like, I'm
Yeah,
courting
I don't use that
someone.
term.
Like, bro, that sounds like you're
Courting?
like
Courting?
have binoculars and you're in the fucking tree, bro.
Shit.
I mean, courting, bro. You're not a fucking peacock. All right.
You're grooming a child is what they're
He's
doing.
one of the birds of paradise.
Courting versus moist, which is moist will always be the worst.
Moist is almost undefeated unanimously.
Well, there's custard.
Okay. I gotta say I fuck with custard because custard is on the inside of an eclair, and I fucking love eclairs.
So it's like you're saying crusty mustard. Like it's just like at the
Oh,
tip of
that's
the
not nice.
like that's what
That's
it's like crusty mustard.
And the crusty mustard is also holding back like I can't say that word, so let's just say pre-C of the
Oh
the
my
wet
God.
mustard that comes out before of the wet mustard that comes out before you get the actual mustard.
Yeah.
Crusty mustard does sound horrible, but custard's
Very
good.
bad. I'm always scared. Like whenever the tip, oh my God, this fucking language. Whether the tip of the mustard bottle
Very licentious and
gets
lascivious
custard on it, I just throw it away because I'm scared that it's gonna get into like the hot dog or something. Always shake the mustard. Yeah. Clip that
I
4K.
truly do forget, and I like mustard. And ketchup's not bad, but mayonnaise just isn't good. Only thing that mayo should go on is like tuna salad or maybe a BLT.
Lane Vanell, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. We Billingtons only use grape on mustard. Okay. Well, it looks like we are dried out for the night.
Hold on, this just made me dry reading this comment. Have you seen Hellman's makes mayonnaise slices? If there was ever in my 33 years of life a comment that I wish that I could unread and never remember, and I can guarantee you I will never fucking forget this for my entire life, wow, I almost just threw up in my mouth. Hellman's makes mayonnaise slices. No one should ever type that sentence and press enter again.
Unmoist.
Ever.
Oh, mayonnaise slices. Yeah. Mayonnaise flavored ice cream. How you feel about that?
Direct pass to hell. Satan will be torturing you personally only for the rest of eternity.
That was a fun line. Yeah. So listen, guys, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. I'm tired, and I want to watch like a show or a movie or some shit like that, and I want to eat. I haven't eaten. Okay. So take it easy. Yeah, we have no ops anymore. We kind of slowed down a little bit. So I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. So if you guys want to go hop on over there, Bailey, thank you for the rose. If you guys want to hop on over there, say goodbye, hit that up. But I will see you guys on the next live. Again, make sure you tap on my name and hit the notification bell.
First, you Shoeless Bedford.
Fix my fucking coins. That is gross.
Hey, let's go. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Start White
Booker
Lotus. I just started.
with the backing monkey. Let's go.
Hey, you want to give me the backing monkey? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
You've got a fantastic laugh. Also, look at your coins. Never forget.
I know.
911.
Right now, thank you very much for you.
Wasn't being sarcastic.
Hey, I have
but
$666 in coins.
Thank you, Brittany.
Perfect time to.
Hey,
perfect
whoever's
time to
giving me
end.
gifts, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks, Brittany. And no, I'm from Forward, but close enough. I know where you this is. You off?
All right, y'all. Well, y'all take it easy. Love y'all. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would. And yeah, take it easy. Y'all have a good one.
Night, Carbon. Night, Forest. Night, everybody.
Good night, sweetheart.
All right. Oof. That was quite the crack. All right. Well, holy shit, again, blowing past the sub goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. LGBTQ safe spot. What's up? How you doing? Well, we're pretty much calling it a night. Thank you guys so much for blowing past the sub goal. I got to figure out how to integrate that with the memberships, this number. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate you. And the new followers, welcome. And again, thank you again, Straight Array. Thank you so much for the raid. If you're watching from them, thank you as well. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, we have a nice little song that we sometimes play people off with. The song is called Bitch. So enjoy. And y'all have a good one. Take it easy. Love you guys.
Bitch, 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 bitch.